The singing voices of the three souls resonated in the heavens. The skies darkened, and devilish winds appeared out of nowhere and swept across the lands. They stirred the black mist that had emerged above ground due to the power of the dark artifact and had been spreading across the lands. Spurred by the devilish winds, the black mist began to spread more rapidly across the Martian lands. They howled furiously. Everyone watched as the skies around Wangbeil transformed into an ocean of black mist. It was an ocean of mist, a mist of death. It seemed to hail from the underworld. One might even venture to call it the Dark Sea. The sea filled both the lands and the skies. Its rumbling waves coursed through the planet. Mars became a mere shadow of its former self. The dark fires on Wangbeil flared up. If the path towards rebirth was lined with lighthouses, they would be the fire lighting up the lamps in those lighthouses. Cold flames that burned true, that seemed to contain within them the laws of this universe. They drove the dark sea to unleash its power again. Waves of spirit energy rushed forward, unstoppable and overpowering. At Taoist Yu ran, threatening to pull him under. Thunder crashed, fearsome and deafening. Taoist Yu ran tried his best to escape the dark sea, whose power was so great it stirred the entire planet. But it was useless. Shock and despair raced through his mind. He screamed and struggled madly, trying his best to fight back. The waves of the dark sea towered like pillars, ready to crash down and flood everything. As they descended on Taoist Yu ran, he blew up every face on his body in a last-ditch attempt at self-defense. In that instant, he was like a fragile air bubble, helpless and vulnerable, bursting instantly. The force of the explosion of all those faces created a backlash inside Taoist Yu ran's body. Blood flowed from his lips, and his hair, loosened and disheveled, whipped in the fierce wind. His clothes were torn, his eyes were bright with despair and madness, and his voice was sharp and brimming with hate and resentment. Wangbeil, I don't admit defeat. Taoist Yu ran roared and gave up all attempts at escape. His right foot stomped heavily into the ground, holding him in place as his 6 arms came together in a flurry of hand seals. He was burning his very life in order to gain more power. He was going to fight until his last breath. He unleashed 120% of his full cultivation, and the irregularly shaped shard in his eyes appeared again. This precious shard, clearly invaluable to him, began showing signs of self-destruction. There was no doubt of the extreme danger that Wangbeil had placed him in. It had exceeded any other danger he had ever experienced. He threw everything to the wind as he hoped for the best, that luck would allow him to survive the onslaught of the dark sea. A series of booms thundered in the air. Taoist Yu ran continued to hold his ground, proving the extent of his resilience and strength in the face of extreme danger. As he continued to unleash his cultivation and sacrifice his vitality, the irregularly shaped shard in his eyes continued to show itself. It was as if the shard had transformed into an enormous rock that stood before him, protecting him from the waves of the dark sea rushing at him. The waves stopped before him, as if held back by the rock. They couldn't advance and pull him under. Everyone who was watching the fight shivered at the sight. The powers that Wangbeil had displayed had been incredible, so the fact that Taoist Yu ran was still alive and holding his own was simply unbelievable. However, the reality was that Taoist Yu ran himself was reaching his limits. His body shuddered violently as cracks began to appear on his arms. The dark sea pressed upon him with the weight of an entire planet. He feared that he couldn't hold on any longer. Since you won't allow me to take your spirit, I'll simply have to destroy you. Wangbeil remained calm as he stood on the dark sampan and observed Taoist Yu ran's struggles. As he spoke in a hoarse voice, he raised his right arm, which was holding onto the lantern or pointed at Taoist Yu ran, then swept downwards through the air. The dark sea retreated from the invisible barrier in front of Taoist Yu ran instantly. Its waves rose into the heavens, shifting and transforming into a finger, followed by a second, then a third. In the blink of an eye, a palm spanning tens of thousands of feet materialized in the air. It swiped at Taoist Yu ran. Taoist Yu ran's eyes widened, They were red and filled with intense despair. "Mistress Ziyu, please, save me." Taoist Yuran screamed out in fear. It didn't matter how much he struggled. The enormous hand approached him and landed with a deafening thunder. Taoist Yuran's 6 arms turned into mush, and his legs caved in from the impact. There wasn't even time for him to scream out again. The huge hand rushed at him once more, instantly capturing Taoist Yuran. Tightened suddenly. Taoist Yuran's combat body, and his soul housed within the body, were instantly destroyed. The fight hadn't ended yet. An intense light flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. This wasn't the first time Taoist Yuran had died. Wang Baol knew very well that his battle with Taoist Yuran had just begun. Or should I call it my battle with Ziyu? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He lifted his right hand into the air without hesitation and turned it towards a spot a distance away from him. His palm sliced downwards. The dark sampan under his feet began to rumble, and it charged out and sped through the heavens with Wang Baol aboard it. The giant hand that had crushed Taoist Yuran rushed out alongside Wang Baol. They sped across the heavens and appeared in the skies above the main Martian city, right in front of the never-ending Clan Death Dao battleship. The never-ending Clan Death Dao battleship took action immediately upon Wang Baol's arrival. No one knew how it managed to do what it did, but tens of thousands of never-ending clan puppets in the Martian city immediately blew themselves up. Their mutilated and maimed pieces of flesh and blood rose to the skies rapidly and gathered before the never-ending clan battleship. Then, they amassed and transformed into a gigantic tumorous mass that slammed into the approaching Wang Baol. Countless faces formed the surface of the tumor and screamed and cursed at Wang Baol in a language he couldn't understand. Their shrieks filled the air as they unleashed their power in an explosive eruption. Wang Baol's pupils contracted. His left hand formed a hand seal, then it pointed. The giant hand that had been formed from the dark sea charged at the approaching tumor and grabbed at it. Thunder rose into the heavens. The collision resulted in a violent impact that shook the entire planet. The tumor burst open instantly, transforming into formless flesh and blood. The giant hand that had been formed from the dark sea, the temporary vessel for the dark artifact's power, showed signs of damage and disintegration as well. Consecutive use of the giant hand had caused its damage. The fact that Wang Baol's current level of cultivation wasn't able to allow its sustained use contributed to its damaged state as well. Finally, the partially restored state of the dark artifact had a great deal to do with the giant hand's rapid deterioration. Wang Baol's face appeared slightly pale, and his organs were churning. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the dark fire, continuing to wield the dark artifact. The disintegrating giant hand rushed out instantly. Its target, the never-ending Clan Death Dao battleship. He knew that the battleship was the key to this battle's outcome. It was then that the never-ending clan battleship suddenly shuddered. An incredible, terrifying force that sent Wang Baol's heart racing erupted from the battleship. It was a power so strong that the battleship itself began to fall apart. Pieces of the battleship shrank rapidly, and black vines shot out of the battleship and wrapped themselves around the ladder. They appeared to be draining the planet of its energy while growing in size and length. The Martian city began to cave in, and the city started to disintegrate before their eyes. Regardless of which side they were standing on, cultivators on the planet suffered the same fate, their vitality and their cultivation draining from their rapidly withering bodies. The lands suffered a similar fate. All across the planet, the vitality of every living creature was escaping from their bodies and rising up into the air, heading straight for the battleship, which was growing increasingly smaller by the moment. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone by surprise. Every cultivator trembled as they tried their best to fight back, but it was of no use. Their struggle was caught on screen and projected to the rest of the Federation. Citizens of the Federation stared in shock and horror at the scene unfolding before them. Alarm flashed across Wang Baol's face. He had no time to think as danger loomed over the entire planet. The dark fire erupted from his body as he roared and controlled the giant hand formed from the dark sea. He pushed the giant hand, as its vitality continued to be drained away, to grab onto a corner of the ever-shrinking, withering form of the never-ending clan battleship. Then, with a sudden burst of energy from the dark artifact, he maneuvered the hand into flinging the battleship away into space. A loud boom thundered in the heavens and reverberated across the entire planet. The shrinking, withering form of the never-ending clan battleship transformed into a long arc of rainbow as it was forcefully thrown into the air. It crossed the heavens, tearing through space itself as it was flung out of Mars and into the cosmos. The suction that had originated from the battleship weakened as the distance between the battleship and Mars widened. There was no time for Wang Baol to catch his breath, though. He sped for the stars, where he saw something that sent shock snaking down his spine. The battleship had lost most of its parts as they had withered away or had been torn away from it when it had been thrown into space. The remnants of its core were covered by countless vines. These vines continued to grow, extending into 4 human limbs and a human head. The head was clearly Taoist Yu Rance. It was humongous. Taoist Yu Rance's eyes were shut, his face covered with black vines that resembled blood veins. Under his forehead, a tumor seemed to reside, one that pumped without pause. He looked terrifying. At the same time, waves of incredible power continued to exude from his gigantic form. As Wang Baol observed the giant's strange and startling formation, alarm bells began to ring loudly in his head. They screamed danger at him. It was then that Taoist Yu Rance's eyes opened abruptly. All thanks to my master, and to you, Wang Baol, I finally reached complete fusion with the Death Dao battleship. As a show of my sincerest gratitude, I'm going to destroy your civilization. It shall become the food that will nourish my master. My gift to thank her for what she's done for me. The face of every Federation citizen was filled with horror. Every cultivator on Mars was struck by shock. Terror surged through them uncontrollably. Even the cultivators from the Dao Palace were seized by fear. They had lost all desire for battle and were trembling. They had been ignoring the presence of the never-ending clan cultivators as well as the never-ending clan puppets. However, as the events continued to unfold before their eyes, and as Taoist Yu Ran declared his intentions upon his complete fusion with the Death Dao battleship, they could no longer fake ignorance. Besides, if not for Wang Baol, there was a great chance that Taoist Yu Ran would have drained them dry of their vitality and cultivation earlier. Emotions flashed across the eyes of these Dao Palace cultivators as they stood in silence and gazed into the cosmos. Reflected in their eyes, and in the eyes of the Martian cultivators and the Federation citizens, was Taoist Yu Rance's gargantuan form. He seemed to hold the power to shake heaven and earth as his enormous form towered before Wang Baol. The aura he exuded remained as supernatural and eerie as before, but the power he seemed to possess had clearly drastically transformed. Ziyu. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He knew that Ziyu was the cause of Taoist Yu Rance's transformation. He could hear the difference in Taoist Yu Rance's voice as well. He sounded like a machine, and there were sounds of something metallic running. It appeared that his very nature had been changed. Wang Baol had no idea the price that had to be paid for this transformation. Regardless, he understood that Taoist Yu Rance's power and strength were clearly much greater than before. Wang Baol might have his dark artifact with him, but that didn't stop him from feeling an extreme sense of danger at that moment. One might say that the tables had been turned the moment Taoist Yu Ran and the never-ending clan Death Dao battleship had completed their fusion. Taoist Yu Ran didn't give Wang Baol time to react to his transformation. As his words resonated in the cosmos, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Baol, launching an immediate attack. The attack didn't trigger an eruption of light, but that didn't stop the flash of alarm flickering on Wang Baol's face as he swept his lantern or before him. The dark fire spread out instantly, transforming into a sea of fire in front of him. The dark sampan under his feet glided back swiftly. At that precise moment, the cosmos before him caved in. A thunderous boom reverberated in the air, and countless vines surged out of the collapsed cosmos and rushed at Wang Baol. Where these vines passed, the cosmos withered and wrinkled. Finally, the vines collided with Wang Baol's dark fire. The dark fire, which had proven a bane against everything else, met a worthy opponent for the first time. Amidst the rumbling of their collision, the dark fire burned numerous vines. However, it was also rapidly being extinguished. Within a few seconds, the dark fire was completely put out. The scorched vines wriggled as new shoots sprouted from their bodies. Then they made a second charge at Wang Baol. Taoist Yuran narrowed his eyes, and his right hand formed a series of hand seals. Numerous more vines emerged from his body, surging into the cosmos. They looked like countless tentacles swaying in the air as they raced towards Wang Baol. It was as if they intended to surround him fully and trap him within. That wasn't the end of Taoist Yuran's attack. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward and raised his left hand. It tightened into a fist that then smashed towards Wang Baol with overpowering force. It was a punch that seemed to contain the power to destroy everything in its path. Countless vines danced in the air, swift and innumerable. They surrounded Wang Baol, on the verge of closing in and trapping him. Taoist Yuran's fist was descending upon Wang Baol as well, carrying with it incredible destructive power. The expression on Wang Baol's face was dark as the intense danger and immense threat of death loomed over him. Every one of the vines contained incredible resistance and resilience. Wang Baol's dark fire could burn them, but it was clear that he didn't have enough dark fire when compared to the countless number of vines. That was why he hadn't been able to destroy them completely. What made things worse was how the vines would continue to regenerate as long as they weren't completely destroyed. Their strong regenerative abilities and inherent power made Wang Baol's heart sink. The overwhelming power exuding from the approaching Taoist Yuran added greater stress to Wang Baol. "We can't continue the fight here." Grim determination flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He knew that continuing the fight here might result in collateral damage inflicted on Mars. Any one of their attacks could be disastrous for the planet. At the same time, while Mars was a huge planet when compared to the entire solar system, it still wasn't the place where he could unleash his full power. "I have to leave this place." Wang Baol didn't hesitate as he watched the vines around him charge at him. He placed the lantern ore on the dark sampan, the sound of both artifacts coming into contact resonating in the air once more. Then, a string of complicated dark sect spells came out of Wang Baol's mouth. As soon as the spells were spoken, the state preceptor's face appeared on his dark robe, and the figure of the little boy drifted out from the lantern ore. There was a fearsome look on the boy's face. It was lined with fury and violence. He screamed, and the lamp on the lantern ore suddenly cracked. The dark fire inside the lamp surged out. The flames spread out, greater in number compared to the dark fires housed inside Wang Baol's body. He was sacrificing the lantern ore in order to unleash the power of the dark fire once again. Black flames flowed out of the broken lamp, surrounded Wang Baol, then surged outward in the blink of an eye. It was like the eruption of a volcano, black fire that clashed with the surrounding vines. Thunder rumbled in the skies. The vines might be resilient, but Wang Baol had paid a heavy price for this second attack of dark fire. The vines weren't its match. Most of them turned into dust in an instant, though the dark fire also suffered a hit in the collision. As a result, it wasn't a match for Taoist Yuran's punch. In the next instant, it scattered to the winds like autumn leaves. Taoist Yuran's fist smashed through the sea of dark fire and headed straight for Wang Baol. Just as his fist was about to land on Wang Baol, the state preceptor howled. The dark robe ballooned into an incredible size, surrounding Wang Baol like a protective barrier. Taoist Yuran's destructive punch landed on the robe. Thunderous booms reverberated in the air, and the dark robe shattered into multiple pieces. The state preceptor's face grew blurry, and Wang Baol himself spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the blow pushed the dark sampan under his feet. It dashed out of the sea of fire in the next moment, shot out of the wall of vines surrounding him, and reappeared in the distant starlit skies. It didn't stop there. It continued to head for the stars. Trying to escape? Taoist Yuran narrowed his eyes. He didn't pull back his right fist, and instead, the fist suddenly stretched out in an impossible manner, moving towards Wang Baol as if in pursuit. His fingers stretched rapidly as well. It was a disturbing sight to behold. Wang Baol had experienced numerous fights since he had first embarked on his journey of cultivation. He was battle-worn and experienced. He didn't even spare a glance for what was going on behind him. A resolute light glimmered in his eyes. Lantern or, I promise that I'll remake you again one day in the future. The little boy hovered above the ruined lantern or, on the verge of tears. He could only nod in reply. As he turned back and stared at the giant hand pursuing him, a flash of murderous grudge appeared in his eyes. He started chanting a curse in step with Wang Baol's intentions. Then Wang Baol released the lantern or. The little boy's soul returned to the artifact, and the lantern or swung itself around and charged at Taoist Yuran's giant hand. Waves of self-destructive power surged from the lantern or, growing in strength until they reached their peak. Then, in the next instant, the ore exploded. The explosion transformed into an invisible barrier that stopped Taoist Yuran's giant hand in its tracks. Despite Taoist Yuran's desire to continue the pursuit, he wasn't given a choice to do so. No matter how damaged the lantern or was, it was still a divine armament of superior grade. Its timely and region-specific self-destruction forced the powerful Taoist Yuran into retreating so as to evade the attack. Explosive booms thundered in the air, and Taoist Yuran was successfully held back by the explosion. Wang Baol spat out a mouthful of blood as the dark sampan unleashed its full force and sped away into the distant cosmos. There was a fierce glint in Wang Baol's eyes. He knew that he wasn't Taoist Yuran's match at the moment. The only way to turn the tides of this fight might be to receive a boost of power from the largest planet in the solar system. There was also something else. The summoning call from Pluto. He was making a gamble. He was betting on his importance to Ziyu, betting that it surpassed the importance of the Federation. He might not have been confident of his odds prior to his battle with Ziyu, but after absorbing the power of her finger, he now felt a certain measure of confidence in his judgment. He was also betting on Ziyu's nature. Someone who was so selfish and focused on her own self-interests wouldn't think of trying to threaten him with the survival of a civilization, as that would be the ultimate childish act in her eyes. Wang Baol made the right bet. Taoist Yuran was a mere puppet, so what he thought wasn't important. What was important was how Ziyu thought, and because of the loss of her finger, Ziyu clearly thought that Wang Baol was more important than the Federation. It made sense. After all, her plan to destroy the Federation civilization was only a trial she was conducting on Taoist Yuran, and part of her practice of the star-seeding Tao. Her intention all along had been to allow Taoist Yuran to carry out her plans. She had only wanted to remain an observer while using this opportunity to advance her cultivation. It was the same as flying a kite and watching where the wind took it. Essentially, she didn't care whether the Federation was destroyed or not. Wang Baol, on the other hand, had become a threat to the core of her existence. She had clearly realized that she couldn't interfere directly. No matter how one looked at it, she simply wasn't going to let Wang Baol escape. Besides, events had developed to a point where the situation had spiraled slightly out of Ziyu's control. The spell that she had cast on Taoist Yuran had been a test of her star-seeding Tao as well as a part of her cultivation. That was why she had spent such a long time preparing for this. Once she completed her observation of Taoist Yuran's journey through his conquest of the Federation, her star-seeding Tao would have advanced to a greater level. That was why she couldn't give up. Another reason that she couldn't was that she had done her calculations. This was her only chance of finding the object that Chen Mofeng had hidden from her, the important item essential to her practicing of the star-seeding Tao. In addition, in her original plan, the destruction of the Federation civilization and the sacrifice of an entire star system was going to bring her sufficient energy and nourishment for her rise to power. She would be able to master the ancient sword and brand the elders slumbering on the ancient sword with the star-seeding Tao. The solar system would become the foundation upon which she would advance further in cultivation and attain the eternal star realm within a short period of time. Her plan had been perfect, and it had unfolded perfectly, until Wang Baol had appeared. This meant too much to her. She had given too much of herself for this. They were at a point where she was ready to reap her returns. If not for all of the above reasons, Ziyu would have stayed clear of the first Divine King and left. Now, though, She could only grit her teeth and carry on. She wasn't interested in killing Wang Beol. Due to her current circumstances, she had no choice but to seize his very life and remove him from the karmic cycle. This was the conclusion she had reached after using the star-seeding Tao to run through the various scenarios. It was the only solution that would release her from the karmic cycle as well. As her will pulsed through Taoist Yuran, the latter's eyes flashed. Taoist Yuran ignored the battle taking place on Mars and began his pursuit of Wang Beol. The both of them vanished from Mars instantly as they raced towards the stars glittering in the distant cosmos. Their impossible speed ensured that no one could watch their battle and make sense of it. The solar system array formation, which was weakened due to its earlier waves of controlled self-destruction, could no longer perform long-distance observation. Folks on Mars and Earth could only wait anxiously as they watched the two disappear into the distance. Fortunately, the battle on Mars reached a balance of sorts following Taoist Yuran's departure. Everyone knew that the fight that was taking place on Mars was no longer the decisive battle. The decisive battle was the one between the two cultivators racing away from them. The Federation's victory in this war was going to be determined by Wang Beol's victory in his fight with Taoist Yuran. If he won, their civilization would live on. If he lost, everything would be destroyed and turned to dust and ashes. Wang Beol shouldered the fate of an entire civilization, but he wasn't in a great state currently. Blood seeped profusely from his lips. He was traveling as fast as he was capable of. Behind him was Taoist Yuran, who was equally swift. It was difficult for Wang Beol to put distance between the two of them. He kept calling out to Pluto and replying to its earlier summoning call desperately as he raced through the cosmos. However, he was too far away. In addition, even though he had been able to sense the original summoning call, his limited cultivation made it difficult for him to establish a connection or even get through to the other side. The problem of distance can be easily solved, but what about the problem of insufficient cultivation? Wang Beol was filled with anxiety. Taoist Yuran seemed to have unleashed some kind of mystic technique, as Wang Beol could sense a sudden spike in Taoist Yuran's speed. The anxiety racing through Wang Beol intensified. He knew that if things remained as they were, Taoist Yuran would soon catch up with him. Without any powerful means to fend off Taoist Yuran's attacks, Wang Beol's death was almost inevitable. Jupiter it is. Determination flashed across Wang Beol's eyes as he decided to head for Jupiter. He would still be shortening the distance between him and Pluto. In addition, the stellar nascent soul's unique capability would allow him to receive a boost of power from the planet that would then make up for his current insufficient cultivation. The dark sampan beneath his feet began burning its own vitality. No price was too heavy as he raced through the cosmos in a blur, almost like he was teleporting, and crossed vast distances. When he next appeared, he was in Jupiter's vicinity. The price for crossing such vast distances so swiftly was great. Wang Beol spat out a mouthful of blood and almost collapsed. His physical body pushed to its limit and almost unable to withstand such travel. The dark sampan's form had turned blurry and indistinct due to the energy it had expended, and it now resembled a thin cloud of mist. It hadn't been repaired fully and now appeared to suffer great damage, but Wang Beol didn't have the time or energy to care about that. He commanded the power of the dark sect once more and continued his approach towards Jupiter, which was still a distance away. Regardless, his nascent soul was already becoming more lively in his body. The connection between him and Pluto also seemed stronger and clearer than before. This greatly boosted Wang Beol's confidence in his success. Jupiter alone might not be enough. Madness entered Wang Beol's eyes then. He just thought of a place that could greatly augment his stellar nascent soul to levels that would seem almost terrifying. He had no idea the current distance separating him and Taoist Yuran. Based on his calculations, though, he just needed to reach Jupiter. He still might not stand a chance to win a fight against Taoist Yuran, but he could definitely get through to Pluto. His dark sampan burned its vitality to unleash greater speed, pulling him closer to Jupiter. It was then that a thunderous boom erupted in the cosmos behind him. Taoist Yuran had slid through space just like he had and reappeared behind Wang Beol, a frustrated look on his face. He then immediately shifted. Countless vines erupted from his back, intertwined with one another, and transformed into a pair of enormous wings. A single flap of the wings sent waves of spirit energy rippling through space and gave Taoist Yu Ran another burst of speed. He dashed out. His hands merged into a series of hand seals as dozens of runes lit up his body. Wang Baol, the solar system is a small place. Do you really think you can escape me? Taoist Yu Ran's voice echoed in the cosmos. The runes separated from his body and floated in space. Then they sped towards Wang Baol, their speed swifter than Taoist Yu Ran's. The distance between the two had been shrinking all along. These runes crossed the distance swiftly, and 3 of them immediately caught up with Wang Baol. Before they came into contact with him, they exploded abruptly. The shock waves created from the explosion carried the power to destroy the cosmos. They surged through space, whipping up a storm as they rushed at Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't spare the attack a glance. With a wave of his hand, his dark robe ballooned once more to fend off the attack. Blood seeped from his lips, but he kept his speed up and continued to use the dark sampan's vitality as fuel. He was approaching Jupiter, and the stellar nascent soul inside his body was becoming stronger. The connection with Pluto was becoming more powerful as well, to the point that he could sense the summoning call from Pluto. It had originated from something whose form remained unclear to him at the moment. It's still not enough. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and continued running. Taoist Yu Ran's runes continued to explode behind him, inflicting increasingly greater injury to Wang Baol. Regardless, Wang Baol continued his hasty escape to Jupiter. His stellar nascent soul began to brim with power, and its vitality began to overflow to the rest of his body, causing his injuries to heal almost instantly. Finally, he saw Jupiter within his line of sight. Wang Baol's nascent soul opened its eyes then, and a terrifying power pulsed within those eyes. Strange waves of energy flowed from Jupiter and into Wang Baol. This was a power he had never experienced, one that lit Wang Baol's eyes up with an intense light. Wang Baol tried his best to hide his sudden transformation. Regardless, Taoist Yu Ran still managed to sense something was amiss. The expression on Taoist Yu Ran's face shifted as a sense of foreboding settled in his gut. However, there wasn't time to think. Instead, with a flash of determination in his eyes, Taoist Yu Ran raised his right hand and ripped off his left arm. Then, he roared, "Divine Star Transformation!" His amputated left arm began to wriggle. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black stick insect that spanned 1,000 feet long. With a shriek, it leaped into space and lunged for Wang Baol, its jaws wide open and ready to devour the latter whole. Wang Baol's dark robe ballooned in size again, but it was no use. The stick insect pierced clean through the robe. As the stick insect approached, a flash of violence crossed Wang Baol's eyes. His body blurred as he summoned multiple avatars hastily. A dozen avatars appeared. They didn't attack the stick insect, and instead, they exploded. The force of the explosion propelled Wang Baol forward in a sudden rush. Thunder rumbled in the cosmos amidst the avatars' explosions, and the burst of speed pushed Wang Baol closer to Jupiter. He finally entered the asteroid belt that lay between Jupiter and Mars. This was Wang Baol's target. This was the idea he had thought of that would allow him to receive a boost of power that would raise his current cultivation to terrifying levels. That was because hundreds of thousands of small planets could be found here. They were right in front of Wang Baol. A special planet that had been discovered by the Federation a millennium ago was located here as well. It was Ceres, the only dwarf planet in this asteroid belt. It was here that the stellar nascent soul would unleash unprecedented power and make known to the world its might. The dark sampan was still burning its vitality, pushing Wang Baol forward as it sped through space, thundering. When it reappeared again, Wang Baol was atop Ceres. The gray planet lay beneath Wang Baol's feet. He could feel it trying to fuse with his dark sampan. Wang Baol stood stock still on the planet, then turned suddenly, his eyes bright with an intense light. He stopped holding back the cultivation inside his body and unleashed it. His nascent soul unfurled and allowed its power to erupt. This explosion of power was fueled by Ceres and Jupiter, as well as the hundreds of thousands of smaller planets in the region. It was a power that could move planets. The stellar nascent soul's unique trait allowed its owner to grow ever more powerful the nearer he was to a planet. The size of the planet directly affected how much more powerful the stellar nascent soul holder would become. The same applied to the number of planets in the stellar nascent soul holder's vicinity. An individual small planet might not provide a significant boost to the stellar nascent soul holder's power, but when amassed in the hundreds of thousands, the combined boost in power they gave one would be incredible. Ceres itself was a source of power that boosted Wang Baol's cultivation, while another was the largest planet in the solar system, Jupiter. The power free for Wang Baol's taking was incredible. This was the greatest leap in cultivation that Wang Baol had experienced since he had acquired the stellar nascent soul. This location was second only to the mysterious Pluto. For Wang Baol, it was the second-best battlefield he could find in the entire solar system. His cultivation surged outwards, forming a fierce hurricane in space. Countless wisps of white chi drifted from Ceres, from Jupiter, and from the countless minor planets around Wang Baol. It was as if they were being pulled towards Wang Baol. They surrounded him, transforming the hurricane into a pure snow white. Wang Baol stood in the center of the storm, like a child of the cosmos, a god who had descended upon the living world. The power he was exuding surpassed that of a soul conduit realm cultivator, reaching the level of a spirit immortal realm cultivator. In fact, he might even be more powerful than the latter. He had reached an unbelievable level of cultivation. At that moment, he finally felt the connection between him and Pluto settle with great difficulty. He could feel the vast frozen Plutonian land, temperature so low almost no living thing could survive. Then buried underground, something. It was a coffin. Shock rippled through Wang Baol. He tried nudging the coffin through the connection he had with Pluto, but he failed. He needed more power. He wasn't going to succeed in one shot. He'd have to accumulate more power before trying again. I need more time. A fierce light glimmered in Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't stop his attempts at awakening the coffin as he raised his right hand and pointed towards the approaching Taoist Yuran. The latter's face was colored with alarm. Yuran, let's fight. Wang Baol's roar was filled with his desire to battle. It affected Ceres, Jupiter, and the hundreds of thousands of minor planets around him. It was as if the entire star-filled cosmos was roaring with him. Wang Baol swung his arms to his sides, and the arch armor materialized over him instantly, covering him from head to toe. It looked different. The armor was white, looking one with the hurricane. The dark robe, tattered and torn, became a cape for the armor, fluttering in the still air. The demonic eye also appeared behind Wang Baol. The boost from the planets had transformed not only the arch armor but the demonic eye as well. It remained shut, but it appeared so very real, like an actual eye of a planet that was in slumber. It was an alarming sight even for one as powerful as Taoist Yuran. He stumbled to a halt, then stared warily at Wang Baol. He could feel a rising sense of danger. Their eyes met, and Wang Baol's demonic eye opened abruptly. An invisible force descended upon the cosmos, drawing upon the power of the surrounding planets and transforming it into something tangible. A light with the power to freeze everything in its tracks, which fell over Taoist Yuran and enveloped him entirely. Taoist Yuran shuddered. Before he could even try to free himself, Wang Baol dashed forward, like an arrow off a bow. He gathered the power of the stars in his right fist and activated his stellar nascent soul. The divine armament right hand of his the arch armor dazzled with the light of a fierce sun as he charged at Taoist Yuran. The collision of the two caused a loud eruption that reverberated in the cosmos. Taoist Yuran spat out his first mouthful of blood in this fight. It was proof of how powerful he had become since he had fused with the never-ending Clan Death Tao battleship. He had faced a sudden attack from Wang Baol, one that had behind it a boost of power from the planets, as well as from Wang Baol's demonic eye. Despite that, the injury he suffered was hardly serious. In fact, it healed instantly. It was as if the core powering him possessed vast stores of vitality that gave him a near-invincible body. His counterattack was swift and fierce. Numerous black vines danced in the air as he unleashed a series of spells with a flurry of hand seals. His physical body became his weapon that he unleashed alongside the vines and his spells. Spirit energy rippled through space as he clashed with Wang Baol in the asteroid belt. Taoist Yuran healed fast, but so did Wang Baol. His recovery rate was faster than the ordinary cultivator at the same cultivation realm. With the incredible boost of power he currently enjoyed, his injuries were healing immediately, at the same rate as Taoist Yuran's. They were pitting their powerfully built forms against each other in a brutal fight. Neither held back. Each clash gave both of them a fresh set of injuries. They persisted, but neither could bring the other down. Wang Baol might have suffered a slight disadvantage, seeing how he hadn't been Taoist Yuran's match at the start of the fight and was now being pushed into a defensive position. But Taoist Yuran was also caught in a fix. He just couldn't seem to defeat Wang Baol. Things had spiraled out of Taoist Yuran's control. They were now caught in a prolonged battle. Taoist Yuran tried to destroy the smaller planets around him, but he still wasn't able to completely destroy Wang Baol's source of power within a short period of time. As time passed, anxiety and unease grew in Taoist Yuran's heart. He couldn't explain where these feelings were coming from. It was an instinct. He had a feeling that if the battle continued to drag on, he was going to lose and be killed. Is this the legendary stellar nascent soul? This doesn't make sense at all. Why do I feel so much unease? There must be something that I'm missing. Ziyu felt the same sense of uneasiness. In fact, the unease that Taoist Yuran had been feeling had originated from her. She was a cultivator of the star-seeding Tao and could control the karmic cycle. That meant that her uneasiness and sense of looming danger was even more intense than Taoist Yuran's. It felt like a grim reaper's scythe hovering over her neck, ready to fall at any moment. Nevertheless, she couldn't step in directly and attack Wang Baol. She could only grit her teeth and struggle with the sudden desire to change her preset plans. The idea grew roots in her head, and her mind was made up immediately. She was going to complete the final steps to advance her star-seeding Tao in the fastest way possible, reap her gains in Tao, and advance her cultivation. Then, she would decide whether she would remain or leave. It was a difficult decision to come to, as she would be forced to give up many things. Her plans for the future were going to be disrupted as well. But the threat that she was feeling forced her to this. Ziyu immediately barked out her orders to Taoist Yuran, her instructions resonating in his head. Give up fighting Wang Baol. Use your essence as fuel and convert it to power. I will give you an additional boost so that you will possess enough power to destroy the Federation, open the gates to the karmic cycle, and complete your destiny. Yuran, since the moment you met me, your destiny was determined. You are meant to destroy this civilization. This is the destiny that I, Ziyu, have given you. As she spoke, a vast region of the cosmos began to twist and contort itself. No one knew how she managed to accomplish that feat, but a black hole-like vortex appeared suddenly in the cosmos. There was a patch of sky in the vortex, as well as a blue marble of a planet. It was Earth. The black hole was like a door that opened to another place in the universe. The sight sent Wang Baol reeling back with shock. Taoist Yuran's eyes began to shimmer with an intense light. He started muttering to himself, I will follow my destiny and destroy this civilization. This is my destiny. I must get this done. His murmurs rippled through space. His physical form, his core, his spirit, and his cultivation became fuel, which he set afire without hesitation. Before Wang Baol could come to terms with what Taoist Yuran had just said, the latter had transformed his enormous form into a sea of fire. Taoist Yuran raised his face skyward and howled madly. He was burning in the sea of fire. An enormous, illusory hand reached out from the flames. It stretched from thousands of feet to tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, then millions of feet long. It grew to the size of a planet and then charged into the vortex, heading straight for Earth, making a grab for the latter. The sudden turn of events happened too quickly. In the vortex, Earth began to lose its color. The planet was being drained of its life. The planet where he had spent his childhood, where his parents were, where everything he cared about was. Wang Bao's eyes reddened. The sudden, overwhelming surge of emotions forced his potential to be fully unleashed. The seal of the dark fire appeared on his forehead, then spread rapidly to the rest of his body. It was accompanied by a throbbing pain. Wang Bao howled, his face contorting in agony. The connection he had with Pluto suddenly settled fully. The vastness of time, ancient and ageless, leaped across the cosmos and surged into Wang Bao's mind. He could feel the coffin and what it held within. It was the power of the dark sect, unimaginably strong yet free for his taking. It was tinged with a familiar warmth. It was a warmth like rain in the springtime, warmth that nourished his spirit. It freed him from the pain and possible dangers of overexerting himself as he unleashed his full potential. It gave Wang Bao the energy to raise his right hand and point at Taoist Yu Rant's hand, which was headed straight for Earth. Soul, come. In an instant, Pluto began to shake. Its frozen lands collapsed, and huge crevices splintered the Earth. Waves of terrifying energy surged from these crevices. They had been hidden underground for thousands of years, perhaps even longer, and now they rose to the skies. The universe shuddered as waves of spirit energy surged out from Pluto and spread across the entire solar system. At that very moment, it had become the center of the solar system. Even the sun's light seemed to dim considerably as the waves of spirit energy surged from Pluto. The lands of Pluto shuddered, as if on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared on the ground, spreading and splintering further like a growing spider web. Within the blink of an eye, these cracks covered the entire surface of Pluto. Black mist erupted from these cracks and blanketed the entire planet. Pluto became invisible to the naked eye. Instead, what one saw was an enormous ball of mist. The mist boiled and rumbled, its form transforming rapidly from a sphere to something longer. When the transformation finally ended, what appeared in space was a gigantic coffin. It appeared ancient, its aura, wearied with the passing of time, unleashed fully when the coffin appeared. Waves of energy surged into the surrounding cosmos. The ancient song of the dark sect could be heard coming from the coffin. It was a strange song that traveled far. Within an instant, the entire solar system was filled with the song. Mars and Earth alike, all living creatures within the solar system, even those deep in slumber on the ancient sword, couldn't escape from this song. They heard it loud and clear. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. The song echoed through space, and every planet in the solar system came to a standstill. They stopped their rotation, their orbit. Meteors and dust alike fell still. All laws of this universe had fallen under the song's influence and lost all effect. All life, any life that was trapped in the cycle of life and death, was ensnared by the song that was traveling out of the coffin. The entire solar system seemed to have become a still painting at that moment. In the painting, there were all living creatures, all planets, all life. Naturally, there was also Taoist Yu Ran and Ziyu. Both of them were in the painting as well. But there was no Wang Baol. As a dark child, he had risen beyond this level. He was no longer part of the painting but its observer. He stood on Ceres and gazed at what was happening around him. His senses extended themselves as the power of the song spread outwards. It was as if he could see the entire solar system at a single glance. He saw planets, dust, countless lives. On every living being, he saw an indistinct shadow that circled them. This indistinct shadow was known to the dark sect as one's soul. It was proof of one's existence. Wang Baol had a feeling that if he wanted, he need only think about it, and he would be able to harvest the tens of thousands of souls found in the solar system. There would be no laws of this universe that could stop him from doing that. Even the heavenly Tao must watch silently, powerless to stop him. Perhaps I'm not yet capable of achieving such a feat now, but The path that I've chosen will give me access to this power. I'll be able to have this power even before I reach my full potential. Wang Bail muttered as he gazed at the painting of the solar system. He had a strong feeling in his gut that if his level of cultivation were higher, he might even be able to change the laws governing this universe at this very moment. He would be able to change each planet's location, dictate whether they stood still or orbited the sun. He could even stop the sun from giving off light and heat, break it apart and change its very structure and essence. He was free to change anything and everything in this painting of the solar system. Is this what makes the dark sect such a terrifying force? Wang Bail whispered to himself. It suddenly dawned upon him. The dark sect was like a pen that allowed one to change reality. They didn't simply have the right to act on behalf of the heavenly Tao and dictate one's death. They had the ability to change the heavenly Tao itself and write their own laws. They might appear to be servants of the heavenly Tao, but in reality, the heavenly Tao was their instrument, their dharmic artifact. With this dharmic artifact in hand, they could write the laws of the entire universe. Even a powerful force like the dark sect cannot escape the inevitability of its fall. Regardless, even though it has become history, its power, which still lingers in this world, can change the world to a certain degree. This coffin, which has rested inside Pluto for who knows how long, is one source of the dark sect's remaining power. Wang Bail was silent. There was no way he wouldn't recognize the familiar aura coming from the coffin. It was his master's aura. His memories from the dark art allowed him to come to a conclusion. The coffin had been part of his master's plan. It had been for Wang Bail. His master had manipulated the Tao in a manner unknown to Wang Bail, sent the coffin through time and space, and allowed it to appear inside Pluto. Filled with gratitude and sorrow, Wang Bail began to examine the people in the painting of the solar system. His eyes swept past everyone before finally resting on Taoist Yuran. He saw Taoist Yuran's soul, as well as who rested within his soul. It was Ziyu. Ziyu's presence was different from the rest. Special. She seemed to have no physical form. Instead, she was an illusory soul seed resting inside Taoist Yuran's soul. Wang Bail's eyes swept across the entire solar system. He examined the Death Tao battleship and the ancient sword. There were no traces of Ziyu's true form. What he found instead was a near imperceptible strand that was connected to Ziyu's soul seed, which extended into the cosmos beyond the solar system. I understand now. The real Ziyu isn't here at all. Instead, what we are fighting is only one of her soul seeds. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes, his gaze following the strand and attempting to see into the cosmos beyond. Regardless, he didn't gain much out of the exercise. An icy glint flashed in his eyes then, and he raised his right hand and pointed at Taoist Yuran. The coffin on Pluto shuddered, its lid sliding open slightly. The song became louder instantly, and a black arm slowly reached out from inside the coffin, expanding in size and heading for the painting of the solar system and Taoist Yuran. It was swift, crossing the vast expanse of space in an instant and appearing before Taoist Yuran. Without hesitation, it reached into Taoist Yuran and grabbed his soul, as well as Ziyu's soul seed, which was resting inside Taoist Yuran's soul. Both Taoist Yuran and Ziyu's soul seed were powerless before the giant hand. They appeared to lose all ability to fight, allowing the hand to yank them out of Taoist Yuran's body and drag them into the coffin with it. Everything happened instantly. It took but a moment for the black arm to return into the coffin, for the lid to fall back heavily, for the mist to dissipate. The coffin transformed into a mass of black mist that wormed into Pluto. Then, the cracks on the planet vanished, completely healed. It was as if nothing had happened. As Pluto resumed normalcy, the solar system did the same as well. Planets began to rotate and orbit once more. Dust continued their aimless drifting in space. Sunlight spilled across the universe. Every living creature returned to their normal states at that moment. Perhaps what was truly terrifying was how no one had noticed the momentary pause in time. Perhaps Taoist Yuran's fallen form had been the only thing to have witnessed the moment and glimpsed the truth hidden within the solar system. Taoist Yuran's body immediately shriveled up and broke apart, turning into ashes and dust that scattered to the cosmos, lost in the asteroid belt. His body and soul were completely destroyed. His death affected every never-ending clan cultivator on Mars, and the light faded from their eyes. They fell to the ground and turned to dust, as their existence had been rooted in Taoist Yuran's existence. Mielizi and the others whose minds had fallen under Taoist Yuran's control shuddered as they regained their senses. The weakening of the solar system array formation meant that no one had been able to observe the final battle between Wang Baol and Taoist Yuran. However, every Federation cultivator on Mars saw the never-ending clan cultivators turn to dust, and Mielizi and those under Taoist Yuran's control regained their minds. Excitement and joy filled their hearts as they guessed what had happened. Of course, there was no way they could get immediate confirmation on whether their guesses were true. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: the war that had the potential to end the Federation civilization had finally come to an end. It was then that Wang Baol spat out a mouthful of blood as his body slid to the ground. The injury and pain he had experienced from overextending himself might have been soothed by his master's healing, but this battle had still caused him deep injuries. Now that everything had finally ended, the tension finally drained from his body. Unable to stand any longer, he passed out. At this exact moment, somewhere far away from the solar system, on a distant and foreign star system, was a rather unique planet. It was unique because of the vines, blood, and flesh covering its surface. It was a horrifying sight to behold. If one should examine the planet more closely, they might spot between the mesh of vines, blood, and flesh a face with shut eyes. The face appeared indistinct. Regardless, one could immediately tell that it was clearly Ziyu. Her eyes opened. They seemed to contain countless dimensions and tens of thousands of eyes. Within each I sat a figure, and suddenly, one of those figures cracked and shattered. Wang Baol. On the 48th year of the Spirit Inception era, war had broken out between the Tao Palace and the Federation. 5 months later, the war had ended. The Tao Palace cultivators, led by Mielizi, had chosen to surrender. It had been a brief war, but one that had been intense and with a high casualty count. Its end had been viewed as a mystery by almost everyone. That was because no one had witnessed the most decisive battle. It had remained a mystery that had fueled many rumors regarding how the war had truly ended. Rumors spread from person to person. During this period, the post-war cleanup and rebuilding efforts continued non-stop. The first on the agenda was what to do with the Tao Palace cultivators who had surrendered. 30% of the surviving cultivators were judged to have committed grievous crimes. Their sentence was declared forcefully by Duanmyuk and broadcast to the entire Federation. They were to be executed. It was a harsh sentence, but the people of the Federation needed this. There was no way they could allow those who had invaded Federation territory to surrender without suffering any consequences. Duanmyuk was willing to bear the consequence of allowing such a massacre to happen. In addition, almost all of the Tao Palace's upper echelons were planted with a spirit science hex, a product of Zhao Pinfang's research. They were no longer a threat to the Federation. They were also given a 500-year sentence. They would be released from their hexes 500 years later, once they completed their sentence. Mielizi's status and circumstance made him an exceptional case. While the Federation hesitated over his final sentence, he chose to make an oath and return to the Tao Palace. He would guard the Tao Palace for the rest of his life. Unless the Federation summoned him, he wouldn't take a single step out of the Tao Palace. As part of the war reparations, the Tao Palace would grant the Federation full access to their resources. That included access to all their records and mystic techniques. The Federation would also possess unilateral rights to enter and leave the Tao Palace. Federation cultivators could now enter and leave the ancient sword freely. Of course, under Feng Chiron's insistence, the deepest regions of the ancient sword were designated as restricted zones. Federation cultivators were forbidden from entering the area and disturbing the slumber of the Tao Palace elders. Next, Wang Baol's proposal to form an alliance prior to the outbreak of the war was raised again. Duanmyuk gave it the full attention it deserved, summoning the upper echelons of the Federation as well as Feng Qiran to discuss the matter. Both parties made minor modifications to the original proposal and agreed to the setup of the alliance. In the 49th year of the Spirit Inception era, the Solar System Alliance was established. This creation heralded a new era, the Solar Era. There were currently 2 members in the Solar System Alliance, the Federation Civilization and the Vast Expanse Dao Palace. Alliance regulations stated that the Federation Civilization was the only member to possess a long-standing, first-tier membership status in the Alliance. It had the power to change or veto decisions of the Alliance. The Vast Expanse Dao Palace, on the other hand, held a second-tier membership. These rules clearly gave the Federation a great advantage over the Dao Palace. The latter would never have agreed to such terms in the past. Even though Feng Qiran had always had the intention to build an alliance with the Federation, she would have pushed for the Dao Palace to be the leader of the alliance. However, the war and the power that the Federation had displayed during this war had changed her mind. Both Feng Qiran and the Dao Palace began to view the Federation with greater respect, and they recognized its power. The key reason for their change was still Wang Bail. His power and his final mysterious battle with Taoist Yuran had resulted in Feng Qiran's agreement to the terms of the alliance. It didn't matter that no one had witnessed the final battle. The honeymoon period between the Dao Palace and the Federation officially began with the alliance's establishment. Communications and exchanges between the two took place with unprecedented frequency. The wealth of knowledge and mystic techniques the Dao Palace possessed were invaluable to the Federation. Spirit science development in the Federation progressed rapidly during this period of exchange. The Dao Palace stood to gain as well. Extension of the Federation's infrastructure, such as the Spirit Internet, as well as provisions of daily supplies, were a great help to the Dao Palace cultivators. As the immigration laws between the two grew more liberal, many Dao Palace cultivators and Federation cultivators on Earth chose to immigrate. Rebuilding efforts in the Alliance were ongoing as well. With the Dao Palace's support, rebuilding efforts on Mars progressed smoothly. Deep excavations on Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune were successes with the combined efforts of the Dao Palace and the Federation. They became the first bases of the Alliance. To a certain extent, they could even be considered as the first free cities of the Alliance. There was Jupiter as well. After some deliberation, the Dao Palace decided not to bring the matter of the planet up. The Federation, on the other hand, utilized their first-tier membership status to classify Jupiter and its surrounding asteroid belt as a restricted zone. Few understood the strategic value of that decision. Not Li Xingwen, Duan Myuk, and the other upper echelons of the Federation, though, who had sought Wang Bail's advice and understood the situation. They were prepared to cordon the region and create a place that belonged solely to Wang Bail. The alliance overflowed with life and opportunity. The smooth assimilation between the Dao Palace and the Federation allowed many great things to be done. Civilization advanced without stop. At the same time, Wang Bail received the Federation's recognition. He had not only become their hero but everyone, from the citizen on the ground to the upper echelons of the Federation, and even the Dao Palace, knew very well that he was going to be the next Federation president. He was going to hold the highest office in the Solar System Alliance. That wasn't going to happen anytime soon because the Federation and the Dao Palace had just begun their assimilation and alliance. There was still a great deal of work to be done. They had to rebuild to set up laws and rules. They needed to decide how to divide profits. There were so many tedious details to be ironed out. Most importantly, Duan Myuk didn't want Wang Bail to have to deal with such a chaotic situation immediately when the latter got into office. He wanted to get all the grunt work done. He intended to untangle the political chaos in the Federation, which was caused by the presence of the various political entities. He intended to amputate the malignant tumor hidden in the Federation. He was going to exploit the authority and power he had gained from the war and consolidate all power in the hands of the presidency. Then, he would hand over a brand new Federation to Wang Bail, one free from troubles and burdens. Wang Bail couldn't wait to be made president. However, he also understood Duan Myuk's good intentions. After gaining consciousness from his battle with Taoist Yuran, he returned to Earth. He spent his time with his parents, enjoying an ordinary person's life while burying the unresolved matter that had risen inside him after his battle with Taoist Yuran. He put it to rest silently, unwilling to touch the matter again. He told himself to be happy. As he kept brainwashing himself quietly, he seemed to slowly forget about the existence of this unresolved matter. He began to look forward gleefully to the announcement declaring him as the Federation president. Wang Bao's life with his parents became peaceful and calm. Besides staying by his parents' side, what Wang Bao enjoyed doing the most was leading his donkey out secretly. It was then that he would eavesdrop on conversations, listen in on heated, passionate voices, and watch the looks of adoration on the speakers' faces as they discussed him. He even put up the occasional pretense of being a wolf in sheepskin. He would pretend to be bullied, then reveal his powerful self at the end and observe the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. The experience brightened his mood every time. But after doing that too many times, his donkey grew tired of it. He himself found it meaningless as well. After some thought, he began protesting his singlehood in his mother's presence. Soon, his mother began setting up matchmaking sessions for him. His mother knew how amazing his son had become. However, no matter what, Wang Bao would always remain a child in her eyes. As she went through her selection of candidates, Wang Bao began bringing his donkey to session after session of matchmaking. The experience became a new source of fun for Wang Bao. Then Bunny arrived. Wang Bao could only end the matchmaking. Still, he enjoyed his time with Bunny. The academic exploration they conducted with each other was extremely enjoyable. This didn't last long. However, Li Wanner arrived next. The feelings of happiness that Wang Bao had been experienced shifted immediately to that of absolute terror. Wang Bao's head began to throb. Time crawled as 3 months passed. The alliance was running along smoothly, and rebuilding efforts were nearing completion. After spending a great deal of effort, Duanmyuk finally got the Federation into shape. Everything was pointing to a new beginning. Wang Bao was sitting on his hands, waiting in excitement. It was then that many of Wang Bao's friends, Zhao Yaming, Lu Daobin, Li Wuchen, Jin Duoming, Lin Tianhao, and Kong Dao, came knocking on his door and bid him farewell. They didn't share any details of their departure. They only informed him that they were off to carry out a secret mission. The duration of this mission might be short or very long. Zhao Yaming had originally not been part of the mission. She was the daughter of the Martian colony governor and Zhao Pinfang, so she had a bright and stable future in the Federation and in the Alliance. However, she had chosen to join the mission of her own accord. No one knew why she had done so. Her tone had been cold when she had said farewell to Wang Bao. She had even glared at him fiercely before her departure. The intense hostility in her eyes had made Wang Bao shiver with guilt. He had quickly made use of his access rights to find out the details of their mission. There was nothing he wasn't allowed to know in the entire Federation. A quick search left him looking somber. Their mission was highly classified, with only 4 people allowed to access the mission details. They were Li Xingwen, Duanmyuk, Zhao Pinfang, and Wang Bao. The mission was a continuation of the 100 Seedling Plan and the Federation's plans involving the Dao Palace. It had been drawn up many years ago. It had been given a name, Dark Swallow. Dark Swallow? The expression on Wang Bao's face was serious. His mood turned dark after he read the full details of the mission. Dark Swallow was essentially an espionage mission. However, they weren't conducting the mission in the Federation or in the Dao Palace. They were going to venture out into the unknown universe. Many years ago, at the beginning of the Spirit Inception era, through certain unique means, the Federation came to know of the existence of multiple civilizations around the solar system. They had done so with the talisman that Li Xingwen had revealed to Wang Bao, the core of the solar system array formation. They had also relied on ancient ruins found on Earth for clues. In fact, Wang Bao had read the information about Project Dark Swallow and found records about Lin Tianhao's father, Lin Yu. The records clearly documented Lin Yu's disappearance at one of those ruins when he had been a young man. He had reappeared at the exact spot of disappearance a year later. His report stated that he had been transported to another civilization and had brought back some basic information about other civilizations in the universe. Another name had sent Wang Baol reeling back in shock. It was Xia Haiyang's name. The record spoke of Xia Haiyang's mysterious behavior, highlighting especially his disappearance during his time in the ethereal Dao College and his reappearance in the Dao Palace. The Federation had thought this had something to do with the Dao Palace. However, they hadn't been able to investigate the matter further due to their relationship with the latter then. After the war ended, the Federation had reinitiated investigations on this matter. Xia Haiyang's true origins came under the Federation's scrutiny. The game that he had collaborated with Wang Baol on also became part of the investigation's focus. If not for Wang Baol's unique position in the Federation, which spared him from any suspicion and doubt, he himself would have become a target of this secret investigation as well. No conclusive findings had resulted from the investigation. Regardless, the team had presented their assessment of the matter. They believed that Xia Haiyang had come from a greater and more advanced civilization for training in the Federation. There had been others who had also been the target of this secret investigation. Wang Baol found more than 100 names. They came from various fields and backgrounds, but two commonalities united them. They had either vanished and reappeared like Lin Yu had, or various signs and clues had pointed to their not being from the Federation. Zhuo Yifun's and Zhuo Yixian's names were also in the report. Based on the investigation's findings, they seem to have been transported out of the solar system via some mysterious power. The accumulation of these bizarre occurrences had forced the Federation to give them due attention. That had been the reason for the continuation of the Federation's 100 Seedling Plan and the alliance with the Dao Palace, which had come in the form of Project Dark Swallow. The objective of this project was to identify individuals with certain unique skill sets and whom the Federation could trust, then send them out of the solar system. Their objective would be to search for other civilizations beyond the solar system. The means for their travel was similar to Lin Yu's. The record stated that over the years, the investigation team had located 43 locations that they suspected were teleportation portals. Due to the risks involved, they hadn't dared to try and initiate any teleportations. As a result, the Federation had no knowledge of the teleportation capabilities of these portals. The participants of Project Dark Swallow were to act as scouts for information. Should their teleportation succeed, they should strive for the ideal scenario, to infiltrate the extraterrestrial civilizations successfully. Else, they were to ensure their own safety, then do their best to collect as much information as possible, so that the Federation was provided with as comprehensive a picture of the surrounding civilizations as possible. This plan had been drawn up based on the facts the Federation had on hand. Most of the people who had disappeared via these teleportation portals had never returned. A few, though, had made their way back, sometimes after a few months and sometimes after years. This plan should have been extremely challenging for the Federation to execute on its own. The participants' safety rested on their possession of various mystic techniques or artifacts that allowed them to hide themselves or change their forms to blend in. They also needed to be able to communicate with any foreign life forms and possess a certain level of cultivation. With the Dao Palace as a new member of this project, all problems had been resolved easily. Prior to their addition, the Federation had been in the middle of building artifacts that could conceal or change one's appearance. With the Dao Palace in the picture, Zhao Pinfang had been able to complete the construction of these artifacts easily. In addition, the Dao Palace had also provided a solution regarding the challenge of communicating with alien lifeforms. The project had been reinitiated. It might seem a hasty move, but on the contrary, the Federation had begun preparations for this project many years ago. Wang Baol stared at the records he had just read and fell silent. He had half a mind to stop Zhao Yaming and his friends and get them to abort their missions. But he didn't know how to convince them and where to start. The Federation made the right move. They needed to find out about the universe that rested beyond their borders. They desperately needed to understand what was going on in the star systems surrounding them. This would allow them to be more prepared for their next contact with an alien civilization, regardless if they were friendly or hostile. This would prevent the war with the Dao Palace from repeating itself. they wouldn't have to face similar despair. This was a civilization trying to progress. It wasn't something he alone could accomplish. This required the efforts of countless people. As a civilization started its path towards greater progress, many people would have to contribute their own talents, as well as unleash and showcase their potential to the world. Even though this project seemed highly dangerous, Wang Baol did note from the files how the Federation had given lavish resources to everyone who was participating in the project. Each person had been given more than a dozen second-generation anti-spirit bombs. Each bomb had been proven a sizable threat to a soul conduit realm cultivator. The Federation had also preserved a copy of everyone's genetic information. It had used the Dao Palace's technology to preserve a part of their souls. In the event that one of them perished in their mission, they would have a chance at being resurrected once the Federation's spirit science technology reached a breakthrough in the future. What Wang Baol could do now was give Zhao Yaming and the others the dermic armaments that he had crafted himself. He also used his cultivation to create multiple replicas of himself and gave them to his friends. They might come in useful in a fight. He had to ensure that these replicas of himself didn't emit spirit energy, which might cause his friends unnecessary trouble. Wang Baol tried his best to seal their spirit energy. This meant that his connection with these replicas was weakened. The result was avatars that emitted virtually no spirit energy and had no spiritual presence, yet didn't affect how powerful each avatar was. In the days that followed, Wang Baol sensed many of the avatars that he had sent to his friends dropping out of his radar. He knew what their disappearance meant. It meant that his friends had left the solar system. His spirits low, he left his house and began wandering ethereal city alone. He watched as pedestrians and vehicles made their way across the city and listened to the bustle of the city around him. Then he wandered some more aimlessly and found himself next to a lake. He sat down and stared at the lake, as well as the lotus leaves adrift on the surface of the lake, as he began to think. He thought about his childhood, his college days, and his time in the Dao Palace. Finally, he thought of his battle with Taoist Yuran and Ziyu's soul seed, and the strand that extended deep into the cosmos. Time passed slowly. The sun set, and the moon rose. Wang Baol's eyes grew brighter. He didn't notice that someone had appeared behind him a while ago. It was a young man, and he had a wooden sword on his back and a gourd in his hand as he leaned against a huge tree. He watched Wang Baol as he drank from his gourd. There was an unfathomable look in his eyes. He seemed to be deliberating on his words and how to begin to comfort Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't seem to notice him. Instead, the light in Wang Baol's eyes grew increasingly brighter, and he began to mutter to himself. They have their mission. I too have mine. With great power comes great responsibility. I might care nothing for fame and reputation, and might be as carefree as a wild bird, intent on living a free life, but for the Federation, I have no choice but to take up the heavy burden of the Federation president. There is no way around it. I didn't ask for an incredible, heaven-defying level of cultivation, a pure and righteous heart, and amazing looks. The people need me. The Federation needs me. Yes, the Alliance needs me to become their president. The expression of the young man leaning against the tree turned odd when he heard those words. He slapped his forehead lightly and swallowed the words of comfort he had wanted to say to Wang Baol. I can't dwell on my friend's departure. I have to get my spirits up. I have to unleash my power. The power of the most handsome man in the Federation. Wang Baol got to his feet suddenly as he muttered to himself. He lifted his head skyward and was about to shout out a few words of encouragement directed to himself. His mouth opened, but before he could say anything, he heard someone coughing behind him. It was a sound filled with exasperation. My dear junior brother, you have a really unique way of cheering yourself up. When Wang Baol heard that, he immediately stiffened. Then he turned his head abruptly. His eyes landed on the young man leaning against a huge tree. It was his senior brother, Chen Qing. He stared at Chen Qing. Instead of starting a conversation immediately, Wang Baol fell silent. Chen Qing mirrored his silence. They stood by the lake. A breeze swept past, stirring ripples on the surface of the lake and their hair. A long moment passed, and Chun Qing rubbed his forehead. Then he sighed and flung his gourd towards Wang Baol. His eyes were earnest as he said softly, "Baol, intelligent souls are often sensitive ones as well. I only found this out when I came here just now. Don't misunderstand me. The matter that lies unresolved in your heart. I didn't put it there. To live one's youth carefree and without worries. 'Tis the happiness one felt that made one young." The saying was where the name of the Green Forest Lake in Ethereal Tao College had come from. The lake had been witness to the rise of the Ethereal Tao College in the Spirit Inception era. It had also been witness to Wang Baol's growth, from when he had been a mere youth to where he was today. It remained an observer even to this day, observing the changing of the seasons, as autumn crept gradually over these lands and as he grew from a teen to a young man. It observed even now, as he stood, back against the lake, staring at his senior brother Chun Qing's silhouette. His hair was flying, astray in the autumn wind. Gone with the chilly breeze was his youth as well. What remained were the scars that time had left behind, in place of what had been a youth's carefree thoughts. Even his reflection on the surface of the lake looked dark and unfathomable. A lotus leaf drifted past in the next moment, stirring ripples that unsettled the stillness of his image. It seemed like a mirror of Wang Baol's inner thoughts, how he too wasn't as calm as he seemed. He took the gourd from his senior brother, taking a huge gulp from it without even examining what he was drinking. The alcohol was strong, and a single gulp could intoxicate one slightly. Wang Baol finished half a gourd full of alcohol, then handed it back to his senior brother. He stared at his senior, then started speaking very softly. "Senior brother, I've wanted to ask you this for a long time. What I saw in the dark dream, what happened to you? Is that really true?" The moon flooded the scene with its cold light. It was quiet, disturbed only by the autumn breeze, whose chill seemed to intoxicate Wang Baol further. His question seemed to conceal beneath it something that a stranger would have found difficult to discern. The lotus leaves in the lake swayed slightly in the autumn breeze while someone gazed out into the lake, sleep escaping him. That someone was Wang Baol. Something was weighing heavily on his mind. Everything started with the last battle with Taoist Yuran. It had persisted when Wang Baol had returned to Ethereal City, remaining on his mind while he was in his parents' company and while he was whiling his time away peacefully, and it hadn't gone away. He hadn't been able to let it go. What he had done had been to set it aside, burying it deep and trying not to think about it at all. If not for Chun Qing broaching the topic, Wang Baol might have left it buried in the deepest recesses of his mind, and never spoken about it. During the last battle with Taoist Yuran, Ziyu's sudden change of mind had been too abrupt. It had shocked Wang Baol and pushed him into unleashing his full potential, to the point of exhausting himself completely. That had resulted in his establishing a firm connection with the coffin on Pluto. Everything had happened so naturally, so coincidentally, it had seemed too good to be true. Any misstep during that battle could have resulted in the extermination of the Federation civilization and the deaths of his family and friends. Perhaps everything that had happened had indeed been a fortunate series of coincidences. But there was also the possibility of someone influencing the turn of events secretly. Wang Baol had no idea how that could have been done. He wasn't surprised at all that his senior brother Chun Qing had broached this topic, and he wasn't going to use this as evidence to argue that Chun Qing had been the mastermind behind everything. He had only asked one question. He believed Chun Qing knew what he was trying to say. Chun Qing did. The young woman who had been destined to become his Tao partner had her fate changed due to someone's interference. As a result, she had been destroyed in both form and spirit. Who could claim that he hadn't suffered as well? He might seem without worries, but the truth was that he was still struggling with his loss. He didn't want this pain, and he wasn't going to inflict something like this on another person. Chun Qing took the gourd wordlessly, then finished the rest of the drink in a single gulp. He shut his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them, then looked straight into Wang Baol's eyes and said softly, "Dear junior brother, I didn't do it, but I will admit that my intention to make Ziyu become a source of nourishment for you caused this. Give me some time. I will find out who is secretly trying to pit us against each other. Wang Baol eyed Qingqing, then laughed. The heaviness in his heart still lingered. But now, he was sure that what had happened was either a coincidence or some mysterious power had indeed instigated the entire thing and pushed things into motion for reasons beyond his knowledge. "Senior brother, you still have wine?" Wang Baol asked with a smile, ease entering his heart. Qingqing watched as Wang Baol returned to his normal cheerful self and laughed. He pulled out 2 gourds, and the both of them sat by the lake sparkling under the light of the autumn moon and began drinking. This was meant to be a beautiful scene, moonlit, next to a lake rippling gently in the breeze. 2 men dressed in robes, young and handsome, like deities who weren't of this world. The autumn breeze was chilly, but they were warmed by the wine in their bellies. Then, Qingqing told Wang Baol his purpose for his current trip to the Federation. It was to take Wang Baol away. Wang Baol blinked, and his lips started smacking. He pulled out a few bags of snacks and began eating noisily. Qingqing watched in a daze as Wang Baol handed a few bags of snacks over to him before pulling out a soy egg from his storage bag. Qingqing took the sticky, gooey soy egg from Wang Baol and bit into it instinctively. He was about to say something when Wang Baol raised his gourd up into the air and knocked it against his own. "Come, senior brother, let's drink." That wasn't the end of it. Wang Baol pulled out a dozen sticks of raw chicken wings marinated in spices. As he continued drinking, he cast a spell and began grilling the wings. A stunned Qingqing watched as Wang Baol pulled out a seemingly endless supply of meat skewers and all manners of grilled foods. In the end, Wang Baol pulled out a pot and started cooking a huge goose. Half a plate of green peppers was thrown into the pot. The atmosphere had changed drastically at that point. A scene that had been ethereal and out of this world was now mundane and ordinary. "Come on, eat. There's no need to be polite when you're with me, senior brother." Qingqing stared, slightly lost for words as Wang Baol continued to eat and drink at the same time. He rubbed his forehead and tried to continue his earlier words. "Baol, I'm going to take you too." Before Qingqing could finish his words, Wang Baol had drunk the last drop in his gourd. His eyes were misty as he turned and grinned stupidly at his senior brother. Then he tilted his head and fell to his side. He had fallen asleep. It was clear to Qingqing that Wang Baol didn't want to leave and that he was doing this on purpose. Qingqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his right hand. With a slight wave, an invisible force entered Wang Baol's body and pushed the alcohol out. Wang Baol opened his eyes reluctantly. Before Qingqing could say anything, he suddenly smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I have to go, senior brother. My mom told me that I have to return home before 1 in the morning every day. Let's talk again tomorrow." Wang Baol got to his feet hastily. He was about to leave when Qingqing pointed at him. Wang Baol's legs froze. His feet stuck firmly to the ground. No matter how much Wang Baol struggled, how wildly his upper body flailed, his legs remained immobile and firmly rooted to the ground. "But, senior brother, I don't want to go." Wang Baol's face was all scrunched up as he stared back at Qingqing. Qingqing glared. He could feel his head pulsing with pain. "Baol, the dark sect might have fallen, but there are still survivors who've gone underground and are still around. They've formed an underground sect. You are a dark child. As your senior brother, I am to send you back to the sect on behalf of our master, so that you can continue your training. Senior brother, my parents are old. I can't bear to part with them. I'm scared that they'll be gone when I return. I'll take care of this for you. Your parents are my elders too. I'll give them pills that will extend their lifespans for another 200 years. That'll solve your problem. There's no way you'll still be away after 200 years. When you return, I can still help you find more of these pills." "Oh, thanks, senior brother. But, senior brother, my girlfriends are all in the Federation. What will happen to them if I leave? I'm afraid the next time I return to the Federation, I'll find them married to other men?" Wang Baol said hastily as he tried to make his senior brother change his mind. "Don't worry. Think of your current status in the Federation. Who would dare to steal your women?" Qingqing said coolly. He raised his right hand and, with a wave, dragged Wang Baol away into the air with him. They lifted off the ground, ready to leave Earth. Wang Baol panicked. I don't want to go. I haven't become the Federation president yet. Let's negotiate. Why not wait for me to become president? I'll leave with you immediately after that. Deal? Baol! Chen Qing stopped in midair. He lowered his head and stared at Wang Baol, the look in his eyes serious and intense. I'm not trying to be unreasonable. The never-ending clan's heavenly Tao approaches. Every time it appears, it will scan the entire universe and destroy any presence of the dark sect it finds immediately. You are still weak and have no means to fight back. If they find you, you'll be killed instantly. That's why I've told you many times to prepare yourself, because I'm going to take you away. The only way for you to escape the approaching power of the never-ending clan's heavenly Tao is to follow me to the underground dark sect and receive the blessings of what remains of the dark sect's heavenly Tao. You might have realized this, but the heavenly Tao can be considered an extremely powerful artifact. Only heavenly Tao can fight heavenly Tao. The dark sect's heavenly Tao might be mostly destroyed, but it's not completely annihilated. What remains can protect you. The coffin that you found inside the planet Pluto in the Solar System Alliance? Our master used his great power to send it here. To evade the eyes of the never-ending clan's heavenly Tao, he had to send it through time. He had to use a great spell in order for the coffin to travel through time and reach you here. His objective was to give you a place to fall into deep slumber so that you could avoid the approaching calamity. You can either enter the coffin every 10 years and sleep the next 100 years away, or you can follow me and settle this problem once and for all. Which option are you going to choose? Wang Baol shook when he heard that. He had guessed that the coffin had been a gift from his master, but he hadn't realized its purpose. He was to hide inside and sleep away the calamity that was headed his way. His senior brother's words proved that his guesses regarding the heavenly Tao were correct. The heavenly Tao, to a certain extent, could be considered as a supreme weapon. He also agreed with the never-ending clan's position on the heavenly Tao. Together with his existing knowledge of the dark sect's history, he could somewhat piece together what had happened in the past. The dark sect had changed the heavenly Tao and written down the laws for the universe. The never-ending clan had gathered the clans to revolt against them and destroy the heavenly Tao. They had caused the fall of the dark sect, then rewritten their own version of the heavenly Tao. After replacing the dark sect, the never-ending clan had continued exterminating survivors of the dark sect. His senior brother was clearly an exceptional case. Chen Qing watched as emotions flashed past Wang Baol's face. He sighed softly. Baol, I know you don't wish to leave your home, but it's necessary that you leave. Your departure will also become a source of hope for the Federation's civilization. Hope? Wang Baol lifted his head and stared at his senior brother questioningly. The Federation is still too primitive a civilization. It's like a child compared to the rest of the universe. It has virtually no means to protect itself. Let's not even consider the scenario of an eternal star realm cultivator coming across the Federation. If a mere planet realm cultivator comes across the Federation and wishes to refine it, he could do so easily. Chen Qing didn't mince his words. He laid the truth out bluntly. Wang Baol fell silent. He knew that his senior brother was speaking the truth. The Federation was undoubtedly a relatively weak civilization. Spirit Qi had only made its appearance in the Federation a few decades ago. The spirit meridians on Earth weren't yet fully formed, and they had to create their own spirit stones. They might not be an infant cultivation civilization, but it wasn't wrong to call them a mere child when compared to other civilizations. Of course, there's still the vast expanse Tao Palace on the ancient sword. But in my view, even though there are powerful elders slumbering on the ancient sword, most of them are with serious injury. They might lend a hand if something were to threaten their survival, but if the danger in question is only towards the Federation, will they even be bothered to help? Of course, there's also the question of whether the Federation will still exist when they awake. Chen Qing stared at Wang Baol as he continued speaking. His words rendered Wang Baol speechless yet again. He had little Missy with him, so he believed that there was a great chance that the vast expanse Dao Palace elders would become their allies after they woke up. But this was still a gamble. It was placing one's survival in the hands of others. A sudden change in mindset might be all the difference. Wang Baol wasn't in favor of such passivity. What's the point of you remaining in the Federation? If you really wish for your home civilization to evolve and prosper, the best way is to let the Federation civilization become more powerful. There are two ways to do that. One is to allow time to do its work. As time passes, the generations will continue to evolve. However, based on the solar system's potential and its current structure, this method will require a great deal of time. Even if no accident were to befall the Federation during this time, its evolution would still require tens of thousands of years. That's why the second method will suit the Federation better. Wang Baol lifted his head again when Chun Qing said that. His eyes shone brightly. Senior brother, what's the second method? It's a shortcut. As you advance the level of your cultivation, you will also be helping your civilization consume other civilizations. Chun Qing paused for a few moments before replying abruptly. His reply revealed the hidden laws by which the universe operated. The foundation of every civilization is an eternal star. Only star systems with eternal stars have the potential to give birth to cultivation civilizations. A civilization's eternal star, its sun, is what's most precious to the civilization. That is because the sun is the essence of all life. In your solar system, the sun is your main essence of life. If you can guide your civilization's sun into devouring the eternal stars of other civilizations, you can make your sun more powerful. Both its propulsive force and its energy stores will increase. It will become a force of nature in the cosmos. The eternal stars and the civilizations that it consumes will become its servants. As the Federation's eternal star grows increasingly more powerful, the cultivators of the Federation will also see more rapid advancements in their cultivation. That is the hidden law of this universe and the root of all wars between civilizations. The never-ending clan doesn't interfere in such wars. Across the universe, countless civilizations are engaging in war and pillage freely, all in order to strengthen themselves. So, how will you choose? An unfathomable light glimmered in Chun Qing's eyes as he stared at Wang Baol. Wang Baol fell silent, though his breathing had quickened slightly. After a long moment of silence, a look of determination settled in his eyes. He turned towards Chun Qing, cupped his fists, and bowed. I'll do whatever senior brother instructs me to do, but I'd like to have another day. I'd also like to request a protective spell to be cast over the Federation, as a layer of defense. Sure. Chun Qing nodded. Without wasting any time at all, he raised his right hand. With a wave of his hand and a series of hand seals, a sudden burst of sword chi erupted in the heavens. It descended upon the earth, buried itself underground, then vanished without a trace. Wang Baol's bindings were loosened at the same moment. I'll be waiting for you outside Earth. Having said that, Chun Qing flung a storage bag towards Wang Baol, turned, and dashed off into the skies. He disappeared instantly. Wang Baol stood in midair and gazed into the direction his senior brother had vanished. A long moment passed before he finally made up his mind. He turned and headed straight for the ethereal city. He reached home, then sat inside his house quietly. When dawn broke, Wang Baol got to his feet and began preparing breakfast for his parents. When his parents woke up, he turned towards them and got to his knees. He explained gently to the shocked elderly couple, making up a reason instead of telling them the truth, because he didn't want to cause them to worry. The farewell was a painful, heartbreaking affair. They had their breakfast, then Wang Baol cast a few protective spells over his parents and watched as they took the pills his senior brother had given him to extend their lifespans. Finally, Wang Baol gave his parents a deep bow and left. He found Bunny, then Li Wanner. He sent Li Xingwen and Duan Myuk each a voice transmission. The Martian colony governor and a few others were shocked when they heard that Wang Baol was leaving, while Li Xingwen was almost beside himself with anxiety. Duan Myuk was speechless, having no idea what to do with himself or with the situation. But Wang Baol had no choice. He wanted to stay, but he knew his senior brother was right. For himself and for the future of the Federation, he had to leave. Hope for them rested beyond the solar system. He still regretted the fact that he hadn't been able to become the Federation president. In the end, the Martian colony governor was made the next Federation president. Wang Baol's departure from the Federation was designated as top secret. To the general public, he had retreated into seclusion. His 1 day's grace soon came to an end. Wang Baol witnessed his last sunset on Earth, then got to his feet and headed for the stars. As soon as he reached space, Chun-Ching appeared beside him. With a wave of his hand, the cosmos was transformed instantly. The both of them teleported away from Earth and reappeared in the next moment. On Pluto. It's a long way to the underground dark sect. We have to pass 7 restricted regions and go through the Never-Ending Clan's primary territory. The time of the Never-Ending Clan's heavenly Tao approaches. For your safety, you have to go into deep sleep inside the coffin. This coffin is a gift from our master. It's a unique artifact that can't be stored away in a storage bag, so I'll have to carry it. The journey will take us 10 years or so. We'll reach our destination by the time you wake up. Wang Baol was rendered speechless as he listened to Chun-Ching's explanation. He felt helpless at the thought of having to sleep away 10 years of his life. He knew there was no other way around it though, so he nodded his consent. Pluto shuddered as Chun-Ching waved his hand, and huge crevices split the ground apart. Towers of black mist rose to the heavens, then gathered and transformed into an enormous coffin right before Wang Baol's eyes. Chun-Ching formed a series of hand seals, and the coffin shook and shrank in size rapidly. Finally, it settled into a normal-sized coffin that was no longer made of mist but of a tangible, black metal. The sense of age that exuded from the coffin appeared stronger at that instant. The runes that shimmered on the lid of the coffin gave off waves of unimaginable, overwhelming power. Do I really have to sleep in the coffin? Wang Baol sighed. Don't worry, Baol. It's just a nap. You'll reach the place in no time. Chun-Ching smiled at Wang Baol as he raised his right hand and waved. The coffin lid slid open slowly, and mist flowed out of the coffin. Wang Baol rubbed his forehead, then took a huge step and got inside. He lay inside the coffin. It wasn't as uncomfortable as he had thought it might be. In fact, it felt warm. Wang Baol began to feel sleepy. He yawned, then muttered, "It's not bad, actually, to sleep for 10 years. I'll be there when I wake up. I hope nothing happens during the journey." "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Chun-Ching stood outside the coffin and laughed. He slid the lid shut, then lifted it. Afterwards, he began walking towards the stars swiftly. Within 3 steps, he was out of the solar system. He didn't stop. With another step, he was away, headed for the distant stars. The Divine Eye system was a star system twice the size of the solar system. It had 23 big planets that orbited the system's primary star. The planets rotated ceaselessly, as if in an eternal orbit. Like the solar system, the Divine Eye system had its own civilization as well. It was clearly more advanced than the Federation, though both civilizations shared similar environments. That might be why the lifeforms in the Divine Eye system civilization resembled the human lifeforms found in the Federation. There were, however, some slight physiological differences between both species. On this day, on the primary planet where the Divine Eye civilization was based, a planet that was the size of Jupiter in the solar system, a meteor fell and made a landing. The unique features of the Divine Eye star meant that meteors were a common sight. As a result, while a portion of the populace noted the arrival of the meteor, few paid much attention to it. Only selected cultivators who were in the vicinity of the meteor's landing would think of checking it out in case any special resources might be recovered. That was also the reason why fights often broke out amongst cultivators. In this particular instance, the meteor crashed into the planet, creating a huge crater on the ground. Coffin followed. Upon impact, it pierced deep into the earth of the planet soundlessly. It then stopped moving as if it had just been buried. This coffin was black and appeared as if it were crafted from a black metal. On its surface were countless runes. However, Most of the runes appeared to be damaged. In fact, the coffin itself was ridden with holes and marks, countless scratches lining its surface. They appeared to be caused by some sharp weapon. A few seemed deep, nearly deep enough to cut through the coffin. From the looks of it, it seemed that someone had blocked the attack just when the cuts had almost penetrated the coffin. If they hadn't done so, the coffin might have been split into multiple parts and destroyed. It was clear that the coffin had survived an unimaginable battle, one that had been fierce and intense beyond measure. Else, there was no way that such a powerful artifact would be damaged to such a degree. If one were to examine the coffin more closely, they would find dried bloodstains all over it, though they weren't red. It was clear that it had been a battle that involved numerous warriors. This coffin had traveled all the way from the solar system. It was the dark sex coffin, which Xianxia was carrying, and which housed Wang Bao's sleeping form. The meteor's crash into the ground and the coffin's burial deep underground had sent quakes shuddering through the earth. The deep cuts on the coffin had almost splintered from the impact. The quakes shook the coffin and Wang Bao, who had been deep asleep inside. He opened his eyes. "Are we there? What a great nap." Wang Bao rubbed his eyes, yawned, and pushed at the coffin lid. He couldn't nudge it open. Surprised, he began to call out loudly, "Senior brother, are we there yet?" Wang Bao waited a while longer but heard no reply, which he found bizarre. He smacked the coffin a few times, then focused his cultivation and called out again. "Senior brother, are you there? What's going on, senior brother? Come on, answer me." The expression on Wang Bao's face gradually turned somber. He continued shouting but received no response, so the unease inside him grew. "Little Missy, are you there?" After a long bout of silence, Wang Bao decided to play it safe and not push the coffin lid open with his dark fire. Instead, he tried calling out to Little Missy. This was the backup plan he had set up before he had fallen into slumber. There was no reply from Little Missy either. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and began to think. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think himself out of this puzzle. He had fallen asleep as soon as he had entered the coffin. It was difficult to judge if he had reached his destination. After contemplation, he decided to wait. Wang Bao patiently counted the days as they passed. On the third day, a sharp look finally entered his eyes. There's a great chance that something unexpected has happened. Dark fire burned in Wang Bao's eyes. He raised his right hand and placed it against the coffin. His cultivation erupted, immediately establishing his connection with the coffin. Just as he was about to push the lid open, a faint voice entered the coffin. It seemed to come from somewhere else. The voice echoed in Wang Bao's head. "Bao, senior brother." Wang Bao's eyes sharpened. He stopped trying to push open the coffin lid and asked hastily, "Senior brother, what happened? Are you outside?" "Bao, something happened along the way. For the time being, I've a minor civilization. Wait for me to pick you up. Make sure your true form doesn't leave. The heavenly Tao approaches. Death is certain. Mystic technique for creating avatars. Temporarily escape discovery by the heavenly Tao. Okay to leave." The message was intermittent. It was as if some sort of strong disturbance was disrupting the transmission. The result was an incomplete message from Xianxia. Nevertheless, Wang Bao was able to piece together the main gist of Xianxia's message. Something unexpected happened? I'm being deposited temporarily on a minor cultivation? The heavenly Tao approaches, and I'll die if my true form leaves the coffin? But if I practice this mystic technique that allows me to create an avatar of myself, I can leave the coffin for short periods of time? Wang Bao frowned. He had no idea what had happened to Xianxia. However, he could imagine that something that could force someone as powerful as Xianxia to leave him somewhere must be something quite extraordinary. Xianxia's voice continued intermittently as he transmitted a mystic technique to Wang Bao. Xianxia appeared to have spent most of his efforts on this part of his message, preventing the interference from disrupting the transmission and hence allowing the full mystic technique to be transmitted successfully. The name of this mystic technique was the illusory source art. Once mastered, it could allow one to change their aura as well as their very essence. They would be able to transform into anything. Wang Baol examined the mystic technique carefully. Then he started thinking. There were a few steps in this mystic technique that involved the cultivator's soul. Wang Baol was a dark child, and he had read many pieces of literature during his time in the dark sect. He knew that there were spells out there that were malicious or could assert deep control over their victims. However, these spells couldn't be cast involuntarily on their victims and required their victims to willingly practice them before the malicious effects of the spells could take place. Is this real, or is it just a trick? Did senior brother really encounter something unexpected, or this was something really important? Wang Baol couldn't stop analyzing everything he knew in detail. He studied the mystic technique silently, not knowing whether he should try it. His eyes stared up at the inside of the coffin lid. If he wanted to push it open, he needed only to unleash his dark fire. Leaving the coffin would be a piece of cake. Should I train? Should I open the coffin? Sometimes choices were difficult decisions to make, especially the ones concerning trust, and even more so when said decision concerned one's life or death. As Wang Baol fell into a contemplative silence, somewhere beyond the divine eye system lay a vaster star system. Thousands of smaller star systems were housed within this greater star system, forming a cosmic array formation. It was an array formation of tremendously ambitious scale. It used the energy of thousands of eternal stars, both big and small, as fuel that then became an endless source of power that could overpower everything in its path. What made the array formation even more impressive were the 8 cauldrons distributed around the array formation, floating in the cosmos while separated from one another by vast expanses of space. Each cauldron exuded an extremely old and fearsome power. One could see an indistinct figure inside the cauldron, which appeared to be trapped in an endless cycle of refinement. The array formation, formed from thousands of eternal stars, and its 8 powerful cauldrons, were a cage. Their prisoner was Chun Qing. A stormy-faced Chun Qing stood in the center of the array formation. Around him flashed bolts of black lightning. They came from all directions, thundering as they descended. They appeared like numerous chains that crisscrossed the entire star system. Before Chun Qing stood a man. He wore golden armor, had a towering figure, and had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was like a god of war who exuded an overpowering aura that rivaled the power of the entire cosmic array formation. Behind him stood armies of illusory figures. They also looked like deities in their own right, exuding waves of terrifying power. The armored man looked like a god who commanded a vast army and stood supreme above all others. Chun Qing, I know what the boy means to you. That's why I allowed you to send your voice transmission and only disrupted the transmission partially. Why don't you make a guess? Will this dear junior brother whom you treasure so much choose to believe you? I look forward to seeing what he'll choose. The towering man smiled. As his voice resonated in the cosmos, tens of thousands of black lightning bolts snaked past one another, thundering as they expanded and finally transformed into a dark screen. On the screen was an image of Wang Baol's coffin. However, what it showed wasn't the inside of the coffin but its exterior. Who do you think will walk out? Your precious junior brother's true form? Or his avatar? Wang Baol was oblivious to the battle taking place between his senior brother Chun Qing and the armored man. It didn't influence the decision he finally settled on. He only took a while before his eyes flashed with determination, and he finally made up his mind. Overthinking will just make it difficult for me to decide. Of course, I have to weigh the risks involved in the final decision made, but such excessive wariness isn't the act of a real man. Senior brother has helped me so many times. I shouldn't doubt him on this. Wang Baol took a deep breath, then pressed his palms together in a series of hand seals. He immediately began learning the mystic technique that Chun Qing had given him. The mystic technique wasn't meant to improve his level of cultivation. Instead, it was to allow him the ability to change and create an illusion of himself. Wang Baol used the dark art to quicken his learning process. A few hours later, he opened his eyes, which had 2 ghostly spheres of light shimmering within. His body blurred as he split into multiple forms, and soon, multiple replicas of himself overlaid one another. Upon closer examination, one would count 9 replicas in total. Avatar appear. Wang Baol barked. Then, an avatar separated from him slowly, drifting aside. It was followed by the second, then the third, all the way up to the 9th avatar. They fused together rapidly and finally reappeared as a singular avatar before Wang Baol. It looked no different from Wang Baol's true form. He was identical in both flesh and blood, as well as in spirit. Wang Baol's stellar nascent soul had split in half as well, with one half entering the avatar. In fact, one could no longer simply call him an avatar. He was Wang Baol's second essence soul. A person's second essence soul shared everything with his true form. That was why he shouldn't resort to self-destructing his second essence soul recklessly. The second essence soul's level of cultivation and battle capabilities were only slightly weaker than the true form's abilities. For Wang Baol, it meant that his second essence soul was at the early stage nascent soul realm. That didn't detract from how amazing the mystic technique was. It wasn't the same as Wang Baol's previous forms of avatars. This second nascent soul realm essence soul could train independently. When he returned and fused with Wang Baol's true form, Wang Baol would receive a boost in cultivation as well. The second essence soul straddled the realms of reality and illusion, and Wang Baol could switch his true form with his essence soul anytime. These two very important points were why Chongqing had given this mystic technique to Wang Baol. After examining the unique traits of his avatar, Wang Baol took a deep breath, then shut his eyes. The moment his eyes fell shut, his second essence soul opened his eyes. It's similar to controlling my previous avatars in many ways, and different in some as well. Wang Baol number 2 raised his hand and touched his own face. He stared at Wang Baol number 1 next to him. The latter's eyes opened instantly, and they began a staring contest. In the past, controlling my avatar was like controlling a part of myself, like moving my arm. With a single thought, I could get it to execute all my orders. This avatar, though, is no longer like an arm. It's like having another me. Wang Baol number 2 muttered as he stared at Wang Baol number 1. He coughed. What do you think? Seems like it. Interesting. Wang Baol number 1 said as he rubbed his chin and nodded. In that case, you stay here and have a good nap. I'll go outside and check out what's going on. I'll try and look for traces of senior brother at the same time as well. Wang Baol number 2 said seriously. All right, be careful while you're outside. If possible, try to find out how far away we are from the solar system as well. Wang Baol number 1 said with a contemplative look. Then he stared at Wang Baol number 2 again. Does this look lame? Us talking to each other like this? We're clearly one person, but we have to pretend to have a conversation like two separate people. What do you think senior brother was thinking when he came up with this mystic technique? He should have a second essence soul as well. I think, based on senior brother's character, he might have made his second essence soul a woman. After a long while, Wang Baol number 2 blinked and said, I think so too. But we Wang Baoless are righteous folks. We won't even think about doing something as perverted as that. We do have to get used to talking like this from now on though. Wang Baol number 1 took a deep breath and said in all solemnness. All right, I'm off then. I'll leave you with these parting words. Wang Baol, you're really handsome. Wang Baol, you're incredibly handsome too. Wang Baol number 1 and Wang Baol number 2's spirits soared when they heard the other's earnest and so very honest compliments of themselves. Wang Baol number 1 handed his storage bag to Wang Baol number 2. Then, the latter unleashed his dark fire and sent it towards the coffin lid. The moment the dark fire came into contact with the coffin, Wang Baol number 2 transformed into an illusory sphere of fire that passed straight through the coffin. When he reappeared again, he was outside the coffin. The coffin was surrounded by ice that was a mix of black and brown. An intense chill that seemed capable of freezing one's soul attacked Wang Baol number 2 immediately. His eyes flashed, and he extended his divine sense to their limits. It turned out that they could only go as far as 100 feet. Fortunately, he could see his surroundings clearly. He was standing in a layer of ice of an unknown age, and the coffin was buried deep under the ice. However, beyond that, he couldn't sense anything. The coffin's unique properties might have prevented the ice from caving in after the coffin's abrupt entry. It had seemingly passed through the layer of ice and appeared under it. An overwhelming suppressive force permeated the icy surrounding and its chilly air. Wang Bao's form was still in an illusory state. Even so, it couldn't withstand the cold. He was sure that if his second essence soul had materialized physically, he would very quickly freeze and die. After a simple survey of the surroundings, Wang Bao decided not to linger on the spot. His illusory form blurred and began racing upwards, towards the surface. It was a painful journey to undertake. The chill in the ice continued to accumulate in his body as he persisted upwards. It began to affect his thoughts. Fortunately, he had his stellar nascent soul and his dark fire. Both continuously pushed back against the creeping cold. Hours later, Wang Bao's illusory form finally dashed out of the ice and appeared inside a cave. There was no ice in the cave. Nevertheless, it was still chilly. Wang Bao scanned his surroundings, then lifted his head and stared at the frozen ground. Two ghostly lights appeared and lit his illusory form's head from the inside. Is this a planet? Wang Bao wondered to himself. His senses extended beyond the layer of ice. Nothing stopped him as his senses stretched further outward. Even so, Wang Bao could sense a certain degree of suppressive energy present in this world. Its spirit chi was significantly richer than the spirit chi in the Federation. However, absorbing it seemed a slight challenge. There was something stopping him from doing so. There were clearly different rules at play here. A flicker of light crossed Wang Bao's eyes. He raced towards the skies and activated his cultivation before stretching his divine sense to their limits. It didn't take long before his divine sense extended beyond the patch of icy land and reached what lay beyond. The skies weren't a pale blue. They were shades darker. They looked similar to the skies of Earth. The sun stood high in the skies and gave off light and warmth. But the light was cold, and the warmth not enough to melt the ice on the ground. As for the lands, with a single glance, he saw the rise and fall of mountainous forms. The place looked wild, the plant life frightening. Not all of the land was covered in ice and snow. However, the soil was hard. That, as well as the moisture in the air, were chilly as well. The winds themselves were a piercing cold that seeped into one's bones. In the distance was a mountain that had caved in. Shattered rocks littered the place, and underneath the piles of rocks was a huge crater that contained corpses. Beyond the crater was a person running farther into the distance, seemingly injured. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and swept them over the person running further away from him. The latter appeared not to have noticed his presence. Then, with a sudden shift, Wang Bao appeared next to the crater. His eyes landed on the four corpses. They had died recently, and their bodies had been searched. Murder and robbery? Wang Bao rubbed his chin. He then raised his right hand and formed a couple of hand seals, pointing at the corpses. Soul, form. At that exact moment, beyond the divine eye system, within the array formation formed from thousands of eternal stars, an intense battle was taking place as well. Chun Qing was exuding a fierce aura, one that was more intense than usual. Wang Bao's choice had made him happy and brought him a measure of comfort as well. The armored man, on the other hand, didn't look as well. He had thought he had found Chun Qing's weakness. He had intended to exploit that weakness and distract Chun Qing. It didn't matter the degree of distraction. Any form of it would give him an opening. What had happened instead had been beyond his expectations. The boy, whom he had viewed as a mere ant, hadn't been affected at all by his baiting. I was overly hasty. My plan would have succeeded if I'd simply been patient and waited a while longer. No one knew how long Chun Qing's battle would last. It might end quickly, or it might drag on for much longer. For cultivators in that league, time itself was a weapon. Wang Bao wasn't entirely sure what had happened, but he could make his own educated guesses. As he emerged above ground and stared at the world around him, realization dawned upon him. He was possibly going to spend quite some time alone in a foreign civilization. That was why what he needed to do now was find out what he could about the civilization he was in. He formed a series of hand seals and summoned the souls of the 4 recently dead corpses with his dark art. 4 incomplete souls gathered before him in wisps and finally transformed into 4 spirits invisible to the eyes of others. Without any hesitation, Wang Baol raised his right hand and clawed through the air. The 4 souls raced towards him and entered his palm. Their past memories flooded Wang Baol's mind. After tidying up their memories, Wang Baol finally pieced together what had happened prior to their deaths. The 4 of them, and the one who had escaped earlier, had sensed a meteor's landing. Since they had been in the area, they had hurried over to check it out. Wang Baol did some calculations. He was quite sure that the meteor that they had seen had been a result of the coffin's landing. It might have been due to the unique nature of the coffin or something his senior brother had done. During its travel in space, the coffin had attracted certain materials that had clearly been quite valuable. That must have been the cause of the fight amongst the 5 cultivators. 4 of them had died in the fight, while 1 had survived with some injuries. The survivor had taken everything and escaped. That should be the gist of it. Wang Baol continued to go through the new information he had just received. His eyes glowed as he came upon information regarding this world. The Divine Eye civilization was twice the size of the solar system and was spread across 23 planets. Its cultivation hierarchy was similar to what Wang Baol had come across. Cultivation levels were split into the planet realm and the eternal star realm. Its society was structured differently from the Federation, though. In the past, the civilization had been governed by a royal monarch. However, as time passed, the royalty gradually lost power while the people grew stronger. They came together and set up numerous sects. Then, resources became more sparse. It became a dog-eat-dog world. The royal family was essentially neutered and powerless to interfere. The Divine Eye civilization underwent another transformation then. It became a society that revolved around pillaging and plunder, a hostile place filled with pirates and robbers. They robbed their own and those from other civilizations. It was all in the name of one's own survival. In fact, there were no laws fixed in stone in this civilization. Only one law prevailed, and it was that the strong prevailed over the weak. Every sect and institution had gone over to the dark side. Luck appeared to be on the Divine Eye civilization's side. The civilizations found on the planets and in the star systems around it were not very advanced. The Divine Eye civilization also took care not to attack those stronger than it was. It grew increasingly powerful as the years passed and saw the emergence of 3 planet realm cultivators. These 3 cultivators might only be at the early stage of the planet realm, but that was still sufficient to overpower everyone in the Divine Eye civilization. They formed 3 great sects, superseding the royal family's authority and claiming 6 to 7 planets as their own. They were sects in name, a big gang of bandits in reality. Their missions were generally invasions of extraterrestrial civilizations. They plundered and pillaged, and they killed when they could. When they weren't a match for the enemy, they escaped after stealing whatever they could. The structure of such a civilization, as well as the status of these 3 great sects, led to numerous smaller sects requesting to be affiliated to them. The smaller, minor sects presented vast resources as tributes to the 3 great sections. In exchange, they were allowed to survive. The vast resources had to be acquired somehow. That was why every one of these minor sects maintained their own group of pirates. They would carry out independent raids in search of resources. When the 3 greater sects gave their orders, these minor sects would execute them in unison. It was in this manner that the power and influence of the 3 great sects grew and expanded. As the 3 great sects continued to amass resources and groom their disciples, numerous soul conduit realm cultivators and even more nascent soul realm cultivators began to emerge in their midst. The tensions amongst the 3 sects never ceased, though. They all desired to take over the other 2 sects so that they could become more powerful. However, they were all equally powerful. The current 3-way political structure was too unstable. As a result, while conflict continued to persist amongst them, the 3 sects tried their best to maintain the current balance of power and prevent tensions from escalating. As Wang Baol continued digging through the soul's memories for information on the Divine Eye civilization, he caught a glimpse of the transport they had used for raids. Amongst them was a small, yet obviously valuable cruiser that was in the form of a living creature. He stared at it for a very long time, then blinked. It looked familiar. It was a black jellyfish. Wang Baol had owned one in the past. Sea Glutton it had been called. He had handed it over to one of his artifact souls. His intention had been to destroy its original seal and use it to travel across space, but his battle with Uran had forced him to use it for the repair of his dark sampan. He recalled the Sea Glutton's original owners, the 3 extraterrestrial nascent soul realm cultivators who had infiltrated the Federation. As he recalled the series of criminal activities they had committed then, a strange look settled on his face. He fell into a contemplative silence. Finally, his eyes narrowed. Were they from around here as well? This should mean that I'm not far from the solar system, right? Wang Baol's eyes widened. He was quite confident in his assessment. Unfortunately, the souls of the 4 dead were incomplete, so he couldn't get much information about his current whereabouts from them. After a long moment of contemplation, Wang Baol decided to transform himself into one of the dead people. He'd infiltrate the Divine Eye civilization, find a star map of this region, and maybe search for other valuable information. Too old. Not for me. This one's a girl. Her looks aren't bad. But what a pity. She's not for me. This one's too thin. It seems like I'm left with no other choice but this guy. I suppose he'll have to do. After a round of inspection, Wang Baol finally settled on a middle-aged cultivator with relatively good looks. He had been at the late-stage core formation realm prior to his death. Wang Baol found out from his soul's memories that his name was Long Nanzi. Long Nanzi was part of one of the many smaller sects called Holy Crest Sect, which was affiliated to the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect. The Holy Crest Sect might be a small sect, but it was known for its skills at refining artifacts. That gained it some measure of influence in the civilization. There was an early-stage soul conduit realm elder in the sect as well. That gained the sect a seat at the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's table. It maintained its own group of pirates and occasionally was given the opportunity to join the greater sect in raids. The Holy Crest Sect seemed to be facing some sort of trouble currently. Many of its disciples were out, using their own means to secure resources for refining artifacts and for their own cultivation. Having gotten the gist of the situation, Wang Baol raised his right hand and placed it on the corpse. His illusory form began to solidify. Within 10 counts, he had transformed into the exact form of the dead cultivator on the ground. His aura was identical to the dead cultivators. Even Long Nanzi's closest friends wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It was impossible to ensure his gestures, expressions, and habits were identical to the original Long Nanzi's. However, based on this man's memories, the hostile Divine Eye civilization ensured that no one truly trusted anyone. Everyone was always on constant alert. Naturally, no one truly knew one another. Even though he isn't as good-looking as I am, I suppose beggars can't be choosers. He'll have to do. Wang Baol touched his own face, sighed, then lifted his right hand and waved. Long Nanzi's corpse turned to dust instantly and dissipated in the wind. Wang Baol observed his body. He could sense power in the air weighing down on him. His aura began to change. When the suppressive force in the air dissipated, the spirit chi in the air finally felt easier on his senses. He could absorb it now without obstruction and allow the spirit chi to flow smoothly into his body. Next, let's go check out this Divine Eye civilization and see what special stuff it's got. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and flew into the air. He kept his cultivation at the perfected core formation realm, then headed in the direction of the sect as Long Nanzi had remembered. Wang Baol observed the alien land beneath his feet and the foreign skies above his head as he made his way through this world. Excitement began to unfurl inside him. He was an outsider in a foreign land and an alien civilization. He had nothing to lose here. He could do anything he wanted, and he looked forward to that. The Holy Crest Sect was a minor sect that was affiliated to the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Divine Eye civilization. Its influence and clout were insignificant to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, and it had fewer than 1,000 followers. However, the Holy Crest sect had a few unique strengths in refining artifacts. The sect's Grand Supreme Elder also possessed great cultivation. He had achieved the Soul Conduit realm many years ago and had always paid proper tribute to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. That was why the missions assigned to the Holy Crest sect during the occasional large-scale hunt were generally easy ones that weren't very dangerous yet yielded relatively generous rewards. The Holy Crest sect would also conduct frequent raids to replenish its inventory. This ensured that their heavy consumption of resources when refining artifacts remained sustainable, that life remained comfortable, and that time in the sect was passed in a rich and relatively meaningful way. Unfortunately, the Holy Crest sect's luck had taken a turn for the worse when they had come across some powerful opponents during the last raid a few months ago. As a result of the failed raid, they had not only been unable to gather new resources, but had lost their own in the fight. In general, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect wouldn't provide aid for independent raids conducted by their affiliated sections. Unless the latter presented the former with vast resources beyond their normal tribute, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect wouldn't interfere. The Holy Crest sect was left to their own devices. The Holy Crest sect had suffered heavy losses from the raid, and the fact that the season for making tribute every year was approaching made things worse. Everyone in the sect was plagued by worry. They tightened their belts while their hunger for resources, for refining artifacts and cultivation, intensified and reached its climax. Inner sect disciples often went out and employed all means and ways to resolve their need for resources. Some made their artifact refinement services available to others, while others joined other sections. Some began fighting amongst themselves. Others, like Long Nanzi, wandered the lands in search of opportunity. Despite the dire situation they were in, the Holy Crest sect was still a sect that had been standing for 2,000 years. It had built a sizable store, and that was evident. Its mountain gates were constructed from black ink soil and were situated on the fifth mountain ring on the Divine Eye planet. The center of the planet was a basin where the royal residence stood. The residence was closed to the public permanently. The royal grounds were surrounded by 8 vast mountain ranges that circled the royal residence like 8 huge powerful dragons. Each mountain range was separated by vast stretches of land. Some said that the land between each mountain range could form an entire world. They weren't exaggerating at all. The inner 3 rings were occupied by the 3 great sections. They had colonized part of the mountain range. The exercise appeared to be for the benefit of the planet, so the sects could better defend the planet. But their true objective was to imprison the royal family and exert pressure on the royalty. The outer 4th to 8th rings were occupied by smaller sections. The nearer one was to the inner rings, the richer the spirit chi, and the more ideal their location. The Holy Crest sect was located on the 5th ring. Most of their buildings were crafted from black ink soil, a type of soil that had the ability to absorb spirit chi and form spirit stones. Both had been a result of the hard work of Holy Crest sect pioneers. Outside the sect's gates stood an enormous statue. It towered thousands of feet and was crafted from spirit stones that had been compressed to their limits. Wang Baol couldn't help but gasp when he saw the statue. It was beyond anything he had seen in the solar system. And this is just a minor sect? Wang Baol blinked. Long Nanzi's memories told him that the Holy Crest sect wasn't only a small sect, it was currently facing some troubles. The statue before Wang Baol's eyes seemed to tell another story, though. He had no idea of its worth, but he was sure that the money earned from selling it would definitely help the sect tide through its current financial crisis. Questions filled Wang Baol's head as he continued racing towards the Holy Crest sect. As he approached, he stared at the enormous statue again, then licked his lips. After, he turned towards the sect. Black buildings, palaces big and small, in the thousands, filled his sight. The sect was the combined size of 3 upper academy islands of the ethereal Tao College. This population was almost pitiful, though. He could see 100 or more people bustling around in the distance. Beyond that, there didn't seem to be many more people. It gave the impression that the entire sect only consisted of those 100 or so people. Wang Baol watched as they hurried along in their own affairs, a strange look settling on his face. He suddenly understood what Long Nanzi's memories had been describing regarding the sect's current situation. Because almost everyone in the sect was tearing down their residences at great speed. They appeared practiced at this and were dismantling the buildings into their basic components without damaging anything in the process. There were frequent cheers rising in the air, sounding like words of encouragement. Come on, guys. Today's the last day. We must dismantle the remaining 300 houses with the most valuable building materials. Let's work together to overcome this challenge. Let's complete the mission our sect has assigned us. Tomorrow morning, the Grand Supreme Elder will begin the auction. All bidders will have 2 hours to tear down any building they want. We have to dismantle the most valuable ones now. We can't leave those to the bidders. Cheers continued to resound in the air. As they did, Wang Baol stood frozen to the spot, stunned. Took him a while before he understood what was going on. The sect had reached a state of poverty where the Grand Supreme Elder had no choice but to auction off parts of the sect's assets. It wasn't a fixed auction with designated auction items, though. It was a timed auction. The number of participants and their levels of cultivation were restricted. They were also forbidden from using their storage bags to store anything. During the predetermined duration, save for certain specified items, these participants were allowed to take away anything that was in the sect. Tomorrow was the first day of the auction, which was why the Grand Supreme Elder had ordered the disciples to tear down the buildings with the most value before the auction. What's going on here? Wang Baol rubbed his forehead. He contemplated whether he should switch his current identity for someone else's. It was then that someone noticed his arrival and shouted at him. Long Nanzi, you're back? Quick, come and help. The Grand Supreme Elder's handing out rewards. For every building torn down during the time he specified, every participant will be given a superior grade spirit stone. Wang Baol smiled wryly. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to leave now. He flew over and joined the group dismantling the buildings. He was an expert in refining artifacts and had absorbed Long Nanzi's memories, so it took him only a brief period of observation to learn the ropes quickly. It wasn't his best work, but at least he wasn't lagging behind the others. Wang Baol couldn't help his surprise during the process of dismantling, though. The buildings might appear to be a singular entity, but it had actually been pieced together from different parts. It was like a composite artifact formed from numerous smaller components. They weren't held together by inscriptions but by numerous energy threads. That caught Wang Baol's interest. He began chatting with the cultivators around him, finding out more about the sect and the Divine Eye civilization's current state of affairs while examining the fascinating buildings that resembled artifacts. They're like the dermic armaments that I found on the 3 unlucky idiots. There are no inscriptions on them. They don't need a spirit stone to serve as a core component either. They are fueled directly by a stellar source. This civilization is very skilled in refining artifacts. Their approach may be different from the Federation's, but the principles seem to be the same. Wang Baol concluded. Then, he remembered the tricolored flying sword and ribbon that he had acquired. The sword had been destroyed, and while he still had the ribbon, it was in a severely damaged state. Wang Baol had thought of repairing it, but there was a problem. He had decoded its core and introduced inscriptions. The inscriptions had then served as strings to a puppet that had allowed him to control the 2 artifacts. Without prior knowledge of how the artifacts actually functioned, it would be challenging to repair them. But now, as he continued to dismantle the buildings around him, Wang Baol's eyes began to glow increasingly brighter. He could feel the gates of knowledge swinging wide open before him. He had been considering whether he should switch to another identity, but that thought vanished from his mind completely then. Wang Baol poured even more effort into the work. They finally completed their mission late into the night. They had dismantled hundreds of buildings with the greatest value and gotten themselves hundreds of spirit stones in return. Relying on the knowledge he had gained from reading the high officials' autobiographies and his experience honed from years of mingling with Federation officials, Wang Baol had a few words with a few people and successfully mapped out his network of friends and enemies. He then made his way to the Holy Crest Sect's library. There, he exchanged the spirit stones he had earned for volumes of documents regarding the refinement of artifacts and bought himself a star map. It should have cost a fortune, but the sect was in desperate need of money now, so everything was heavily discounted. After paying the required number of spirit stones, Wang Baol grabbed his loot and hurriedly looked for an unoccupied residence. Then he began studying furiously. Days went by. During this period, the auction took place. It was like a storm. The sect became emptied of most of its possessions after days of auctioning. Wang Baol had been forced to relocate himself a few times. Nevertheless, it seemed that the Holy Crest sect managed to survive its current crisis. While not all disciples who had been out during this period returned, there were at least a few hundred of them who did. The Grand Supreme Elder declared that he would lead the sect to prosperity and power again. It was then that Wang Baol finished flipping through the records and studying the star map. His eyes had grown increasingly brighter during this time. By the end of it all, his breathing had quickened considerably as well. I was right. I'm not far from the solar system. As long as I play my cards right, I can definitely send my avatar back to take over the presidential office. What he had to get his hands on in order to leave the Divine Eye star system and return to the solar system was the Divine Eye battleship. After spending some time going through the records, Wang Baol had gained quite a bit of knowledge about the Divine Eye civilization. He knew that it was a civilization that ran on pillage and robbery. That defining feature of this civilization led to their special regard for battleships. The civilization's progress depended on how much travel and banditry their people did. It was their culture. It meant that even though solo missions occurred from time to time, most of the time, the people of the Divine Eye civilization gathered in swarms, like bees. They traveled and attacked in a group. This gave rise to the need for battleships that could travel at high speeds and for vast distances. As a result, the research and development of battleships became a primary focus for the Divine Eye civilization. They may call it a battleship, but it's really a battle fortress that's not only many times more powerful than the fortress I built in the solar system, but is also many times faster than the lunar stronghold. Wang Baol's heart raced with excitement. He thought about how he could also achieve space travel if he activated his The Arch Armor and Stellar Nascent Soul. However, it would take too long for him to get back to the solar system. He wouldn't be able to take a break during the journey either. In addition, there were bound to be many unexpected obstacles along the way. A fortress that was fast enough and sturdy enough, and possessed powerful offensive capabilities and navigational power, was exactly what he needed. Wang Baol took a deep breath at that thought. His eyes shone brightly. No one from the Divine Eye civilization would understand the determination in his eyes, but if Li Xingwen or Duan Myuk were here now, they would know exactly what he was feeling. These feelings were the strong desire to return to the solar system and to become the Federation president. Wang Baol thought about how far he had come from his youthful days and how he still wasn't the Federation president. He couldn't control the emotions stirring inside him. In the past, I couldn't become the Federation president because I was too good-looking, and I also coincidentally didn't have the prerequisite rank. I've gone through so much trouble to slim down in order to hide my natural good looks. I've also climbed the ranks. The Federation president has been within my reach, but my senior brother has taken me away from it. Now, the only thing stopping me from becoming the Federation president is my not having a battleship. The expression on Wang Baol's face was serious. He raised his right hand, and with a wave, he yanked a pack of chips from his storage bracelet and began munching noisily. He seemed to be trying to prove the strength of his determination with the strength of his bite. He crunched hard on the chips, transforming his resolute will and his strong bite into one. I'm going to become the Federation president. Wang Baol bit into his chips and promised himself. He hadn't completely lost his senses, though. He stopped himself from finishing the entire pack and stored the pack still half filled with chips away. He had prepared for the long journey away from Earth and stored almost 1,000 cartons of snacks of all kinds in his storage bag. But who knew how long he was going to be here? Wang Baol thought he should be more cautious and ration his snacks. I'll have to plan carefully what to do next. Wang Baol rubbed his chin and began to think. Since he had a goal in mind, he should work towards that goal. In his opinion, there were a few ways he could get his hands on a battleship. He could use someone else's or build his own. If he chose the first option, he could consider commandeering a sea glutton. It would be easier for him, he just needed enough money. He might face some difficulty in acquiring some cash, but Wang Baol felt that if he put his mind to it, this was a problem that could be easily resolved. Wang Baol wasn't confident of how well other people's battleships might work though. He was planning to leave the Divine Eye star system after all. He might encounter numerous obstacles during his journey back home. Wang Baol needed to be able to repair the battleship when the situation called for it. After weighing the pros and cons of each option, Wang Baol came to a decision. I'm going to learn how to build a battleship and build my own. I'll know the ins and outs of the entire battleship then, and I'll be able to repair it if anything goes wrong. This might be challenging for others, but not for Wang Baol. He was a dermic armament master who could craft 8th-grade dermic armaments. He was still some way from successfully crafting a 9th-grade dermic armament, but he had no problems repairing one. After gaining an understanding of the dermic armament system in the Divine Eye civilization, he was confident in his success. He just needed to learn how to do it in the first place. In the days that followed, Wang Baol did what he had been doing, leaning furiously. The Holy Crest sect didn't have a big disciple population. Even though only 600 or so of them remained in the sect during this period, they all knew each other rather well. Wang Baol's lessons were often interrupted by visitors. Wang Baol couldn't turn these people away since they had been Long Nanzi's friends. Besides, he was interested in learning more from them as well. Wang Baol welcomed each visitor with great enthusiasm. As they fretted over the sect's current situation and its uncertain future, Wang Baol tried to find out more about the Holy Crest sect and the Divine Eye star system. When will the greater sect be visiting? I have no idea. Everyone's trying to decide whether they should remain with the sect now. The Thousand Spirits sect approached many of our disciples. The perks that they're offering seem quite good. They're asking us to join them. The news from these visitors revealed the anxieties these disciples were feeling. There had been 2 incidents during all these visits, where Long Nanzi's closer friends seemed to suspect something was amiss with him. It was a piece of cake for Wang Baol to deal with such matters though. He had used his powerful cultivation to cast a spell and influence their minds. Life went on without a hitch. The Grand Supreme Elder had summoned for him once. He had asked some simple questions about his progress with his cultivation. He hadn't paid much attention to Long Nanzi, who had been stuck and hadn't achieved a breakthrough in cultivation for a number of years. As a result, he naturally hadn't realized that Long Nanzi had been replaced with another person. Other than a few words of encouragement, he had simply left Wang Baol with a few casual words before he sent him away. These are difficult times for the sect. We need everyone to chip in. That is the only way the sect can restore itself to its former power and continue to offer protection to all its disciples. Those words appeared to mean nothing on the surface. Besides, the Grand Supreme Elder hadn't only summoned Wang Baol, he had summoned every core formation realm cultivator who had continued training independently despite the sect's current situation. The Grand Supreme Elder had offered the same words of encouragement, then left them with the same parting words. After all, the sect was in a dire position now. Most of its physical assets had been torn down and taken over by other sections. The sect grounds looked barren. It was a sad sight to bear. As the elder, encouraging the disciples and easing their worries was the right thing to do. But Wang Baol had immersed himself in the high officials' autobiographies since he had been a child. He had climbed the ranks to the top in the solar system. He continued to ponder the Grand Supreme Elder's words after he left the meeting. Is this a threat? Wang Baol laughed. He decided to ignore it. He had remained calm throughout the meeting, unworried that he would be exposed. The concealed threat didn't faze him at all. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder were to find out his true identity or decide to cause him trouble, he could simply kill the middle-aged man and take on his identity. It was then that he realized that if he were to transform into the Grand Supreme Elder, he would have to deal with a new set of problems. There was the Grand Supreme Elder's social network, his dealings with the greater sect, as well as administrative matters within the sect itself. He could search the Grand Supreme Elder's soul for information, but there wasn't that wide a gap between their levels of cultivation. Even if he succeeded in searching the man's soul, he wouldn't be able to acquire complete information. Besides, the Grand Supreme Elder didn't seem to notice anything wrong with Wang Baol. That was why Wang Baol decided to abandon the idea of taking on the Grand Supreme Elder's identity after some thought. So be it. I'll spare his life. Wang Baol coughed. He returned to his residence and continued his study on the Divine Eye Civilization's artifact refinement techniques. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Wang Baol's continued interaction with the sect disciples was a boon to him. He finally assimilated into the sect. The place was no longer as foreign to him as it had been initially. As he continued asking around, he also found out the reason behind the disaster that had befallen the sect and why it had to auction off its assets. Everything led back to the battleship that the Holy Crest sect had been using for raids and was now trying to repair. This battleship was the sect's most valuable possession. Its construction had taken a few generations to complete. Vast resources had gone into the construction of the battleship, and it was the key to the Holy Crest sect's continued survival. That was why the Grand Supreme Elder had auctioned off the sect's assets and bought vast quantities of materials. He had also gathered every cultivator in the sect who was an expert in refining artifacts and sent them to the sect's restricted zone, where they carried out repairs to the battleship without rest. Wang Baol couldn't help but be tempted upon that discovery. The studies that he had done in seclusion could only bring him theoretical knowledge. As a master in dermic armaments, Wang Baol knew how important getting his hands dirty was. In addition, if he could somehow get himself involved in the repairs of the battleship, it would help him gain a better understanding of how to begin to build his own. He reorganized the information he had learned about how the Divine Eye Civilization refined its artifacts. Then he left his residence and headed for the restricted zone. The Grand Supreme Elder was supervising the repair work there, so Wang Baol was going to see the Grand Supreme Elder and volunteer to help with the repairs of the battleship. Grand Supreme Elder, as a member of the Holy Crest sect, I can't just sit by as the sect is suffering. My mind won't let me rest and focus on my cultivation. I want to volunteer to help with the battleship's repairs. I wish to contribute my services to the sect. This is everything I've saved up. I'm willing to hand everything to the sect for its use. I'd like to offer whatever labor I can provide as well. I swear to stand with the sect in both glory and death. Wang Baol waited for a long moment before he was finally granted a meeting with the Grand Supreme Elder. When he saw the tired-looking Grand Supreme Elder, Wang Baol immediately pulled out a storage bag and placed it at one side. Then he began to speak with a loud, excited voice, proclaiming his loyalty to the sect, like it was clear for all to see. Perhaps to make his proclamation more authentic, Wang Baol smacked his chest loudly. "Calm down, Long Nanzi." The Grand Supreme Elder of the Holy Crest sect narrowed his eyes. He was pleased with what Wang Baol had said. The sect was going through a difficult time, and he himself was under extreme stress as well. Most of the sect disciples' loyalty appeared to be tested. Even if he were to speak to them individually and give them words of encouragement, it wouldn't improve the situation much. Wang Baol was the first to have offered both his services and his resources. Grand Supreme Elder. Wang Baol raised his head suddenly. There was red in his eyes, and he looked like he was in pain as he spoke loudly. "I can't calm down. I've not been eating or sleeping well for the past few days. When I'm awake, all I can think about is the troubles that are plaguing the sect. When I shut my eyes, all I can see is the sect's uncertain future. I kept telling myself that our great Grand Supreme Elder will lead us out of these difficult times. But I just can't sit by and continue deceiving myself into inaction while the entire sect is in trouble. Grand Supreme Elder, please allow me to participate in the repair efforts of the battleship. I've bled for the sect in the past. So what's a little sweat and toil now?" Wang Baol said excitedly. He cupped his fists once again and gave the Grand Supreme Elder a deep bow. The Grand Supreme Elder sucked in a deep breath of air and studied Wang Baol for a long moment. There was praise and comfort in his eyes. Then the Grand Supreme Elder nodded. Wang Baol watched as the Grand Supreme Elder opened his mouth, about to say something. What came from his lips was a long string of complicated words. A curse. The halls shuddered violently, and a blinding light that was as bright as an eternal stars appeared and enveloped Wang Baol suddenly. Wang Baol was unfazed. He had thought this through clearly before he had come here, and he knew that what he had said contradicted Long Nanzi's true character to a certain extent. Getting the battleship repaired and restored was extremely important to the sect, so he had expected the Grand Supreme Elder to search him. This wasn't an issue, though. He might be acting out of character, but his actions were still within the realm of possibility. Wang Baol believed that his actions were something the Grand Supreme Elder had wanted to see. There was no other explanation for the latter's earlier concealed threat. In addition, he was confident in the essence technique that his senior brother had given him. He pretended to look stunned, as if he hadn't yet reacted to the curse. The Grand Supreme Elder pressed his hands together in a series of hand seals, and his eyes shone with an unfathomable light as he unleashed some form of mystic technique and searched Wang Baol. The inspection didn't take long. After 10 seconds, the intense light in the Grand Supreme Elder's eyes faded away. He smiled, then gave Wang Baol permission to enter the restricted zone and help with the repairs. Wang Baol left excitedly, the look on his face showing his strong desire to do his part for the sect. As he walked out of the hall, the smile on the Grand Supreme Elder's face vanished. In its place was a cold, calculating look. He grabbed Wang Baol's storage bag and began inspecting its contents. The resources he has given aren't exactly that valuable, but at least he's a smart man who offered his services without me having to force his hand. Besides, he's the first person to approach me. There's potential in grooming him. As for the others, they continue to train independently and show no signs of offering any help to the sect. They pretend not to have heard my words. An icy glint flashed across the Grand Supreme Elder's eyes. He was prepared to wait a few more days. If these people didn't come forward, he would have no choice but to sell them to another sect that specialized in refining servant puppets in exchange for resources to repair the battleship. Many core formation realm cultivators chose to continue their cultivation in isolation in the sect. While this would have been something Wang Baol would have done in the past, he was now happily making his way from his own residence and towards the restricted zone. The Holy Crest sect's restricted zone was a separate space that spanned hundreds of kilometers. There weren't many cultivators inside, only 300 to 400 of them. It should have been a vast space, but the presence of the battleship overshadowed everything else. The battleship floated in the center of the restricted zone and was surrounded by numerous array formations unknown to Wang Baol. They dazzled in an array of colors and appeared to be fueling the battleship with spirit chi. The Holy Crest sect's battleship was in the shape of a cross, with 2 long rectangles spanning 5,000 kilometers intersecting perpendicularly in the middle. It was red, alarmingly bright while exuding a dangerous vibe. It was damaged in multiple locations. Some parts of its interior seemed to have been emptied completely and were left with nothing but a vacant exterior. Regardless, the battleship's sheer size still made it a terrifying sight to behold. Its threatening aura made Wang Baol gasp. The Holy Crest sect is only a small sect. To think that the battleship for such a small sect is so powerful. Wang Baol's eyes shone with an intense light as excitement sparked inside him. He immediately joined the team on the battleship's repairs. His arrival didn't attract much attention at first, as everyone was busy with repairs and had their own tasks to carry out. Some had to break down the raw materials into something usable, while some had to craft new components for the battleship. Some were even tasked to assemble or dismantle parts, and clean up or create more energy threads. There were even those tasked with repairing the offensive dermic artifacts on the battleship. The tasks occupied everyone's time and attention. Wang Baol's first task was to deal with components that made up the exterior of the battleship and had been reported as damaged beyond repair. He was to inspect every component assigned to his station, identify damaged components, and send them to the respective teams responsible for dismantling these components into potentially reusable parts. It wasn't a difficult task, simply tedious. He labored like a worker at the factory, moving components from place to place without stopping. Wang Baol didn't find it hard work, though. In fact, he enjoyed it. The inspection helped reinforce his earlier lessons on the Divine I Civilization's dermic armament system. He would glean whatever practical experience he could from each inspection, then send the components to the relevant teams. He tried to appear enthusiastic, wanting to get to know the team and learn more while secretly observing what they were doing. 2 weeks passed in this manner. Wang Baol had fully mastered his task at this point and no longer needed to send certain components to the relevant teams. Instead, he did the repairs himself. This boosted his efficiency greatly. It also refined his proficiency at refining armaments. Wang Baol didn't waste the additional time saved from his increased efficiency. He began to help other disciples with their repairs. He had established a cordial relationship at the onset. That, along with the fact that there was simply too much work to be done, meant that everyone welcomed his help. Wang Baol was soon doing the work of two. As a dermic armament master, the practical experience that Wang Baol continued to gain during the process quickly allowed him to master the divine civilization's refinement techniques. His proficiency at refining armaments improved rapidly, and it was evident in the speed he was repairing the battleship's armaments. His efficiency got another boost. A few components that should have been sent to teams in charge of more advanced repairs were successfully repaired at Wang Baol's station. The other disciples in the smaller repair teams were astounded by his performance. Everyone looked at Wang Baol with respect and admiration. With Wang Baol's perfected core formation realm cultivation and relatively high rank, he was soon being treated as the leader of the small team of 7 to 8 people. During the entire process, Wang Baol's understanding of the inner workings of the Holy Crest sect battleship deepened. Battleships in the divine civilization are categorized by their belts. First belt battleships are the least powerful and sixth belt battleships the most powerful. Legends speak of 7th belt and 8th belt battleships too. Due to certain reasons, the Holy Crest sect is allowed to possess battleships at a relatively high level. This battleship appears to be a 4th belt battleship. 4th belt battleships are typically divided into 300 sectors, with each sector having a different function. The entire battleship is a finely tuned machine. Every sector is required to perform properly for the battleship to run smoothly. There are more than 10,000 primary dermic artifacts in each sector. Bigger sectors would have more. This complex structure gives the battleship its great traveling speed when it's been activated. It has the capability to cross star systems. It also possesses tremendous offensive capabilities. The excitement in Wang Baol grew as he learned more about the battleship. There's also a core sector that acts like both the heart and brain of the battleship. It's the most important sector in the entire battleship. Wang Baol lifted his head and stared at the center of the battleship as it floated in the air. That should be where the central sector lay. However, only 7 people in the entire Holy Crest sect had access to it. Everyone else wasn't even allowed to stand anywhere near the sector. One of them was the early-stage Soul Conduit Realm Grand Supreme Elder. The rest were the only 6 nascent Soul Realm Elders in the sect. If I want to fully understand the complete structure of the battleship, I'll have to get inside and get involved in the interior's repairs. I'll need to find a way into the core sector. Maybe I can try killing a nascent Soul Realm cultivator and taking over his identity? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and began considering the pros and cons of his idea. He wasn't given the luxury to think it through fully though. His team had performed exceedingly well in their repair work, and the lack of manpower in the sect meant that their exemplary work quickly caught the attention of others. That included the nascent Soul Realm Elder in charge of the teams repairing battleship components. Long Nanzi? I didn't realize he had such talents. A late bloomer, perhaps? The Elder didn't give it too much thought. Late bloomers were common when it came to refining armaments. With Wang Baol's relatively high level of cultivation, it didn't take the Elder long before he decided to transfer Wang Baol to work on the battleship's interior. He was to join a more advanced team. Wang Baol blinked upon receiving his assignment. He placed the component in his hands aside and sighed secretly. This Holy Crest sect really isn't a bad place at all. I'm going to feel bad about what I'm going to do, so be it. Perhaps my very appearance is the result of the karma the Holy Crest sect has accumulated over 1,000 years. How envious I am of the Holy Crest sect, to be able to come across someone as intelligent and amazing as I am. Wang Baol coughed. He left the team with a sense of superiority unfurling within him and headed for the interior of the battleship as the nascent Soul Realm Elder had instructed. The repairs of the battleship were divided into two parts, exterior and interior. The battleship's exterior required quite extensive repairs, but the level of expertise necessary wasn't especially high. The repairs of the battleship's interior was a different matter. Security was more stringent as well. Wang Baol had to go through 5 array formations before he was let in. After he had passed all the inspections, he was teleported directly into the battleship. Wang Baol saw the cultivator who was to be his guide. He was a middle-aged man who appeared to be at the early-stage core formation realm. He immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting when he saw Wang Baol. "Greetings, Senior Brother Long Nanzi. Many parts of the battleship's interior are still damaged. It can be dangerous walking around if one isn't aware of the parts of the battleship that are still under repair. That's why I've been told to wait here for your arrival and to lead you to Team 7. Long Nanzi was considered a disciple with relatively high status in the Holy Crest sect. Even though he hadn't reached a breakthrough in cultivation for many years, he was still at the perfected core formation realm. Despite his lack of talent in refining armaments, he still garnered some degree of respect from other disciples. Wang Baol responded to the other cultivator's courteous manner with a smile. Due to Long Nanzi's naturally thin lips, his smile appeared cold and slightly unfriendly. It made the middle-aged cultivator feel slightly uncomfortable. He cautiously led Wang Baol to their destination and did his best to answer Wang Baol's questions. The answers Wang Baol got from the cultivator gave him a greater understanding of Team 7. There were 41 teams working on the battleship, and the repair work was divided up clearly amongst the teams. However, due to the lack of manpower, each team also had to handle other repair work that fell beyond their scope of duties. These teams were overseen by 9 teams. The latter supervised the teams under their purview while taking care of more advanced and important repairs. The team that he was going to join, Team 7, was responsible for the battleship's defense system. Their scope of work required a higher level of proficiency in armament refinement. There were 19 members in the team. Instead of working together like the groups repairing the battleship's exterior, every disciple in Team 7 had their own workstation where they completed their tasks independently. Besides the daily tasks assigned to them, these disciples could also check the list of outstanding repairs during their spare time and perform whatever repairs or refinements were required. To increase efficiency and autonomy, the Holy Crest sect would give out credits for work done that could then be exchanged for materials required for cultivation. This proved to be an incentive in such times when resources were scarce. As they journeyed through the battleship, Wang Baol took note of the interior of the battleship. Inside the vast space were numerous dermic artifacts that formed part of the battleship structure. In addition, there were also some living organisms that had fused together with the walls of the battleship. Interesting. Wang Baol's eyes narrowed. The literature he had read hadn't spoken about fusion spells that could fuse living organisms with dermic artifacts. His own experience told him instantly that such fusions could greatly enhance the battleship's capabilities. His interest towards the Divine I Civilization's dermic armament system intensified. The middle-aged man led Wang Baol through the battleship. It took an hour for them to reach the sector where Team 7 was located. The sector resembled a bee's hive, with dozens of small rooms clustered together. The open square that surrounded the rooms was cluttered with piles of damaged components and materials. A young cultivator stood in the square, barking out orders to the other cultivators. They recorded each material in their possession and sent them into the rooms. Send this third belt compass to Senior Brother Chen Luo. Tell Junior Brother Li Fong that the Roy Pearl he just repaired isn't up to standard. If he doesn't fix it, he can get out of Team 7. There's still use for this void-piercing all. Send it to Lu Mingfei. He has a day to extract the void-piercing stones inside. I want at least 70% of the stones out. The young cultivator was at the late-stage core formation realm. He seemed to be a master at refining armaments. He only needed a single glance at the materials or artifacts in order to identify the problem with the item. He was curt, and his words filled with impatience. He threw a dermic artifact over to another cultivator and instructed the latter on what to do with it. It was then that he noticed Wang Baol's arrival. He lifted his head, frowning slightly as his eyes fell on Wang Baol. "Greetings to senior brother Li Chun." The moment the young man's eyes fell on them, the middle-aged cultivator next to Wang Baol trembled and stepped forward. He cupped his fists and gave Li Chun a deep bow. His attitude towards Li Chun was more respectful and deferential than what he had displayed towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol finally recognized who stood before him. Long Nanzi's memories pinned him as the disciple under the fifth elder's personal guidance. He was gifted at armament refinement and considered a prodigy in the Holy Crest sect. Their social circles didn't intersect with one another generally. Now that Wang Baol had seen Li Chun, he couldn't help the sudden idea that popped up in his head. He assessed the feasibility of transforming into this person. Now wasn't the right time to strike, but the gears in Wang Baol's head spun furiously. He decided to set this idea aside for the moment. Just as Wang Baol shelved his idea of killing the young man, the latter, who had no idea he had just escaped death, waved his arm. He didn't spare a glance at the middle-aged cultivator who had greeted him. Instead, he glared at Wang Baol impatiently, then said angrily, "You're late, Long Nanzi. Every second is precious as we work to repair the battleship. Don't repeat this mistake. I'll hand the spirit illusory ore to you. Go and find a station that's unoccupied. You have 24 hours to distill spirit illusory liquid from the ore. There shouldn't be more than 20% wastage." The young man waved his hand and flung a stone at Wang Baol. It was the size of one's fist and gave off a purple glow. Li Chun ignored Wang Baol after that and continued to attend to other materials and their treatment. Long Nanzi was of little significance to him. There wasn't a need for him to spend too much time talking to someone like that. If Long Nanzi couldn't complete the task given to him, he'd just have to pack up and leave. Wang Baol raised one eyebrow as he caught the spirit illusory ore. It was an ore unique to the divine eye civilization. He had read about it in the records before. With certain special treatments, the ore could be melted down into a spirit liquid called spirit illusory liquid. The liquid was generally used to increase the success rate of refinements. However, wastage would inevitably occur during the process of melting down the ore. The acceptable range of wastage was 50% and below. 20% was going to be a challenge. Is he trying to put me in my place? Wang Baol glanced at the youth, then laughed suddenly. He had never been the sort of person to take things lying down. Besides, he was in his avatar form now with his true form safely hidden in the coffin. If things went south, he could take on another identity immediately. He wasn't planning to cause trouble if no one caused trouble for him, but should someone offend him, Wang Baol wasn't going to simply let them go. He didn't care who it was, even if it were the Grand Supreme Elder of the Holy Crest sect. Wang Baol flipped the hand that was holding the spirit illusory ore, and a blue flame flared inside his palm and enveloped the ore. The technique to melt down the ore appeared in Wang Baol's head. Even though this was his first time doing it, his talent and solid foundation in armament refinement allowed him to master the technique almost instantly. The fire in his palm grew increasingly hotter, and its color began to change rapidly. The sight caught everyone's attention. Unhappiness flashed across Li Chen's eyes, and he turned around, his eyes cold. However, the look on his face soon shifted to shock. Spirit illusory or can be melted down by alchemical fire. Between each count, the fire will undergo 696 cycles and change colors 233 times. By ensuring that the rate of burning is apace with one's breathing, we can introduce spirit chi and further nourishment to the melting process, ensuring a successful distillation. During the process, we'll have to watch out for any inscriptions that may appear as cracks on the ore and adjust the heat accordingly. Even though zero wastage cannot be achieved, theoretically speaking, we can reduce wastage to something approaching zero. Wang Baol explained coolly as he refined the ore. Of course, that is beyond my humble means. What I can do is to reduce wastage to 10%. Wang Baol continued casually. Everyone around him, including the middle-aged cultivator, watched with astonishment as he waved his right hand and extinguished the flames. A ball of liquid exuding a strange purple light appeared above his palm. It was a purple, clear liquid that sparkled like treasure. Everyone was drawn to it subconsciously. This was spirit illusory liquid. My God! This is supreme-grade spirit illusory liquid. The middle-aged cultivator standing next to Wang Baol gasped. Shock descended upon the public square. The crowd wasn't only shocked by the fact that Wang Baol had just refined supreme-grade spirit illusory liquid. They were also shocked by how short a time it took him to accomplish it. The entire refinement process took but 30 counts. The latter in itself would have blown anyone's mind. But he hadn't only managed to complete the refinement within a short period. He had managed to refine supreme-grade spirit illusory liquid. The feat had overthrown everything they had known about refinement. Amidst their incredulity, they had forgotten about Li Chen's presence and gasped aloud in shock. Li Chen himself was placed in a rough spot of embarrassment. He was equally shocked as well. He too might have been able to refine spirit illusory liquid with only a 10% wastage, but he would have taken 3 days. Long Nanzi, on the other hand, had managed to accomplish the feat within seconds. The level of their foundational abilities was worlds apart. That was a hard pill to swallow and a burn to his pride. He found it hard to control his rage and humiliation. Before he could say anything though, Wang Baol shook his head. I'm still unfamiliar with this since it's my first time doing it. That's why I had 10% wastage. He sighed, appearing dissatisfied with his results. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Baol flung the spirit illusory liquid to Li Chen. What others treated as precious, he seemed to treat as mere trash. Then, without sparing Li Chen a glance, he found an unoccupied chamber in a deserted area and went over. Wang Baol's words were like a divine power, landing a direct hit on Li Chen. It was an attack that inflicted collateral damage. No one around him was spared. The area descended into sudden silence. People parted as Wang Baol walked towards them. It was as if they were in the presence of a deity. They stepped back with utmost deference and cleared a path for Wang Baol. They had witnessed his refinement and heard his words, and he seemed to exude the aura of a mighty cultivator, a presence that everyone could sense distinctly, one that was immensely powerful. Wang Baol disappeared as he entered the chamber, but the public square remained steeped in silence. It was a while before the sound of breathing was heard. As for Li Chen, his chest was heaving heavily, his face pale one moment and dark the next. He finally lifted his head and started yelling at everyone around him. What are you all doing? Get back to work. Someone, take this illusory theft pillar to Senior Brother Long Nanzi. This fallen star compass and that phoenix feather and that stone ink beast. Send them all to Senior Brother Long Nanzi. Li Chen said with a thunderous look on his face. Exploiting his authority, he chose more than 30 components that were clearly the most challenging to repair and got them all sent over to Wang Baol. He thought viciously, so you're great at this, aren't you? Fine, let's see whether you can repair these components then. Everyone lowered their heads and went about carrying out the orders given. No one appeared to have any opinions about what was going on. In their view, this was a fight between two powerful cultivators and not something they should be involved in. They followed their orders and took the materials, as well as the dermic artifacts requiring repair, to Wang Baol's chamber. Other cultivators would have been extremely unhappy when faced with such bullying. Such repairs were considered part of their work and wouldn't earn any additional rewards. After all, additional rewards were only given for repairs done for components identified on the list, outside of one's normal scope of work. Wang Baol wasn't displeased though. In fact, he was extremely willing to take on the work. What he lacked was practice. The repairs assigned to him ensured that he didn't need to worry about a lack of resources or materials for refinement. He welcomed each repair assigned to him and began repairing the parts at a furious pace. His focus wasn't on the repairs though, it was on dismantling the components and studying their internal structure. With his rich knowledge and experience in refinement, he became a sponge that soaked up everything he learned swiftly. That continued for the next few days. He also joined a team, which gave him the added benefit of being able to access more knowledge on refining artifacts. The restoration of the battleship was of the utmost priority to the Holy Crest sect. However, the sect was constrained by their lack of manpower. In order to increase the speed of repair, certain literature on artifact refinement, which would have been restricted to blood relatives in the sect, was now being made partially accessible to the members of the 9 repair teams. Time passed steadily. 3 months went by. Wang Bao's advancement in the area of artifact refinement during this period was astonishing. The merging and amalgamation of 2 different refinement systems from 2 different civilizations inspired many great ideas. He immersed himself in the craft, oftentimes forgetting about his intention to return to the solar system. The feeling that his proficiency in refining artifacts was improving every day brought Wang Bao a sense of joy that was exhilarating. This sense of bliss was further enhanced when a casual attempt showed that he could now successfully craft a 9th-grade dermic armament. He was no longer as lost when it came to the refinement of divine armaments. The revelation made his spirits soar. He didn't try to hide his improvement. Even if he had thought of doing so, it would have been a challenging feat. Everyone in Team 7 was familiar with his name. In fact, the work that he was churning out was the equivalent of the work the rest of the team was doing. Li Chun had given up on making life difficult for him a week ago. He had finally realized that Long Nanzi and himself were worlds apart. Long Nanzi had improved vastly. Li Chen's initial bullying might have had some effect, slowing down his speed and accuracy when it came to repairing the battleship's components, but its impact had been temporary. Li Chun had been forced to rack his brains and select even more challenging tasks for Long Nanzi. These tasks would make Wang Bao's life difficult for the first few days, but after that, they would no longer pose a challenge to him. Li Chun would be driven mad with frustration and would furiously search for something else to make Wang Bao's life harder. He had even gone to the extent of reaching out to other teams with the excuse of helping them out. However, anything that he threw at Wang Bao would only hold Wang Bao's attention for a few days. In the end, Li Chun had been the one to come away psychologically traumatized by the experience. He stopped making life difficult for Wang Bao, though the latter didn't appear to be pleased with his sudden change of attitude. Wang Bao's impression of Li Chun had grown increasingly more positive as the days went by. Li Chen's antics were a blessing in disguise. If he hadn't searched for challenging repairs across all teams, Wang Bao wouldn't have improved as quickly as he had. Wang Bao panicked when he realized that Li Chun had abandoned his antics. He approached Li Chun directly and had a serious and heartfelt conversation with the latter. That appeared to spark Li Chen's spirit. Li Chun made a show of his extreme helpfulness and widened the scope of his search, going to extremes to help Wang Bao. This aid persisted for 2 months before Li Chun caved in. No matter how earnestly Wang Bao spoke to Li Chun, it was to no avail. Li Chun seemed on the verge of tears. He approached his master and requested to be transferred out of Team 7. Wang Bao was sorry to see Li Chen's departure. When he found out that Li Chun had been transferred to Team 5, he happily went over to Team 5 in search of Li Chun the next day. He began work there. He was once again showered with challenging repairs. 2 weeks later, Li Chun transferred to Team 3. Wang Bao happily followed his friend to the team. Li Chun transferred to Team 1 a week later. Wang Bao became excited and followed hastily in Li Chen's footsteps. Li Chun was stunned to find Wang Bao standing before him. "Hi!" Wang Bao blinked and waved excitedly at Li Chun. Li Chun left that day. This time, he left the battleship's interior altogether. He went to work on repairs on the battleship's exterior. Wang Bao was sad to see him go. If not for the friendship that he had developed with Li Chun during this period, he would very much have liked to kill him on the spot and take over the latter's identity. "We're friends. I can't do that to a friend." Wang Bao sighed as he watched Li Chun leave. Then, he turned back and returned to Team 1. In the following 3 months, Wang Bao continued to remain without a designated team. He went from one team to the next to wherever he was needed. His stellar performance in refinement had caught the attention of the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder and the sect's 6 nascent Soul Realm Elders. The findings from repeated investigations concluded that nothing was amiss. In the end, They could only explain his sudden advancement in proficiency as the long-awaited growth of a late bloomer. This was a common occurrence in the divine I civilization. However, none had displayed as drastic a change as Wang Baol. It's a pity that Long Nanzi hasn't been able to reach a breakthrough in his cultivation. The Grand Supreme Elder sighed. He wondered, for the first time, if he should give Long Nanzi a helping hand, pay a small price so that Long Nanzi could forcibly enter the nascent soul realm. The Grand Supreme Elder weighed the pros and cons. At this moment, Wang Baol had spent 6 months working with numerous teams and had familiarized himself with the internal structure of the battleship. His sights were now set on the battleship's core sector, the sector that could only be accessed by the sect elders. Days later, Wang Baol made use of his essence technique and staged his breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. His sudden breakthrough caught everyone's attention, and the news of Long Nanzi's advancement to the nascent soul realm soon spread across the entire sect. Wang Baol's breakthrough in cultivation hadn't been particularly impressive in terms of the power displayed during the breakthrough. However, it still managed to create a surge in spirit energy in the restricted zone. Waves of spirit energy flooded the area, sending waves of shock surging through the cultivators working in the battleship. The Grand Supreme Elder and the sect's 6 nascent soul realm elders were taken aback when they sensed the sudden breakthrough. The Grand Supreme Elder was the first to recover from his shock. He teleported away instantly and appeared in midair, hovering above Team 7. He lowered his head, ignored the members of Team 7, who had rushed away from their stations with surprise on their faces, and allowed his senses to sweep across the area. His senses immediately locked onto the chamber that Wang Baol was in. The Grand Supreme Elder's eyes widened after his closer inspection. Incredulity colored his eyes. Long Nanzi? He's attained a breakthrough? The Grand Supreme Elder could clearly sense what was happening inside the chamber. Wang Baol sat inside, his cultivation surging as nascent soul realm spirit energy continued to gather. The Grand Supreme Elder could sense Wang Baol's golden core cracking and his nascent soul forming rapidly. The sect's 6 elders arrived one after another. They were equally surprised when they realized that Long Nanzi was the one who was currently in the midst of a breakthrough in cultivation. Long Nanzi had shown limited potential. Despite the opportunity he had come across in his earlier years, he had only managed to reach the core formation realm. The nascent soul realm wasn't technically out of reach for him, but the chances of him actually attaining the nascent soul realm had been slim. They had felt incredulous at first. Then they gave the idea some more thought. Long Nanzi had shown himself to be a late bloomer in the area of artifact refinement. His sudden improvement in that aspect could have been the catalyst that led to his breakthrough. It was a possibility that shouldn't be discounted. Both the elders and the Grand Supreme Elder had verified Long Nanzi's sudden advancement in artifact refinement. They hadn't managed to find anything amiss with the cultivator. Nothing was out of the ordinary with Long Nanzi. His soul, his physical form, and his aura showed no signs of him being possessed or replaced by someone else. Long Nanzi's breakthrough might have been unexpected, but it was a happy surprise. The emergence of another nascent soul realm cultivator in the sect was a boost to the sect's power and influence. In addition, his skill in artifact refinement was clear for all to see. His skill, his length of service in the sect, and his breakthrough in cultivation would contribute greatly to the repair works of the battleship. The Grand Supreme Elder's eyes shone intensely at that thought. He immediately ordered for the area to be locked down. Everyone in Team 7 was made to leave. Then he and the remaining 6 elders sat down and stood watch over Wang Baol. Members of Team 7 didn't waste time, immediately spreading the news of Long Nanzi's breakthrough. Everyone in the restricted zone soon knew him to be the source of the sudden surge in spirit energy that signified a breakthrough. Shocked gasps and heated discussions could be heard throughout the restricted zone. Some people expressed envy, others expressed jealousy, and many sighed with longing and a tinge of bitterness. The person who was the epitome of bitterness and resentment was Li Chun. Has the divine I gone blind? Is every Tom, Dick, and Harry going to break through now? Li Chun glared furiously at the battleship floating in the air. He cursed at Wang Baol, wishing fervently that his breakthrough would fail. But his curses were useless. 3 days later, Wang Baol ended his cultivation and stepped out of his chamber. The Grand Supreme Elder immediately announced his promotion as the 7th Elder of the sect. Following Wang Baol's promotion, the Grand Supreme Elder's attitude towards him changed. He was no longer as stern to him as he would be to other disciples. He smiled more at Wang Baol, as did the other 6 elders. Wang Baol was familiar with such politics. He had climbed the ranks while he had been in the Federation, rising from the bottom to become a high-ranking official. So he was skilled in public relations. He responded in kind and established a cordial relationship with the elders. In the days that followed, Wang Baol went through a series of ceremonies that saw him officially promoted to the position of sect elder. His access rights were modified accordingly. This was something he had been looking forward to. Besides gaining access to classified literature and sect techniques, he also gained the right to enter the battleship's core sector. Wang Baol directed his focus to the battleship's core sector in the days that followed. Besides studying the sect's classified records and learning more about its refinement techniques, he also attempted to repair the dermic artifacts in the battleship's core sector. His proficiency in artifact refinement advanced rapidly once again. Repeated experimentation and practice deepened his understanding of the battleship and its construction. His confidence in crafting his own battleship grew as well. In his spare time, Wang Baol began mentally drafting the blueprints for his battleship. The construction had to be logically sound and had to adhere to the laws governing composite dermic artifacts. It was going to be a complex blueprint. Despite his skill in the area, it still took him months to come up with a complete blueprint in his head. With the first draft of his blueprint complete, a new problem arose: resources. The Holy Crest sect had to auction off nearly half of its buildings in order to repair its battleship. Wang Baol, on the other hand, was starting the construction of his battleship with nothing. The resources required to build a battleship from scratch would be immense. In fact, it might be so expensive that it was impossible to put a price tag on the venture. I have to think of a way. Wang Baol studied the blueprints he had drafted in his head and did a rough calculation of the resources he required. The final figure was a heavy weight on his chest. The stress was immense. If only I could use my good looks to get me the resources I need. This would hardly be a problem. What should I do now? Should I make use of my identity to steal resources? Wang Baol sighed at the vast amount of resources he was going to need. The gears in his head began moving. The Grand Supreme Elder and the other elders had long acknowledged his new position as one of the sect's elders. He could sense their concealed wariness against him waning. After understanding the nature of the Divine Eye civilization and how it centered around plunder and pillage, Wang Baol came to another realization. Even though the Grand Supreme Elder and the sect elders appeared friendly, their cordial appearances were just that, appearances. Good men were rare in this civilization. Those who wanted to advance further in their cultivation had to venture out and become bandits. Killing became second nature for them. Wang Baol might have passed multiple rounds of inspections, but his drastic transformation still incited suspicion. During this period, he had sensed eyes constantly watching him. He had no intention of ruining the sect though. That was why the Grand Supreme Elder and the other elders couldn't find anything wrong with him. If Wang Baol wanted to, he could secretly divert resources to himself for his own use. His position would make that a convenient solution, but the sect was too poor and lacked sufficient resources. After some thought, Wang Baol concluded that he would have to drain the sect dry and rob it of its battleship in order for this to work. Anything less wouldn't work. A grown man shouldn't be so fixated on the small stuff. I'll either go big or go home. I shouldn't waste my time with small fry. Wang Baol coughed and narrowed his eyes. There was a glint in his eyes. The Divine Eye civilization is a big place. There are plenty of rich sects around. Wang Baol licked his lips. He thought for a bit and made up his mind. He was going to avoid the spying that was still occasionally being done on him over the next few days. He would begin emptying his storage bags and start buying resources secretly. He did exactly what he planned to. Then, one moonless night, Wang Baol sneaked out from his residence without anyone's notice and appeared in the sky outside the Holy Crest sect. There may be many sects in the fifth ring, but most of them will have hidden their resources carefully. Even if I infiltrate a sect, I'll have to take on someone's identity in order to search the place. Then, I'll have to rely on luck to find anything valuable. That's not efficient at all. It's a waste of time and troublesome as well. The best way is to get the sects to get their resources organized of their own accord. It'll make things easier for me when I come for the resources. That's why, if I want to conduct a robbery, the ideal target is a battleship that has just returned from a successful raid and is filled with loot. Not only am I guaranteed a bountiful harvest, but I can also take the battleship apart and harvest it for parts. Wang Bao's eyes shone intensely. The feeling of being in a foreign civilization, unbound by obligation, excited him. He concealed his presence and headed for the stars. The main star of the Divine Eye star system housed numerous sections. That meant that there were plenty of battleships around. Some of those battleships were capable of long-distance travel, while others were only capable of travel within the star system. Numerous battleships arrived and departed the star system. The number might not be astoundingly high, but it was still considerable. That was the sight that greeted Wang Bao when he appeared outside the outer atmosphere of the Divine Eye civilization. His eyes swept across the numerous battleships. He rubbed his chin, and his appearance began to shift rapidly as he transformed from Long Nanzi to Zhuoxian. He coughed, then raised his right hand in a wave. In his storage bag, the donkey, which had been sleeping soundly just a moment earlier, stirred awake. "My dear son, it's time for you to prove yourself. Come, tell your daddy. Based on your vast experience of munching on everything in sight, which battleship do you think has the most resources hidden inside?" The main Divine Eye planet's atmosphere resembled that of Earth in some ways and differed in others. The environment or the nature of the abyss surrounding the star system might have contributed to that. The main star's atmosphere was thicker than Earth's. Unless one was at the soul conduit realm, the extent that one's senses could reach out was limited. That was why the battleships entering and departing the planet shared a vulnerability. They couldn't sense what was going on outside the battleship. The Divine Eye civilization might be one that centered on banditry, with a fine tradition of killing and stealing from their own, but such acts were always done secretly, and most happened between individual cultivators. Malicious acts that involved the robbery of entire battleships did occur, but they were often followed by swift retaliation in the form of vicious acts of vengeance and warrants. As a result, they occurred more infrequently. Wang Bao was currently hidden within the planet's atmosphere. It was difficult for him to assess which of those numerous battleships before him was the target with the highest value. Each sect's battleship was different from the rest. A veil of concealment hid the actual contents. Unless one took a battleship apart or scanned the battleship with their senses, it was difficult to discern what the battleship housed or what it was built from. That made Wang Bao's task more challenging. He might be a powerful fighter, but his senses weren't precise enough for him to scan the entire region with a single sweep. Besides, he had to ensure that his presence remained hidden while he conducted such a sweep. It appeared that his attempt at robbery was going to rely heavily on luck. He had a feeling that the donkey was going to be of help here. The creature had eaten all manners of things and had survived until today. It had gotten its fill of different kinds of resources as well. That should have honed its instinct and increased its chances of identifying a battleship filled with a bountiful harvest. In principle, the chances of battleships returning to the planet being filled to the brim with loot were high. Luck might play a huge part in Wang Bao's current endeavor, but one couldn't discount the technique that was involved in selecting a target. Both luck and technique are on our side. Son, it's all up to you now. Quick, find a battleship. Wang Bao coughed and patted the donkey. It had just tumbled out of the storage space and was still in a daze. There was a lost look on the donkey's face. It looked at Wang Bao, then gazed into the distance at the battleships entering and departing the planet's atmosphere. Finally, it turned and looked at Wang Bao again. There was a pitiful look on its face, and it opened its mouth, ready to bray. "I'll split a portion with you if you manage to find one. If you don't, then you can go back into the storage bag and starve." Wang Bao glared. The donkey sucked in a frightened gasp upon hearing those words, its huge eyes glistening with tears. After a long moment, it turned its head away, a fierce look flashing in its eyes. As it stared unblinkingly at the battleships before it, its nose twitched. It was as if the battleships before it were plates of food. What it had to do now was find the most delicious one. It can smell them even when they're so far away? Wang Baol said curiously. Just as his curiosity was piqued, the donkey began to bray in agitation. Son, son! It cried out as it lifted its hooves and pointed towards a battleship that had just returned from space. It appeared worried that its actions weren't clear enough. The donkey sneezed and exhaled a cloud of smoke, which shifted and transformed into the shape of the battleship it had pointed at. Wang Baol lifted his head hastily. Doubt flashed across his eyes instantly. The battleship that the donkey had identified looked extremely ordinary. There didn't appear to be anything exceptional about it. Its size couldn't even compare to that of the Holy Crest Sex battleship, with it being half the size of the latter. It didn't appear to be an extremely fast battleship either. It trudged alongside 7 to 8 other battleships, looking completely ordinary. Parts of it even appeared damaged, and it didn't seem to be the result of battle but of overuse. It was merely the natural outcome of wear and tear. Perhaps a lack of funding had led to the lack of repairs. As Wang Baol studied the battleship from afar, somewhere inside the battleship were dozens of cultivators. Only 5 or 6 of them were at the nascent soul realm, while the weakest of them was at the late-stage core formation realm. They appeared relaxed, their eyes shining with unbridled excitement. A few kept pulling out black, fist-sized rocks from their storage bags. They touched the rocks tenderly, as if they were holding precious gems in their hands. We're going to be rich this time. Who knew that the vast Weeping Vein star system was hiding a small civilization with such great stores of star illusory stones? Star illusory stones. These stones are essential for crafting a fifth belt battleship. A single stone the size of a man's fist can be traded for a level 8 soldier. Such a precious resource. And to think that the civilization's strongest cultivator is only at the core formation realm. They don't deserve these resources, yet they still dared to fight back. They deserve to be wiped out. It's a pity that their biophysical structure is so different from ours. Otherwise, we could have captured them and used them as vessels for refinement. The mention of the civilization's strongest cultivator sent the group laughing out loud. They relaxed further as they approached their home planet and their sect. Everyone, be on your guard. We have quite a bountiful haul this time around. We won't be able to shoulder the consequences if anything happens to it. Yun Linzi, control the extent of the spirit chi source being released. Let's keep our heads down. It's not the right time to unleash the full speed of the battleship. We'll do that when we enter the atmosphere. The cultivator's leader, an elder at the perfected nascent soul realm, frowned and barked amidst all the laughter. Elder, we've returned to the home planet. What accident can befall us now? You should rest. The resources we got this time around should be sufficient for you to advance to the next cultivation realm. Let's extend an early congratulation to our elder. That's right, elder. Stop worrying. Our concealment is flawless. Our battleship looks ordinary and shows signs of wear and tear. It's completely unexceptional. No one will think of targeting us. Besides, it's been years since someone has done something as terrible as robbing a battleship. The sect should be sending someone to receive us soon. Don't worry, relax. The elder gave those words some thought and relaxed slightly. The thought of having sufficient resources for his next breakthrough in cultivation made his insides burn with anticipation. Of course, these cultivators, who had just returned fresh from a massacre with their battleship filled to the brim with treasures, had no idea that 2 intense stares had locked onto their battleship. 2 entities, one larger, one smaller, hid in the clouds, their sights locked firmly onto the battleship. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he stood amidst the clouds. He studied the seemingly ordinary battleship, then quietly asked the donkey, "Son, you sure it's tasty?" "Son." The donkey looked certain. Its hooves trembled with seemingly uncontrollable hunger. It looked as if it was about to dash out at any moment. "Fine, I'll trust you this once. Let's go get it." Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He discarded any consideration for other battleships and hid himself. They shadowed the battleship quietly. It didn't take long for the seemingly worn-down battleship that reeked of poverty to slowly stray from the other battleships around it. It drifted away and entered the planet's atmosphere. Upon entry, the battleship became hidden amidst thick clouds. It sank further into the atmosphere. A flash of light flickered in Wang Bao's eyes. They never left the battleship. He unleashed his full speed and allowed his perfected nascent soul realm cultivation to fill his body. He allowed his stellar nascent soul to boost his speed beyond what his current level of cultivation was capable of, giving him the speed of a soul conduit realm cultivator. He was like a shooting star as he raced after the battleship. The battleship unleashed its full speed at the same moment as well. With a speed that was at least triple its original speed, it sped away. Did it sense my presence? Wang Bao froze. There wasn't time to think, though. He stopped trying to hide his presence, unleashing another sudden burst of speed and extending his senses outward. He was like an invisible hurricane that instantly surrounded the battleship. His senses bypassed the battleship's defenses. Instantly, he saw the dozens of cultivators on board. A piercing alarm erupted in the battleship with Wang Bao's scan. A moment ago, the cultivators on board had been laughing and resting. In the next moment, alarm flashed across their faces. The few nascent soul realm cultivators appeared shocked, and they gasped. A soul conduit realm cultivator? Hurry up! Something's not right. They had just heard the battleship's alarm bells and had also sensed the foreign scan. The only cultivators who could extend their senses and see into the inside of a battleship while in the planet's outer atmosphere were those at the soul conduit realm. To do it so brazenly was a clear indication of this cultivator's intent. At least, it was clear to the cultivators on the battleship. There's no soul conduit realm cultivator on board? Does that mean they didn't speed up because they noticed my presence? Wang Bao's heart rate picked up when he saw the expressions shift on the cultivators' faces. He realized something then. He might have just struck the jackpot this time. A fat, juicy lamb had landed on his lap, ready for slaughter. An excited Wang Bao intentionally changed his voice as he began to laugh maniacally. With a sudden shift, he turned invisible like a spirit and threw himself at the battleship that was trying to make its escape. He passed through the battleship's hull as his voice thundered in the cultivators' heads like a sudden, oral explosion. Freeze! This is a robbery! The voice that Wang Bao took on sounded slightly raspy and was filled with untamed violence. He was trying to mimic the voice of the giant tree. His voice filled the battleship, and the sound of thunder exploded in the heads of every cultivator on board. They appeared deafened, alarm flashing across their faces. The core formation realm cultivators were unable to withstand his voice. Blood flowed from every orifice on their faces. Their minds were overwhelmed, and their cultivation was suppressed. The slightly more powerful nascent soul realm cultivators didn't escape unscathed. Their minds buzzed as they spat out huge mouthfuls of blood. They swayed and would have fallen if they hadn't grabbed for the wall next to him. Only the elder, who had the highest level of cultivation amongst them all, managed to withstand Wang Bao's voice. Even so, blood still seeped from his lips. His face turned pale, and terror flickered in his eyes. Everything happened before Wang Bao even showed himself. He was still in his immaterial, illusory form and had pounced upon everyone like the devil, leading to their near mental breakdown with only his voice. The series of events had happened in an instant. In the next moment, before anyone could react, black chi began to seep in from the walls and floors of the battleship. The entire battleship was filled with black smoke, which was permeated with a terrifying power. It had a corrosive quality that ate into everything it managed to touch. Within the blink of an eye, the black chi entered the battleship and headed for the cultivators on board. The cultivators appeared powerless against the smoke. It entered their bodies, curled around their storage bags and their dermic treasures, and left immediately. Some dermic treasures were pendants hung around necks, while others were unique treasures kept within the cultivators' bodies, which were continuously nourished. None escaped. They were all snatched away by the black chi. The black chi carried the piles of storage bags and dermic treasures and gathered in the air before everyone, transforming into an indistinct silhouette. The silhouette had an indistinct face, with indistinct facial features, and was surrounded by tufts of smoke that kept expanding and then shrinking. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Two spheres of crimson light lit up the entity's face. They turned towards the cultivators who had just been robbed of their belongings. Those illusory eyes almost seemed to take on a physical form when they turned themselves onto the cultivators. Everyone's minds began to buzz loudly, in alarm under the stare. Cold winds began to stir, and a terrible frosty cold invaded the battleship. It chilled one's physical form while inflaming one's soul. The cultivators felt as if their souls were on fire. The two vastly different sensations assailed every cultivator on board. They were strange and terrifying sensations. The cultivators at the core formation realm couldn't take it anymore and passed out instantly. A few of the nascent soul realm cultivators were struggling as well. They had to unleash and activate their cultivation to the fullest in order to resist the pain being inflicted on their spirits and their bodies. The elder spat out another huge mouthful of blood as he grabbed onto the chair next to him. Then, with a voice laced with terror, he struggled to speak. "We are disciples of the Thousand Spirit sect. Our Grand Supreme Elder is Gong Sun Ho. Esteemed Elder." Silence. The entity formed from black smoke snorted before the elder could finish speaking. The sound was like a bolt of lightning assaulting everyone's minds. The nascent soul realm elder could no longer take it and spat out another few mouthfuls of blood. The mysterious entity raised its right hand and swept it across the air. A strong force suddenly appeared, and a vortex materialized inside the battleship. It led to the outside. The vortex began to draw everything towards it with an overpowering force, yanking at everyone on board with the intention to swallow them whole. The cultivators reappeared outside the battleship, in the planet's atmosphere. Fierce winds whipped at them, and thunder roared next to their ears. They trembled feebly, terrified but relieved at their still being alive. They watched as their battleship unleashed a sudden burst of speed and raced off into the distance. The entire robbery had taken place in a flash. The victims of the crime were currently shivering in the icy winds, most of them looking lost. They couldn't seem to believe what had just happened to them. They were supposed to be galactic pirates. They had just returned from a bountiful hunt. But just as they had entered their home planet, they had been pirated by someone else in turn. The elder who had been in charge of leading the team stood immobile for a dozen seconds before letting loose a pained howl. His eyes had turned red. He ignored his fellow sect members, unleashed his full speed, and raced downwards, heading for land. As he charged out, he lifted his right hand and smacked his chest violently where no one could see him do it. His actions exacerbated his injuries. He looked a mess with blood continuing to spill from his lips as he raced across the planet's atmosphere. He was heading for the location where they were supposed to meet the sect. He emerged from the atmosphere and arrived at the designated location. A dozen cultivators from his sect who had arrived to receive his team came into view. He immediately let out a pained scream. "Sect Lord, I have failed in my duty. I tried my best and fought with everything I had. Despite sustaining heavy injuries, I failed to ensure the safety of our battleship. Our battleship has been stolen." The elder forced those words from his lips, then spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He appeared to have succumbed to the severity of his injuries and to have lost the ability to fly, falling from the sky. His fellow sect cultivators, who had traveled a long way to receive his team, were all alarmed by the sight. They caught his falling body, and as they began to heal his injuries, they started to ask in detail what had happened. Amongst them was a middle-aged cultivator. Shock flashed across his face as he listened to the elder's recounting of what had happened. He immediately pulled out a jade slip and sent out a voice transmission. The next moment was marked by changing skies. Winds howled, and clouds rolled back. A figure emerged in the distance. His appearance was marked by roaring hurricanes all around him. Awe filled the cultivators who witnessed the figure's arrival. In the next moment, the new arrival appeared before Elder Sunday. He was a tall man, much taller than a regular man, with an overpowering early-stage soul conduit realm cultivation. He was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect, Gong Sun Ho. What happened? The towering man asked solemnly. His eyes were intense and held a look of authority. Elder Sun trembled in the face of his own Grand Supreme Elder and frantically recounted the robbery. A flash of murder appeared in Gong Sun Ho's eyes after he was done. The Grand Supreme Elder's hair shifted in the still air. It was clear that he was deeply enraged. Who dares to rob the battleship of the Thousand Spirit Sect? Is he tired of living? Gong Sun Ho raised his right hand and clenched his fist. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and gathered inside his fist, transforming into a sphere of electricity that hissed dangerously. He flung his fist outward, and the sphere of electricity flew into the atmosphere and exploded. In its wake was a passageway. The furious Gong Sun Ho stepped into the passageway, and his divine sense stretched out. With a series of hand seals, he located the position of their sex battleship and immediately began pursuit. As the Grand Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect began a furious pursuit, Wang Baol stood inside the battleship of the Thousand Spirit Sect, which was located quite some distance away from the Grand Supreme Elder. Wang Baol had materialized and taken on the appearance of Xianxia. He stared at the storage bags before him that he had opened earlier, his eyes wide and shining with excitement. Star illusory stones. I'm rich, Wang Baol said excitedly. He ignored the donkey next to him, which was licking its lips in anticipation. With a wave of his hand, he stored the storage bags. His eyes landed on the battleship next. He had managed to take control of the battleship quite easily. There must be some kind of tracker hidden on this battleship, but I can't just give it up. That'd be too much of a waste. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes before beginning to work. His proficiency in dermic armaments and the practical experience he had gained over the past months came in useful as he began to dismantle the battleship. He hadn't had the time to craft more puppets during the past few months. So, to help with the dismantling process, he made use of his essence technique and conjured a few less powerful avatars so that he had a few additional pairs of hands. The first component to be dismantled was the dermic artifact in the battleship's core sector. Next came the stellar source that was fueling the battleship. Then came the battleship's defensive and offensive capabilities. With the help of his avatars, Wang Baol was able to break the battleship apart in quick order. His goal was to dismantle as many components as he could. His priorities were components that were easily taken apart and those that were of the most value. Soul guiding ring? I'll take that. An engine set? That's good stuff. It's mine now. Parts made from shackled miststone? That's rare. I'll have that as well. Wang Baol grew increasingly excited as he continued taking the battleship apart. The donkey was affected as well. Damage to parts during the disassembly process was unavoidable. These damaged components became the best sort of snack for the donkey. It happily munched on bits of components at the side. An hour passed. During this hour, Gong Sun Ho continued to race madly across the planet. Meanwhile, the battleship was reduced to 2/3 of its original form after Wang Baol's dismantling and the donkey's snacking. Wang Baol finally managed to rein in his greed at the last moment. He filled the storage bags that he had stolen, then, with much regret, stopped taking the battleship apart. He held onto the donkey and turned invisible again. They passed through the battleship and left immediately. Having lost 1/3 of its components, as well as its source of fuel, the battleship began to slow down. It left the planet's atmosphere and began to plunge downwards, towards land, like a meteor about to crash. The battleship had lost its source of energy and emerged from the planet's atmosphere. It was heading straight for land and was about to crash into the mountains. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect, Gong Sun Ho, had been in fierce pursuit of the battleship. He raced in the outer atmosphere as he relied on his lightning-based mystic technique to locate the battleship. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. The unique properties of the planet's atmosphere meant that he couldn't lock down the exact location of the battleship. He only knew roughly where it was. However, He could immediately sense exactly where the battleship was as soon as it descended from the atmosphere. Without any hesitation, Gong Sun Ho raced out from the atmosphere and vanished as he teleported away. The Thousand Spirit Sect's battleship appeared right before his eyes when he reappeared again. It was crashing towards the ground. He unleashed his full cultivation as he raced towards the battleship in an attempt to stop it from crashing. The Thousand Spirit Sect might be many times wealthier than the Holy Crest Sect, but it only had 3 battleships capable of galactic travel. The destruction of any one of those battleships would be a tremendous loss to the sect. That was why Gong Sun Ho had unleashed his full speed. He appeared instantly before the battleship that was crashing towards the ground. Then, he raised both his arms and pressed his palms on the battleship. He was going to try and stop the battleship from crashing with his cultivation alone. A loud thunder resonated in the air. Gong Sun Ho's face turned pale. The veins in his arms bulged, and one could see the veins on his face clearly. He continued to unleash his cultivation as he was pushed back continuously by the weight of the battleship. Finally, his feet landed on solid ground. It groaned and splintered, and cracks spread from where he had landed, stretching as far as 10,000 feet. Before long, the ground caved in, relieving the pressure on Gong Sun Ho. He roared as the pressure weighing down on him was eased. He finally managed to gain control of the battleship with his overwhelming cultivation. Gong Sun Ho slowly placed the battleship next to him. Then, panting, he extended his divine sense and surveyed the damage. He had been prepared for what he was likely going to see, but it still enraged him to the point that he trembled with fury. The interior of the battleship was a mess. It was clearly missing many components, with several parts of the battleship being emptied completely. The missing parts were the most valuable parts of the battleship, and there were even bite marks on what remained. The sight pained Gong Sun Ho greatly. Under his lead, his sect had exterminated countless civilizations and massacred countless species. He had scrimped and saved the resources that he had plundered and pillaged over the years. Finally, that had allowed the sect to build 3 battleships. But now, one of his precious battleships had been taken apart to such a horrifying degree. He found it hard to breathe at the moment, especially when he thought about how he had also been robbed of the precious star illusory stones. The pain he was feeling now was akin to being ripped apart. His cultivation churned violently inside him. There was a vicious look on Gong Sun Ho's face as he raised his head skyward and let loose a furious howl. "I don't care who you are. The Thousand Spirit Sect will find you. We will crush your bones into ash and destroy both your body and spirit." His voice surged outwards, echoing in the atmosphere. It reached Wang Baol, who hadn't yet left the area. "Only you're allowed to rob other civilizations? No one else is allowed to rob you?" Wang Baol glared and stopped in his tracks. He contemplated going back and teaching the other cultivator a good lesson. Then he thought about the repercussions if he were to do that. The backlash that would result from that might make it inconvenient for him to engineer a second robbery. He snorted and decided to ignore the cultivator's threat. He turned and headed back to the Holy Crest sect. Wang Baol sneaked quietly into the restricted zone upon his return. He returned to his chambers, sat down, and began to go through his loot. His eyes shone increasingly brighter as he went through his loot. A horse can only grow fat if it secretly munches grass at night. There's some truth to that saying. What I've earned today is almost as much as what the Holy Crest sect got through Orthodox means in its previous auction. Wang Baol began the construction of his very own battleship with great excitement. He had amassed sufficient resources for the time being. In the days that followed, Wang Baol immersed himself in the crafting of components for his battleship. He didn't pay much attention to what was going on in the world outside. He wasn't unconcerned about the reactions to his robbery, but he believed that he had handled the matter prudently. Even though he might not be extremely well-versed in the art of piracy, he knew that a sect would view a pure robbery and a robbery and murder very differently. The former entailed only a loss of wealth. The loss might be painful, but the damage was really to the sect's reputation. However, the latter would amount to a declaration of war. Outsiders would view it this way as well. The degree of malice was clearly different. If one heard that their neighbor was robbed of something precious, they would instinctively raise their guard and be more cautious. However, if one heard that their neighbor had been killed, their reaction wouldn't be restricted to a mere increased sense of caution. The reactions following Wang Bao's robbery were as he had predicted. It was almost impossible to hide the fact that the Thousand Spirit Sect's battleship had been stolen. Besides, the sect had quite a few enemies. The robbery of their battleship soon made headlines across the planet. The news spread like wildfire. Every sect, big and small, was talking about it. Even the disciples in the Holy Crest sect were discussing the matter. There was a slight edge of caution to their words, as well as a great deal of petty cheer over someone else's misery. Have you heard? The Thousand Spirit Sect's battleship returned with a full bounty and was robbed. Not only was their loot stolen, but a great portion of their battleship was also taken apart. Something like that hasn't happened in years. The Thousand Spirit Sect has always been cocky. Who knew this would happen to them? I asked around. I heard they destroyed a small civilization and got their hands on a mountain of star illusory stones. They worked so hard only for those stones to fall into someone else's hands. Wang Bao might be immersed in the construction of his battleship, but he would still get out occasionally and take charge of the repairs on the Holy Crest Sect's battleship. He would catch snippets of discussions amongst other disciples. He would frown then. The Thousand Spirit Sect belongs to the cluster of sects on the Fifth Mountain Ring. We might not be able to offer aid after they were robbed, but we should be careful to only discuss the robbery within the confines of the sect grounds. We shouldn't speak so carelessly when we are outside. At the same time, we should practice greater caution so that the same thing doesn't happen to us. Wang Bao had a stern expression on his face as he spoke seriously. The disciples who had been discussing the matter trembled secretly. They lowered their heads and murmured their agreement. The Grand Supreme Elder agreed with what Wang Bao had said as well. In fact, he gathered the 7 elders to discuss this matter with them in detail. Grand Supreme Elder, I have a humble suggestion. We could ask the Thousand Spirit Sect if they require our help in searching for the perpetrator. It doesn't matter if we're sincere in helping or merely putting up appearances. It might also help prevent something similar from happening to the Holy Crest sect in the future. Wang Bao coughed and said seriously during the meeting, as if he were truly concerned about the Holy Crest sect. The Grand Supreme Elder smiled and waved Wang Bao's suggestion aside. I sought out fellow Taoist Gongsun immediately when I heard about this, but Gongsun Ho seems suspicious of everyone at the moment. He rejected my offer to help. We cannot blame him. It's really quite embarrassing. A galactic pirate is supposed to be the one doing the pillaging and plundering, but he's now being robbed by someone else. Another elder smiled and said, There's a high likelihood that someone in the sect leaked information about the returning battleship. So many battleships return to the home planet every day. There's no way to explain why theirs was targeted. Wang Bao nodded and provided a seemingly intelligent analysis of the situation. It was in line with what the other sects were guessing as well. It had been a while since someone had attempted to rob a battleship on the Divine Eye planet. Not to mention that the target had seemed too deliberate. It was as if the perpetrator had known that the battleship had been the one carrying the most valuable load. The farce of a galactic pirate being pirated soon became a running joke amongst the few sects hostile to the Thousand Spirit Sect. The Water Refinement Sect, especially, put a lot of effort into fanning the flames. The Thousand Spirit Sect felt the most miserable of all sects in the days that followed. They had lost their hard-earned loot, their battleship had been dismantled for parts, and they had to put up with the mocking commentary coming from other sects such as the Water Refinement Sect. In addition, no matter how relentlessly they investigated, they couldn't find any traces of evidence explaining the robbery or identifying the perpetrator. In a moment of rage, Gong Sun Ho had carried out a ruthless investigation against the members of his own sect. To no avail. Gong Sun Ho was frustrated. He suspected the Water Refinement Sect was involved in the entire fiasco but had no evidence to prove his suspicions. In the end, he prepared to continue the investigation in secret. It seemed that there was no end in sight. A month passed. Wang Bao was sitting inside his chamber when he raised his head, his eyes shining. He licked his lips. I've used up all the materials. Here I come. Wang Baol coughed. He stood up and disappeared from the secret chamber, reappearing in the sky outside a moment later. With a single step, he entered the atmosphere. He had taken on Zhuo Yixian's appearance once again. This disguise had little use in the previous robbery, but Wang Baol was well-versed in the high official's autobiographies. He remembered there was a line in one of those autobiographies that mentioned cultivating certain good habits that could help compensate for personality and other habitual flaws. There are still many dangers that can threaten my life in the divine I-star system. Transforming into smoke is my first layer of protection. Should my presence be detected, I'll appear as Zhuo Yixian. That will be my second layer of protection. Wang Baol patted his face. He thought that it didn't hurt to be a little more careful. He kept his disguise as Zhuo Yixian, then transformed his disguised form into black smoke. The black smoke traveled swiftly in the atmosphere and soon reached its uppermost region. Wang Baol found a discreet spot and hid himself. He stared into space and watched the battleships entering and leaving the planet. He released the donkey then as well. To stop the donkey from braying, he threw a piece of scrap material that was left over from the Thousand Spirit Sect battleship. Wang Baol grinned. Son, the old rules apply. The donkey gobbled up the scrap material in a few bites. Its eyes shone intensely as it licked its lips. It appeared to be enjoying the snack and recalling the taste of the scrap materials it had eaten recently. It lifted its head, spirits high. Driven by a strong innate hunger for more food, the donkey studied the battleships that passed it. Its gaze was like the divine sense of a powerful cultivator. It's a pity that the members of the Thousand Spirit Sect are such cowards. They actually declared that they will be temporarily ceasing all galactic travel. In times like this, shouldn't they set a trap instead? Load a battleship with hordes of precious resources and use that to lure the culprit out. Wang Baol sighed. As an elder of the Holy Crest sect, he had been able to get information on the Thousand Spirit Sect's moves. The information he had gotten wasn't complete, but it was enough. He knew that Gong Sun Ho had put a hold on galactic trips out of the star system. There would be no trips out of the star system for the Thousand Spirit Sect within the year. What is the Thousand Spirit Sect thinking? Wang Baol shook his head. He was about to think more deeply about the intentions driving the Thousand Spirit Sect's actions when the donkey suddenly shivered. Started braying at Wang Baol. Wang Baol perked up. He raised his head and looked in the direction the donkey was pointing him towards. Wang Baol's eyes glowed, and he licked his lips. After a long moment, he stored the donkey and then transformed into black smoke, disappearing. It didn't take long before a water refinement sect battleship that had just returned to the planet charged into the atmosphere, the roars rumbling from its entry resonating in the air. The Thousand Spirit Sect battleship incident had the other sects on high alert. They had implemented certain measures to prevent the same from happening to them. However, the Thousand Spirit Sect hadn't revealed the full details of the robbery. In addition, the other sects had attributed the cause to a leak of confidential information in the sect. They all thought it had been an inside job. Besides, there had been no repeated incidents in the 2 months that followed the first robbery, so everyone's guard had naturally lowered. It didn't take long before the cultivators inside the water refinement sect battleship heard the same terrifying voice that the cultivators aboard the Thousand Spirit Sect battleship had heard. Freeze! This is a robbery. Half an hour later, when the Grand Supreme Elder of the Water Refinement Sect hastily led his men to a remote valley, they were greeted with the sight of a severely damaged battleship that had crashed into the valley. Outrage and fury consumed the cultivators instantly. Upon inspection, they realized that the battleship was missing nearly half of its components. Even though the disciples on board the battleship were all unharmed, the loot that they had gotten from this trip had all been stolen. The female Grand Supreme Elder of the Water Refinement Sect was so furious that she almost spat blood. Look into this. I don't care if we have to put up a reward for it. I want the scoundrel found. I'm going to rip this wretched beast into pieces. The Water Refinement Sect was in an uproar. They were amongst the most powerful sects on the Fifth Mountain Ring, reputable and as powerful as the Thousand Spirit Sect. Their sect disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. News of the sect's mad search for the culprit who robbed them soon spread like wildfire. 2 robberies had occurred within a short span of a few months. News of the second robbery erupted instantly. Every sect was shocked when they found out. The Thousand Spirit sect robbery could have been considered an isolated incident. But now the water refinement sect had been targeted as well. This wasn't something that could be easily explained away as an inside job. A serial robber appeared to be on the loose. Any criminal tagged with the word serial was going to create an uproar. Many sects on the main Divine Eye planet went on high alert instantly. They felt threatened, and they poured everything they had into protecting their own battleships. While numerous sects were panicking, the disciples of the Thousand Spirit sect were laughing at them. Gong Sun Ho laughed the loudest. He hadn't revealed details of the robbery that had targeted their battleship in order to preserve whatever reputation remained of their sect. He had run through the entire robbery in detail and even tried replicating it. He had been left with the realization that he was dealing with an extremely difficult opponent, and he hadn't been willing to share that information. Besides, he had been looking forward to seeing other sects suffer as well. Weren't they all talking about how the Thousand Spirit sect was supposed to be a galactic pirate but ended up being pirated by someone else? The water refinement sect seemed especially cheerful, mocking us. Who's the idiot now? The Thousand Spirit sect continued to mock the other sect's misery with great glee. The water refinement sect's investigation went on for 2 weeks, but no clues surfaced, even when they put up significant rewards. It was then that the third robbery happened and shocked the sects. This time, the target wasn't a sect from the 5th mountain ring, it was multiple sects from the 6th, 7th, and 8th mountain rings. Within a single night, within the span of 2 hours, 17 battleships that belonged to sects on the 6th to 8th mountain rings were robbed. The robbers' target wasn't the resources the battleships carried, but the components of the battleships themselves. An uproar overtook the entire main Divine Eye planet. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Water Refinement Sect was shocked by the scale of the robberies that had been committed. After some deliberation, she approached her longtime rival, Gong Sun Ho. No one knew what they discussed, but the day after their private discussion, the 2 sects made a joint declaration calling for all sects from the 5th to the 8th mountain rings to join them in a joint investigation. They swore to find the wretched culprit behind the series of shameless and brutal robberies. The large-scale investigation took the 5th to 8th mountain rings by storm. There was no end in sight. Despite the ruckus that had resulted from everything, the 3 main sects, which were stationed on the 2nd to 4th mountain rings, didn't seem to care. The difference in power between the 3 main sects and the remaining sects was too great. To the former, it was like watching a group of children crying over broken toys. The massive search didn't yield the results that the sects desired. During this period, battleships belonging to sects on the 6th to 8th mountain rings continued to be raided. The robbers' activities had worsened. There was now a casualty count and people dead. Battleships were no longer simply missing parts. Entire battleships were stolen. That led to a greater uproar. Voices demanding for the culprit to be found and for his death began to resound in every sect. Upon hearing what had been going on, Wang Baol himself was enraged as well. Damn scoundrel! Who's trying to use me as a scapegoat for their malicious deeds? Wang Baol was displeased. The last robbery he had committed was the string of 17 battleships. Everything that happened after that hadn't been him at all. It was obvious that no one man could have stolen entire battleships. Only a sect was capable of doing that. Others might have guessed the same, but Wang Baol was certain that some sect was exploiting the current situation and trying to fish for profit while the situation remained murky. He didn't care to find out which sect or sects was responsible. As an icy glint flashed across his eyes, a plan formed in his head. So, someone's gutsy enough to try and make me a scapegoat. Are they gutsy enough to bear the consequences? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, hiding the frosty look within. He charged out of his chamber then and, with the aid of his essence technique, raced towards the heavens without detection. The next robbery he was going to commit was going to be a big one. He only lacked that final batch of resources. He'd stop after this robbery. Besides, he wanted shit to hit the fan. He wanted the upper sects to take notice and get involved. Wang Baol had the skills to accomplish what he set out to do, and he had the guts to do it as well. He had his essence technique, which would keep him hidden, so he wasn't afraid of any investigations. The sects that were trying to use him as a scapegoat, however, were different. Once it was discovered that they had been involved in the robberies, the rage of the upper sects and every sect that had been robbed would fall upon them like a heavy fist. They could swear that they had only done it that one time, but no one would choose to believe them. After all, finding out who had committed the robberies might appear to matter, but in reality it didn't actually matter all that much. There was only one thing that mattered in this world that put profits above everything else and based the development and growth of the civilization on invading and robbing other civilizations, and that was finding someone who could compensate their losses many times more than their actual losses. That would be enough. When the time came, even if someone did see through his ploy, they would choose to remain silent as well. We'll see who becomes the final scapegoat. Wang Baol sneered before he transformed into a cloud of smoke and sped away. 3 major sects reigned supreme in the Divine Eye civilization. They had the power to influence and, to a certain extent, control the Divine Eye royalty. These 3 sects were the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, the Earth Hexagram Unity sect, and the Violet Gold New Tao sect. These 3 upper sects were extremely powerful and influential. Together, they were seen as the rulers of the Divine Eye civilization. They had their headquarters built on their own separate planets and had subsidiary sects on the main Divine Eye planet as well. Sects located on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mountain rings were all controlled and managed by these 3 upper sects. The cultivators from the 3 upper sects who were stationed on the home planet might not be the most powerful cultivators of the sects, but they had incredibly important roles. The significance of having a branch sect on the home planet couldn't be underestimated. That was also the reason why there was generally always a late-stage soul conduit realm cultivator holding the fort in the branch sects on the home planet. The headquarters would send resources to the branch sects on the home planet every month. Based on the agreement set between the 3 upper sects and the royal family, a portion of the resources would be channeled towards the royal family. The remaining portion would be channeled towards the branch sects for their members' cultivation needs. The 3 upper sects possessed a wealth of resources. This led to their disciples' great expenditure of resources, for both their personal cultivation as well as their daily needs, which vastly exceeded that of an ordinary disciple in a lower sect. The resources the upper sects transferred to the home planet every monthly were of significant value. It was enough to drive the other sects on the 5th mountain ring mad with envy. No matter how green-eyed with envy they got, no one dared to do anything that might incur the wrath of the 3 great sections. The 3 great sects didn't even have to install that many defense mechanisms on their battleships. They had been allowing their battleships to run free in the Divine Eye star system for years. The emblems on their battleships were their greatest defense. At this moment, a battleship that spanned 100,000 feet was traveling in space. It had a looming presence filled with authority and power. As the battleship raced towards the main Divine Eye planet, other battleships in its path moved aside. No one dared to stand in the way of this battleship. The battleship was purple, and its shape resembled a Kuan Peng. Fixed at its helm was a huge crystal that sparkled and exuded waves of purple light and a powerful aura. The huge gem and the battleship's color ensured that any cultivator from the Divine Eye civilization would recognize the sect the battleship belonged to at first glance. This was a Violet Gold New Tao sect battleship. The battleship's Kuan Peng-shaped hull meant that it was a battleship that belonged to the Kuan Peng Legion, one of the legions under the sect's 9 Sacred Beasts Legion. The Kuan Peng Legion wasn't the strongest legion in the Violet Gold New Tao sect. Regardless, its military capabilities were still strong enough to inspire general fear and awe. The commander of the Legion was at the perfected Soul Conduit realm and had dozens of powerful Soul Conduit realm cultivators under his command. The Legion was famous within the Divine Eye civilization. Its fierce invasions made it infamous in foreign civilizations as well. That was why, even though the battleship was traveling alone and in the capacity of a transport vehicle, without any other ships escorting it, it still managed to inspire awe in the cultivators aboard surrounding battleships. The surrounding battleships moved to stay out of the path of the Kuan-Peng Legion battleship. Like royalty that had descended upon the common populace, the Kuan-Peng Legion battleship approached the main Divine Eye planet, its path unhindered. It didn't slow down as it charged towards its home planet. It entered the planet's atmosphere instantly and headed for the third mountain ring. Perhaps they had it too easy for too long and had become overconfident and careless as a result. Neither the battleship nor the cultivators on board, who were in charge of transporting the month's resources, had sensed the wisp of black smoke that had approached the battleship as soon as the latter had entered the planet's atmosphere. The black smoke had raced towards the battleship and appeared next to it instantly. Before the battleship could sound any alarms, the black smoke, which was really Wang Baol in his hidden form, lunged at the battleship like a salacious pervert who had just seen a beautiful lady. A dozen seconds later, the battleship shifted. It was no longer headed for the third mountain ring but for the eighth mountain ring. The planet's atmosphere was a natural barrier that interfered with the battleship's communication system. That was why the cultivators on board couldn't inform the sect when the battleship was steered off course. Half an hour passed, and the battleship carrying the sect's monthly resources still didn't arrive at the sect. That was when the sect realized something was wrong. Even then, the sect hadn't paid too much attention to the delay. The pride of being an upper sect, which had been instilled in every disciple, ensured that none of them even considered the possibility of something bad having happened to the battleship. The only threats that the three main sects faced were each other. The constant tensions amongst the sects were shown in their constant competitions. None of them would resort to robbing the other easily. That was why it took another half an hour, during which they still didn't see the arrival of their battleship, before the Violet Gold New Dao sect realized that something was wrong. It might have taken them a while to reach that realization, but once they did, their reaction was swift. Within 30 seconds, the entire sect was in an uproar. More than 30 battleships rushed out from the third mountain ring and headed for the atmosphere in search of the missing battleship. 6 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators teleported out instantly, while more than 100 nascent Soul Realm cultivators and even more Core Formation Realm cultivators followed closely behind. It was a sight that shocked the entire planet. Every sect was making their own guesses about what had happened. The Violet Gold New Dao sect carried out a massive search and soon found their missing battleship in a valley on the 8th mountain ring. Every Violet Gold New Dao sect disciple widened their eyes and gasped aloud when they saw the state of the battleship. Incredulity filled their eyes. Their own battleship looked almost foreign. The battleship looked nothing like it should. The cultivators on board were unharmed, having passed out from a spiritual attack. The battleship they were in, on the other hand, no words could describe its state. The gem on the battleship's helm had gone missing, and in its place was a huge, gaping hole. The dermic artifacts in the battleship's core sector had all been dismantled and stolen. The material lining the battleship's hull hadn't escaped unscathed either, with the most valuable parts having been sliced off. Almost 30% of the battleship's surface was now gone. The sight was simply too much to bear. Shock filled every Soul Conduit Realm cultivator who landed in the valley and saw the sight of their sect's battleship. The current elder in charge of the branch sect on the home planet was a perfected Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. He left his seclusion and came to the valley. The elder had a head full of white hair and a hunched back. He appeared ancient. Death filled his gray eyes. The elder looked like a man who had just crawled out of his own grave. However, as soon as this seemingly weak old man arrived in the valley, all plant life in the area shriveled up instantly. The elder eyed the ruined battleship while everyone kept their heads lowered. He suddenly laughed. "Is this a result of your negligence? Or is someone trying to test the waters and find out whether I've grown old and weak?" As he spoke, the elder raised his shriveled right hand and grabbed the dozen unconscious cultivators inside the battleship. Before they could stir awake, these cultivators began to quake violently. They shriveled up within the blink of an eye, their flesh and blood, as well as their souls, sucked out of their forms and yanked towards the elder. He took a deep breath and inhaled it all in, swallowing everything with a single gulp. He started chewing slowly, and his eyes fell shut. It looked as if he were enjoying the taste of what he had just devoured while activating some form of soul-searching spell. The cultivators around him shook with terror as they watched on. They knew the character of this elder who was currently stationed on the main Divine Eye planet. His violent nature and bloodlust were well known throughout the civilization. It was a long while before the elder finally opened his eyes. Bloodlust flickered within. He said coolly, "It's been years since someone tried to challenge an upper sect. You have my permission to conduct an investigation. You have 3 days to get to the bottom of this. If you don't, then I'll start eating you. 1 person for each extra day taken." Having said that, the elder turned away and vanished. His words remained resonating in the ears of the 6 early-stage soul conduit realm cultivators after his disappearance. Their faces paled drastically, and their breathing quickened. They stared at one another with reddened eyes. Without hesitation, they sent orders to the cultivators in their individual factions to carry out a full-fledged search. "No price is too heavy. You have 3 days to find the wretched creature." As the 6 cultivators of the Violet Gold New Dao sect began a furious search, Wang Baol had returned to the safety of the Holy Crest sect. He sat inside his chambers, his eyes shining. The Violet Gold New Dao sect must be loaded. They were using such a huge piece of instant void stone as an emblem of their power, and the material that the battleship was crafted from. Purple fire gold. Wang Baol took a deep breath. The resources he had gathered from his previous robberies couldn't compare to the value of this battleship. He began to recount what had happened during the robbery to ensure that he hadn't left any evidence behind and unwittingly revealed himself. Then Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flickered within. This was a civilization that had destroyed an entire planet's human population with a virus, a civilization that lived off invading and pillaging other civilizations. Wang Baol had no compassion for such a civilization. He didn't care if they lived or perished. "They're not my clansmen, so who cares? But it looks like a storm is about to erupt on the Divine Eye planet." Wang Baol had expected an uproar to result from the robbery of a battleship that belonged to an upper sect. However, he had underestimated the consequences of his actions. After all, he wasn't truly someone from the Divine Eye civilization. The entire planet was in a constant uproar for the next 3 days. An investigation unfolded across the planet under the leadership of the 6 soul conduit realm cultivators from the Violet Gold New Dao sect. The cultivators took the 5th to 8th mountain rings by storm. Sects that kept their heads down while in the civilization and only unleashed their violent streaks when they were out invading other civilizations, people whose hands were stained with blood, were all caught in the furious storm. It didn't matter if the sect didn't appear suspicious. The Violet Gold New Dao sect barged into every sect and conducted a search without seeking prior permission. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect and the Earth Hexagram Unity sect had reached a concurrence with the Violet Gold New Dao sect on this matter and coordinated their efforts alongside the latter sects. This was to preserve their authority as an upper sect and prevent the Violet Gold New Dao sect from falsely accusing sects affiliated with the 2 upper sects of any misdeeds. The royal family also passed a decree on the 2nd day and made a statement of severe admonishment against the perpetrator. The decree ensured that this matter didn't stay within the confines of the main planet. All planets within the Divine Eye civilization became affected by the robbery. Every sect on the main Divine Eye planet was being investigated. Naturally, the Holy Crest sect didn't escape unscathed. A thorough search was conducted by a team led by a soul conduit realm cultivator from the Violet Gold New Dao sect. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect assisted with the search as well. The sect's battleship, which had been repaired partially and was currently parked in the sect's restricted zone, underwent detailed scrutiny too. Every storage bag was checked, and cultivators at the lower cultivation realms were soul-searched. Elders such as Wang Baol and the Grand Supreme Elder weren't extended such treatment due to the presence of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. However, they still had to go through an inspection with a soul stone. Inspection with a soul stone wouldn't be as thorough as a soul search, but unless one's cultivation vastly surpassed that of the holder of the soul stone, any lies spoken would immediately be detected. Wang Baol's cultivation might only be at the perfected nascent soul realm, but his stellar nascent soul was extremely powerful. He also had his essence technique. As a result, he didn't give anything away during the inspection. They didn't find anything during the search through his storage bags either, as he had stored everything suspicious with his true form. The connection he had with his true form ensured that he could send items between them easily. Of course, even if he was made to go through a soul search, Wang Baol wasn't worried at all. Unless they sent a spirit immortal realm cultivator to do the job, he was confident that he would pass the test. 3 days passed. The robbery and its resultant investigation, which sent the entire civilization into an uproar, yielded no conclusive results. The 6 soul conduit realm cultivators grew increasingly frantic and mad with anxiety. They intended to delve deeper and target the nascent soul realm and soul conduit realm cultivators next with a soul search. It was then that they found something. The water refinement sect appeared to be involved with the robbery. The Thousand Spirit sect was similarly implicated. The clues were like an oasis in a desert. The 6 soul conduit realm cultivators from the Violet Gold New Dao sect latched onto them like lifesavers. They barged into the 2 sects and conducted a relentless search of both places. Secrets were exposed in broad daylight. The 2 sects had joined forces and engineered the recent spate of robberies that had targeted battleships belonging to sects on the 6th mountain ring. The 6 soul conduit realm cultivators fell silent upon discovering the conspiracy. No one knew what went on during their private discussion, but on the 3rd and last day of the deadline given to them, explosive news was released. The news exposed the Water Refinement sect and the Thousand Spirit sect as the masterminds behind the series of recent robberies. It spoke of how the sects had gone out of their minds and robbed the Violet Gold New Dao sect's battleship. The news spread like wildfire. No one would have believed the news. They might have believed the first part, but definitely not the second part of it. The Water Refinement sect and the Thousand Spirit sect would have to be completely mad to rob the Violet Gold New Dao sect. The evidence that was released subsequently all pointed towards the 2 sects having been involved in the recent spate of robberies. The sects on the main Divine Eye planet were silent after hearing that. Then they immediately expressed their outrage. It didn't matter whether they were truly angry or merely pretending to be angry. Everyone made sure to have their voices heard. The royal family passed another decree that day, one that supported the truth of the news that had been released. After a bout of silence, the Violet Gold New Dao sect also made their own announcement declaring the findings from their investigation. The fiasco that had sent the entire civilization into an uproar finally ended. The Water Refinement sect and the Thousand Spirit sect were hardly in the position to defend themselves. They were treated like goods and turned in to the Violet Gold New Dao sect as compensation. Most of the resources that had belonged to the 2 sects were given to the Violet Gold New Dao sect as well. The remaining resources, such as the sect's buildings and lands, were all auctioned off. The profits from the auction were used to compensate the other sects who had been robbed. That marked the end of the entire fiasco. By the end of it, the political situation on the 5th mountain ring had transformed. Even though matters had ended peaceably, many people could tell that something had been amiss. They knew that the Water Refinement sect and the Thousand Spirit sect had been made the scapegoats. They had deserved their fair share of the blame, though, as they had participated in the robberies repeatedly. Of course, the decisive factor in the entire fiasco was the royal family. Without the 2 royal decrees, the matter wouldn't have been resolved as easily. What this fiasco showed was a subtle, brief clash between the royal family and the 3 main sects. Even without the royal family coming in and simplifying the matter, Wang Baol wasn't worried at all. He could simply take on another person's identity. That would have solved all his problems. He had even chosen his next target. If that didn't work, he still had a trump card. He could return to his coffin. His coffin was so powerful that he wouldn't be worried even if a planet realm cultivator were to come looking for him. In fact, even though the royal family's involvement appeared to have resolved the matter, it had made things more complicated. The 3 main sects had locked down the galactic perimeter around the main Divine Eye planet. Every battleship that entered and exited the planet had to undergo a stringent inspection. They appeared to still be searching for the real culprit. On the other hand, they were also sending a warning to the royal family. What a headache! Wang Baol sighed as he pulled his eyes away from the pale moon. He wasn't worried about his battleship's construction, as he had gathered all the materials that he required. Now, he only needed to put them together. However, the planet was currently on high alert, and the climate was rather sensitive. After some thought, Wang Baol decided to pick another place to assemble his battleship. He was currently racking his brains over how to leave the planet. It's going to be difficult to leave without drawing any attention. Wang Baol sighed again. His own observations and what he had learned from the Grand Supreme Elder of the Holy Crest sect both pointed to how stringent the current lockdown on the planet was. The Violet Gold New Dao sect had even sent a Spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator to the home planet for this very purpose. The Spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator stood guard in space. His presence reinforced the lockdown and served to instill awe and fear in the sections. Wang Baol wasn't confident that he could escape the planet without drawing the attention of this Spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator. Unless, after a long bout of silence, Wang Baol's eyes landed on the Holy Crest sect's battleship. It was mostly restored at this point, and its repairs would be completed soon. He fell into a deep contemplation. Then, light flickered in his eyes. In the days that followed, he set aside all thoughts of leaving. Instead, he worked alongside the other sect elders and gave his all as they completed the final battleship repairs. The days passed steadily. 2 months later, the lockdown remained in place. However, the Holy Crest sect's battleship had undergone a year's repairs, and after expending vast resources, it was finally completely restored. The day after the repairs were completed, the Grand Supreme Elder summoned everyone and made an announcement. Go back and prepare yourselves. In a week, we will take off and head for an extraterrestrial star system. We will commence resource acquisition. Wang Baol's eyes lit up when he heard that. The other elders were equally excited. The Holy Crest sect had a hard year. Its disciples had tightened their belts and gone to the extent of almost starving themselves, watching as the sect emptied its store of resources, waiting for the day that they could finally go hunting. The order was met with fervent approval from Wang Baol and the other elders. The entire sect was overwhelmed with excitement when news of this announcement spread. Wang Baol had been waiting for this. He had analyzed the situation. The planet was currently under lockdown, with a Spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator standing guard over the comings and goings of all battleships. It was impossible for him to leave the planet without detection. He needed a reason that was beyond reproach and a way to get out. No other reason was more perfect than a sect traveling to carry out its pirating ways. He hadn't chosen to defect to another sect. After analyzing the situation, he realized it would be safer if he stayed in one place instead of moving around. Besides, he had grown familiar with the Holy Crest sect. Making use of the Holy Crest sect to leave the planet was the safest solution. Once we're beyond the reach of the Spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator's divine sense, I'll be able to leave immediately. I can then find a place to assemble my battleship. Then, it's back to the Federation, where I will become the Federation president. 7 days later, Wang Baol stepped aboard the Holy Crest sect battleship alongside hordes of disciples, the other sect elders, and the Grand Supreme Elder. He felt the battleship rumble as it exuded waves of energy into space. Standing aboard the battleship, gazing at the world outside through a window, he was filled with both nervousness and excitement. I'm on my way home. Wang Baol was brimming with anticipation. It was then that he noticed that of the crew that was joining the raid, 70% of them were disciples planning to gather resources for their own use. The remaining members were cultivators who hadn't contributed much to the sect or cultivators who were mediocre. They were people whom the sect could do without. The fact that they were here surprised Wang Baol. But he was going to leave soon, so he didn't pay much attention to that. His main focus was on preparing for the moment when he was going to conceal his presence. He wanted to minimize the chances of him being discovered. The Holy Crest sect battleship soon unleashed a burst of incredible speed. The sound of its engines rumbled in the air as it dashed into the atmosphere. The battleship cruised through the atmosphere, a fearsome beast roaring as it raced along. It only took half an hour for it to pass through the thick layer of the planet's atmosphere and emerge in space. Wang Baol's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see the main divine eye planet orbiting in space. Drifting around the planet were hundreds of battleships that belonged to the three main sects, and each one of those battleships exuded incredible power. These were the battleships that kept the planet on lockdown. Behind the line of battleships floated an enormous meteor. To be more precise, it was a stronghold crafted from a meteor. The stronghold wasn't floating in space. It was being dragged along by an enormous, rainbow-colored jellyfish. The jellyfish exuded a bright glow and the aura of a perfected soul conduit realm cultivation. Waves of energy rippled outward, enveloping the area around the jellyfish. If one were to take a closer look, they might see an indistinct figure sitting cross-legged inside the jellyfish. There was no spirit energy coming off the person. Nevertheless, the sight of him would send anyone's heart racing with fear. It was the spirit immortal realm cultivator. Battleships that were entering and leaving the planet were split into two lanes. They flew past the rainbow-colored jellyfish in an orderly queue. As they went past, the jellyfish would emit rays of light that swept across the battleships. If the scan detected nothing out of the ordinary, the battleship would be allowed to pass. Wang Bao's nervousness increased at the sight. He studied the scene in detail, then gradually relaxed. "It's going to be all right," Wang Bao murmured to himself. He stole glances at the others around him and realized he wasn't the only person who was feeling nervous. The other elders looked jittery as well. Even the Grand Supreme Elder appeared subdued. Their reactions weren't due to guilt, it was a natural response. An instinctive fear and respect for the overwhelming power exhibited by a spirit immortal realm cultivator. Silence reigned in the battleship as it joined the queue to leave the planet. They waited 2 hours before their turn for inspection came. The battleship approached the jellyfish slowly. As the rainbow-colored lights swept across the battleship, Wang Bao could sense an extremely powerful spiritual presence enveloping him. All protections were stripped from his mind and his storage bags. Every thought in his mind and every item in his storage bags were exposed to the spiritual presence and its viewing. It was then that Wang Bao's essence technique activated mysteriously. This essence technique had been a gift from Wang Bao's senior brother, the man who was the first divine king of the never-ending clan, whom legend said had slain a divine emperor. The essence technique summoned an illusory form that deceived the eyes of the intrusive spiritual presence, only allowing it to see what Wang Bao wanted it to see. Wang Bao was a powerful cultivator, but he hadn't yet attained the soul conduit realm. Such deception only worked because the spirit immortal realm cultivator was only conducting a brief sweep. If the inspection were to be any more detailed, Wang Bao wasn't confident that he could pass it without causing any suspicion. The scan took a dozen or so seconds. Then they received notification that their departure was approved, which was met with sighs of relief. The Grand Supreme Elder steered the battleship slowly away from the jellyfish. The battleship's speed picked up gradually, and soon, it was racing towards outer space. "I have to be patient. We are still within the wide reach of the spirit immortal realm cultivator's divine sense. There are still dangers hidden in the divine eye civilization. It's best to act when we've left the divine eye star system." Wang Bao looked like he always did, but his mind was furiously working out the details of his escape. He finally decided to play safe. He would wait for the battleship to leave the divine eye star system before he made his escape. His tightly strung nerves began to loosen as they left the main divine eye planet behind them. He thought about the looks that were going to be on his grandmasters and Duan Muk's faces when he finally returned to the Federation. The thought made him vibrate with anticipation. "Nothing in this world can stop me from becoming the Federation president." Wang Bao thought excitedly before something caught his attention. There was something wrong with the course the battleship was taking. The position of the stars was different from what he remembered from the star maps. The battleship didn't seem to be headed for space beyond the divine eye star system. It appeared to be flying towards the star at the center of the star system. The discovery stunned Wang Bao, and he wasn't the only one affected. Shock appeared on the faces of the other elders and a portion of the remaining cultivators. They all turned towards the Grand Supreme Elder, who was steering the battleship. One elder was about to raise a question when the Grand Supreme Elder suddenly pressed his fingers together in a hand seal and slammed both palms onto the console. His cultivation erupted from his body and sent the battleship flying at full speed. A thunderous rumble resonated in space as the battleship raced towards the Eternal Star at a startling speed. It approached the Eternal Star rapidly. The battleship looked as if it were traveling at light speed, distorting and bending light itself as it tore through space. Alarm flashed across Wang Bao's face, and a dark look flickered in his eyes. He had no idea what was going on, but it was clearly something bad. He narrowed his eyes, prepared to force his way out of the battleship as it drew nearer to the Eternal Star at an intense speed. It was then that his eyes suddenly widened. The demonic eye art nestled inside his body had chosen this moment to activate itself. It churned fiercely and wildly, with the violence of a feral beast, exuding an indescribable madness and hunger. The air behind Wang Bao began to warp, his demonic eye on the verge of materializing. Wang Bao was taken completely by surprise. He immediately suppressed the demonic eye and stopped it from materializing. However, the demonic eye art continued to churn inside his body. What's going on? Have I been discovered? Wang Bao's breathing hitched as shock and alarm rose inside him. He could sense the demonic eye art's hunger, which intensified as the battleship approached the Eternal Star. The hunger began to affect Wang Bao. He could sense something calling out to him from inside the Eternal Star. It was like a mother's call for her child. Every wandering child was irresistibly compelled to obey it and return to their mother's embrace. I haven't been discovered. This is something else. Wang Bao thought, shaken. An incredulous thought appeared in his mind. At that exact moment, the indescribably gigantic Eternal Star that had appeared before the approaching battleship suddenly let loose a surge of flames and energy waves. A sliver of a crack appeared on the Eternal Star, and it grew increasingly wider and longer. It took only a few seconds before the crack touched both ends of the Eternal Star. Then, like the lid covering an eye, it snapped open. Space itself thundered and quaked, and every cultivator on board the battleship could hear a loud buzzing in their head. Stunned, they stared ahead, at the gigantic eye the size of an eternal star. The eye's pupil was gray and devoid of emotion, appearing cold and without feeling while exuding a powerful aura. It was like a god gazing down upon its creations. It was gazing down at the steadily approaching battleship, which was like an ant when compared to the eye. Everyone in the battleship was blown away by the sight. No one noticed Wang Bao's trembling body or the demonic eye art nestled inside him. The demonic eye art was now fully activated and churning furiously. Even this couldn't compare to the shock he was experiencing at this moment. There was no way he could remain calm. The eye that the eternal star had transformed into was almost exactly the same as the demonic eye that always materialized when he used the demonic eye art, the divine eye civilization, and the demonic eye art. Wang Bao's heart was racing. In the next moment, the battleship was caught by the eternal star's gravity and yanked roughly towards it. The battleship began racing speedily towards the eternal star. Everything happened too quickly. The eye that the eternal star had transformed into exuded a sudden, incredible suction force on the battleship, drawing it towards the eternal star. As the battleship headed for the eternal star, Wang Bao finally recovered from his initial shock. He decided to abandon his original plan and suppress his desire to leave right now. He remembered that the demonic eye art he had chosen to practice was a killing art. It had been one of the cultivation techniques that he had found in the dark sect during his dark dream. The cultivation technique had been incomplete and could only be mastered until the nascent soul realm level. The dark sect wouldn't have valued such a divine power. After all, the sect had a vast collection of cultivation techniques. However, the demonic eye art's mysterious and demonic nature had differentiated it from the rest. The dark sect eventually modified the demonic eye art, which showed how unique and powerful the demonic eye art was. Wang Bao remembered reading the footnotes written by a powerful dark sect cultivator in the records of the demonic eye art. He had lamented about the fact that their records stopped at the nascent soul realm. The divine eye civilization and the demonic eye art must share some kind of close connection. Maybe I'll be able to find the missing records for the cultivation technique here? Wang Bao's eyes shone with an intense light. The battleship was approaching the eternal star, and the temperature was rising. A wisp of gray chi burst out of the eye that was the eternal star and enveloped the battleship, passing through its hull and encircling every cultivator on board. Wang Bao's head began to buzz. He had no time to study the gray chi that was encircling his body. The battleship began to shake violently in the next moment. It charged ahead at an indescribably fast speed and entered the eternal star. Then it vanished. Both the battleship and the cultivators on board disappeared. Time passed, perhaps eons, perhaps a mere moment. Wang Bao awoke to waves of acute agony rippling through his body. His eyes were lined with blood, and his breathing was heavy and uneven. He wasn't the only one in pain. Everyone on the battleship, including the Grand Supreme Elder, was shaking. Many had even fallen to the floor due to the extreme agony they were experiencing. There were also dozens of cultivators who appeared unable to withstand whatever just happened. Perhaps something unexpected had occurred during the process. But their bodies exploded suddenly, blood and flesh splattering on the walls and floor of the battleship. The Grand Supreme Elder seemed to release a sigh of relief then. His raspy voice entered everyone's ears. Fellow cultivators, please do not blame me. The Holy Crest sect has reached a point where we have to place everything we've got on a single bet. I've mortgaged the entire sect and its assets in exchange for an opportunity to activate one of the two mystic techniques that belong to the Divine Eye royal family. The Eye of 10,000 Demons. Doubt and suspicion colored everyone's faces when they heard what the Grand Supreme Elder had said. Cultivators at lower cultivation realms looked pale, the terror on their faces clear for all to see. The looks on the nascent soul realm elders' faces were dark as well. They stared at the world outside the battleship, solemnity coloring their eyes. Then they looked at one another. Finally, the elder with the longest length of service in the sect spoke. Grand Supreme Elder, this is an extremely important matter. You should have told us earlier that you were going to do this. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. As he tried to catch his breath, he lifted his head and stared at the cosmos through the battleship's windows. He wasn't bothered by the Grand Supreme Elder's mortgaging of the sect and its assets. There were three things that caught his attention. The first was the royal family, the second, the two powerful mystic techniques, and the third, the Eye of 10,000 Demons. So the royal family, Wang Baol fell into contemplation. His eyes flashed when he studied the cosmos again. He could no longer see the divine eye civilization and its eternal star. What he saw might be an eternal star as well, but it was significantly smaller. It gave off a dim light, as if it were on the way to being extinguished. This was no longer the divine eye civilization. Teleportation across star systems? Wang Baol suddenly understood what the Grand Supreme Elder had meant when he had spoken about activating the Eye of 10,000 Demons. It was to perform advanced teleportation. Wang Baol continued his musing, retracting his gaze and, instead, studying the gray mist surrounding his body. The mist hadn't disappeared after the teleportation. It continued to encircle everyone on board the battleship. However, it was so faint that no one would notice it if they didn't pay attention. Wang Baol had noticed it, but only because the demonic eye art inside his body had activated and given off waves of hunger that spoke of its desire to consume the gray mist. Perhaps it was because they were now miles away from the divine eye civilization, but Wang Baol could finally suppress the demonic eye art's hunger. He thought about the eternal star's mysterious transformation into an eye. He still had no idea what had actually happened after that. As a result, Wang Baol decided to play it safe and not act rashly. He turned and looked at the Grand Supreme Elder, who was being questioned by the elders. The Grand Supreme Elder took a deep breath, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. So, telling you now is considered too late? The elder with the longest length of service in the sect fell silent. The other elders kept their silence as well, including Wang Baol. The Grand Supreme Elder had a solemn expression on his face as his eyes swept across every elder, including Wang Baol. Then, he started to speak in a slow, serious manner. There's no need for me to explain to all of you in detail the current state that the sect is in. You should know better than anyone. An extraterrestrial raid is hardly a simple matter. All safe star systems in the vicinity of the Divine Eye civilization have been robbed clean, meaning there isn't much left for us there. This wouldn't have been a problem in the past, but the Holy Crest sect is in dire straits now. In order to reverse our fortunes, we need to bring back a rich bounty. Rather than striving for mere survival, we should just wing it. That is why I've mortgaged our sect in exchange for a chance to activate the Eye of 10,000 Demons. We have the right to make a two-way teleportation and teleport to an unknown part of the cosmos, one that is far away from the Divine Eye civilization. I'm going to be honest with everyone. I don't plan to return if we fail, and I'll be taking the battleship. As for the rest of you, you'll have to come up with sufficient resources to exchange for teleportation back to the Divine Eye civilization using the Eye of 10,000 Demons. That's all I have to say. Please, think this through carefully. The Grand Supreme Elder gave Wang Baol and the other elders a long, meaningful look after he was done speaking. Then, he turned and entered the training chamber. He knew that what he had done was going to create mass panic, but he didn't care. In order to avoid any unnecessary drama and violence, he knew that he had to give the others some time to digest what he had just told them and come to terms with their current circumstances. A commotion broke out amongst the cultivators as soon as the Grand Supreme Elder left. Everyone began discussing things heatedly. The eyes of a few elders had even turned red with anger, but there was nothing they could do. The power to activate the teleportation that would send them back was with the person who had purchased said right. They had to either acquire sufficient resources to buy their passage back home or kill the Grand Supreme Elder and snatch the right to activate the teleportation from him. There was no other way to return to their home planet. Of course, the Grand Supreme Elder's words might have been blunt, but they were true. If the Holy Crest sect didn't return with a huge bounty to replenish its stores, the sect wouldn't survive for long. That was why it might be better to just risk everything and wing it. In Wang Baol's view, the Grand Supreme Elder was, without doubt, a ruthless character. He recalled the near-imperceptible gray mist he could see around everyone and came to a conclusion about what it was. It must be a mark of the Eye of 10,000 Demons that was going to bring them home. It seems that the Eye of 10,000 Demons can allow a person to travel extremely long distances. Its seal can also bring someone directly back to the Divine Eye civilization. So, is this a two-way teleportation array formation? Wang Baol was slightly confounded. This was completely different from the demonic eye art that he was practicing. He wasn't panicking, though. With a calm expression on his face, he began talking with a few elders standing next to him. He was going to find out more about the royal family and the Eye of 10,000 Demons. Everyone was currently experiencing a myriad of feelings over what had just happened. What Wang Baol was asking wasn't any secret. In fact, the elders were surprised by his ignorance on the matter before they recalled that he had just been promoted to the position of an elder. Distracted by their own emotions, the elders didn't think too much about Wang Baol's questions, and the latter soon got the answers he needed. The royal family and the three main sects might appear to coexist peacefully in the Divine Eye civilization, but in reality, the tensions between the two groups ran deep. The royal family was unwilling to just stand by and watch as it was replaced by the three main sections. However, it couldn't reclaim the power it had granted the sects, and it had no power to retaliate against them. The royal family was struggling and barely surviving. The sects wanted to remove the royal family from the picture altogether, but due to certain reasons unknown to the rest, they couldn't. The instrument that allowed the royal family to survive to this day, the same instrument that prevented the sects from wiping the royal family out completely, was the two great mystic techniques that belonged to the royal family. The elders had no idea what the first mystic technique was. They had only heard legends of this mystic technique and how it could strike fear into the heart of a planet realm cultivator. It could only be mastered by the royal family, so outsiders would find it difficult to steal the mystic technique for their own. The second mystic technique was the Eye of 10,000 Demons. The royal family was the owner of the mystic technique, and certain unique reasons ensured that ownership couldn't be transferred to someone outside the royal family. It appeared to have something to do with the royal bloodline. User rights, on the other hand, were a completely different matter. The current political climate in the divine civilization meant that the royal family could no longer monopolize the rights to the mystic technique. The three main sects had taken over the rights to use the mystic technique. Interesting. A ghostly light flickered in Wang Bao's eyes as he learned what he needed to know. He thought about how the demonic eye art had helped in strengthening his cultivation to nearly freakish levels, and the thought of obtaining the royal family's mystic technique surfaced in his mind. There's no rush in leaving the divine civilization. There's a high chance that the royal family owns a more advanced demonic eye art. As Wang Bao considered the situation while exchanging opinions with the other elders periodically, the 7 elders of the Holy Crest sect quickly came to an agreement. There was already no way to change the current situation. That being the case, they decided to make use of this opportunity to steal as much as possible. If they stole enough, the Holy Crest sect might really be able to reverse their situation and resolve their financial crisis. At the same time, if their spoils didn't fulfill the requirements, then they would still have to get the resources needed to exchange for the mandate to return from the Grand Supreme Elder. As for those core formation realm cultivators, their thoughts were no longer important. Very quickly, after the 7 of them reached a consensus, they immediately greeted the Grand Supreme Elder respectfully and expressed their attitude. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Holy Crest sect laughed and ignored the core formation realm cultivators as well, instead, letting Wang Bao and the others assist him in operating the Holy Crest sect battleship together. Unleashing its maximum speed, the battleship exploded into the cosmos ahead. To the divine civilization, this cosmos was much darker visually. However, the sense of foreignness was the same for Wang Bao and the others. Even the Grand Supreme Elder of the Holy Crest sect hadn't been here before. He had previously mortgaged the sect in exchange for the right to open the Eye of 10,000 Demons. However, he had to choose a general distance for long-distance teleportation because he didn't have the accurate coordinates. As such, he only knew that this star domain had never been visited by the divine civilization before. Even he couldn't confirm whether they would be able to find a civilization and resources to pillage. In this uncertainty, if one imagined the cosmos to be a black ocean, then the Holy Crest sect's battleship was like a lone boat silently moving forward within it. Time also slowly passed in the process, and 3 months elapsed in a flash. In these 3 months, the low-ranked cultivators of the Holy Crest sect had accepted their fate and become silent. But the vicious glints flashing across their eyes at times were like those of hungry wolves. One could imagine that they, who had nowhere else to go, would definitely unleash a viciousness previously unseen if they were to find edible prey. As for Wang Bao and company, they looked a lot calmer than the low-ranked cultivators. However, Wang Bao noticed that the ominous air around the other elders of the nascent soul realm was getting stronger. Even the Grand Supreme Elder, who was trying extremely hard to hide his thoughts, couldn't escape the observation of Wang Bao. He could see that the Grand Supreme Elder was getting increasingly anxious. Only Wang Bao wasn't restless. On the one hand, if he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time. On the other hand, he didn't have the mandate to use the Eye of 10,000 Demons seal to return to the divine civilization, though he could get it very easily. So to him, not only did he have no feelings of anxiousness, he had even gained a deeper understanding of the royal family, the 3 main sects, and the history of the divine civilization through his many conversations with the different elders in this period of time. After a period of time, if it remains like this, I'll have no choice but to act. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping towards the people around him. He took another look at the Grand Supreme Elder, who had a gloomy expression and relaxedly gazed at the pitch-black cosmos outside. But as he gazed, Wang Bao's pupils suddenly constricted. Almost in the same moment that Wang Bao's pupils constricted, the battleship, which the Holy Crest sect put a lot of effort into repairing, noticed something amiss in the distant cosmos and sounded an alarm. As the sound of the alarm echoed, all of the cultivators in the battleship shuddered, and their breathing quickened. That was especially so for the Grand Supreme Elder and the other cultivators at the nascent soul realm. All of them stared, and a glimmer flashed across the Grand Supreme Elder's eyes as he took out a crystal compass with a flick of his hand. This crystal compass wasn't big, and it released gentle waves of light as it floated in the Grand Supreme Elder's hand. When he activated a hand seal with his left hand and pointed, the light immediately became brighter. As it grew extremely resplendent, a buzz echoed around the surroundings. It was as though an invisible hand was holding a transparent pen and sketching a star map in midair. When the star map appeared, it immediately caught the eyes of everyone in the battleship. The first to appear was an eternal star that seemed to be almost dead. Next, 6 planets of different sizes appeared around it. The dying eternal star had no color, while 2 of the 6 planets surrounding it were black. 3 of the planets were shifting between green and yellow but leaning towards green. And the biggest one was no longer green, instead, emitting a faint yellow glow. When the star map and the colors of the planets within it appeared, the breathing of the low-ranked cultivators in the battleship quickened even more. The elders beside Wang Baol all had solemn expressions, and someone quickly spoke. There's no pure yellow color representing the spirit immortal realm, no orange color representing the planet realm, and no red color representing mighty figures at the eternal star realm. 6 planets, 2 being black, representing no fluctuations in spirit chi. We can ignore those. The other 3 planets are between green and light yellow, which means the strongest fighting force on the 3 planets is equivalent to the nascent soul realm and the soul conduit realm. The last planet is emitting a light yellow glow. Based on past experience, this is a combat strength equivalent to the late stage of the soul conduit realm. This civilization poses a certain threat, but it's a bit weird. Their eternal star is going to die. So why are they still not leaving? Wang Baol listened to the words of the elders beside him, narrowed his eyes before suddenly speaking. If a civilization can have a mighty figure at the soul conduit realm, then it's not likely that there are planets that aren't being used and occupied, and yet, there are 2 unoccupied planets here. Finishing his statement, Wang Baol looked towards the Grand Supreme Elder. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Holy Crest sect stared intently at the star map and looked at the 2 black planets. Afterward, he took a close, thoughtful look at the light yellow planet. According to the standard operating procedure of the Divine Eye civilization, when they met a civilization weaker than them, they would immediately descend and eliminate them by force, pillaging everything. When coming into contact with civilizations that posed a certain threat to them, they would choose to sneak in, spread out, and pillage individually. They would note down the coordinates of this civilization and gather to leave together at a stipulated time. They would then notify the higher-ups of the sect and decide whether to travel a long distance to invade said civilization. Since we've come into contact with a civilization, let's just go in and see how valuable it is. If something goes wrong, we'll leave immediately. With these coordinates, we can still get rewards from the greater sect. A glint flashed within the eyes of the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder as he spoke with decisiveness. As the leader of the Holy Crest sect, the other cultivators dared not speak once he spoke. Very quickly, the speed of the battleship increased, and the dermic artifact used to escape detection by consciousness was activated. This made the entire battleship slowly hide itself in the cosmos like a black wandering spirit as it got closer and closer to the star system with the foreign civilization. A few days later, in this almost stealth mode, the Holy Crest sect's battleship finally neared the civilization. They entered the star system without slowing down, and the Grand Supreme Elder on the battleship immediately made hand seals. Instantly, a 3D star map much clearer than the one they saw before transmogrified within the battleship. This star map was extremely clear, and because it was 3D, it could almost display the 6 planets in 360 degrees. One could even faintly make out the surfaces of the planets. When the people saw these planets, the low-ranked cultivators all gasped. Wang Baol also narrowed his eyes as the other elders and the Grand Supreme Elder had changes in expression. This was because, under this 360-degree display, they could clearly see that the 2 black planets had completely wilted, as though they were 2 shriveled oranges, and had lost all signs of life. As for the other 4 planets, although they still had signs of life, it was obvious that they had started wilting. One could see numerous deep craters on their surfaces and faintly make out some wriggling objects. All of this gave one an ominous feeling. This was the first time Wang Baol had seen such a weird civilization, and he couldn't help but take a few more looks at it. With his dark art, he could feel that a very strong sense of death was present in this star system. At the same time, he heard the Grand Supreme Elder mumbling. A local mutant civilization? The Grand Supreme Elder furrowed his brows and thought for a while before making a decision. Everyone formed groups and spread out to investigate. Keep in contact at all times. We shall meet back at the battleship in half a month's time. As he spoke, he flicked his body, calling out 2 elders to follow him and taking along a portion of the low-ranked cultivators. They took a shuttle and headed straight towards the planet that was emitting a faint yellow glow on the star map. The elders left in the battleship, including Wang Baol, also quickly discussed, made their decisions and spread out. Wang Baol wasn't alone. Accompanying him was the 5th elder of the Holy Crest sect, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The 2 of them took a portion of the low-ranked cultivators, boarded shuttles, and headed straight towards their target planet immediately. When they drew near, Wang Baol and the 5th elder could see the craters on the surface of the planet even more clearly. When they saw this, even Wang Baol widened his eyes in shock. If one went by the distance between it and the eternal star, the planet that Wang Baol and the 5th elder went to was number 3. Its size was similar to that of the Earth, and one could see that this was once a planet bursting with life. One could even make out the specks of green vegetative cover that seemed to embellish the planet's surface. However, that was merely an embellishment. On the surface of this planet, there were hundreds of thousands of craters. A small crater was at least 100,000 feet wide, while a large one was as big as a city. One would think these craters were created by meteorites. But as they got closer, as Wang Baol and the 5th elder saw everything, they discovered that, in those craters, there were numerous pools of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood looked like corpses, though as part of them became mush, they started looking like blood-colored pools of mud. From the floating limbs, one could see that there were human-like organisms in there, while some were ferocious beasts. There were even some that looked like they were from other civilizations. One could even occasionally see a floating head, and each head had an aggrieved expression. It was obvious that they had gone through an unimaginably horrifying event when they were alive. If that was it, with the experience of Wang Baol and the 5th elder, they wouldn't be shocked. But, in the mush of the crater, there were numerous thick purple blood vessels. These blood vessels seemed to be absorbing nutrients from the mush in the crater. They spread outwards, connecting all the craters on the planet, seemingly forming a large purple network. In this network formed by the purple blood vessels, there were millions of points on which large tumors grew. Some of these tumors were wriggling, while others seemed to be asleep. Some broke open just as Wang Baol and the 5th elder looked towards them, and out of them crawled horrifying human-like, multi-legged organisms. These organisms had black bodies and looked like centipedes. They let out screeches as they crawled out and headed directly towards the nearest crater. As they neared a crater, they burrowed into it, opened their mouths and kept absorbing. As they absorbed, their life force increased significantly. This scene made the scalps of the Holy Crest sect disciples behind Wang Baol numb. The 5th elder narrowed his pupils and mumbled softly beside Wang Baol. Not a local mutant civilization. This is obviously a foreign mutant civilization. Foreign mutants? Wang Baol gazed at the purple network on the planet's surface, narrowed his eyes, and asked, in a sense, if a planet is invaded by a foreign mutant civilization, it could be considered a calamity. Once they appear, nearby star systems will be alerted immediately. If the invasion can be settled, they will use all of their might to try and eliminate the enemy. If they cannot do so, they will join forces with other nearby star systems to suppress the enemy. Their method of invasion differed according to the level of the civilization's sentience. If the civilization was highly sentient, they would go out to look for food on their own. As for those with low levels of sentience, they would often hide their young in meteorites. that, or become parasites and hide in the bodies of other organisms. This was how they traveled to other star systems. Normally, they traveled in groups. As a meteorite crashed into a civilization, they would become parasites within the planet to absorb nutrients. They would then kill off all life in that civilization, using it to grow and develop. As he listened, a glint flashed through Wang Baol's eyes. The fifth elder beside him placed all of his attention on the planet below and didn't notice the glint in Wang Baol's eyes. That was especially so when he noticed that the centipede-like mutants started with auras that weren't strong, despite them growing in strength very quickly. He could hardly hide the excitement he felt. This star system's civilizations must have been hit by meteorites containing the young of mutants, resulting in the extinction of their entire civilization. However, this is great news for us. Their starting auras are only at the chi condensation level. According to ancient literature, mutants at this sentience level can reach no higher than the planet realm. At the same time, they have extremely low spirit intelligence when they're born. Long Nanzi, our luck is pretty good this time. As he spoke, the fifth elder started laughing. He raised his right hand to point at the planet below as he looked towards Wang Baol. Low spirit intelligence and mainly feeding on flesh and blood. Mutants with this trait only desire flesh and blood, so they don't care about spirit stones or materials used for refinement at all. Therefore, to us, this star system is a treasure trove. Let's split up after we get to the planet. Just be careful not to disrupt their feeding. Since our interests don't conflict, there shouldn't be conflict as long as we're cautious. At the same time, I suggest that the two of us each bring back some young of this mutant civilization. If we use them on other weak civilizations in the future, it will be as though we control a divine armament, said the fifth elder. He then suddenly took out a shining voice transmission jade slip from his storage bag, laughing after he squeezed it. The Grand Supreme Elder has sent a voice transmission. He's not the Grand Supreme Elder for nothing. He's vicious. Long Nanzi, I'm going down first. See you in half a month. As he spoke, the fifth elder laughed, gathered up the Holy Crest sect disciples that followed him, and bolted towards the planet below. Wang Baol watched the fifth elder leave and took a closer look at the craters on the planet. A strange glow appeared in Wang Baol's eyes as they narrowed. Afterward, he took out Long Nanzi's voice transmission jade slip, infused his consciousness, and immediately heard the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder's voice in his head. Attention all elders, as you collect resources, capture some of the young of these mutants. Take note that you shouldn't capture too many. Each person shouldn't capture more than 100 young. In addition, we will not declare war on the mutants, and this should be kept strictly confidential. I will leave a mark here to aid future positioning. Once these mutants finish eating this civilization, they will surely move on to the next civilization. From now on, this shall be our road to riches. No war with the mutants? Wang Baol snickered, and the strange glow in his eyes became more intense. During the Federation's battle with the vast expanse Dao Palace, and after the various massacres, his demonic eye art had already reached its final stage. One could say, once he broke through this final stage, he would achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation and reach the soul conduit realm. Because of the battle, he chose the demonic eye art after taking combat strength into account. If he wanted to achieve a breakthrough, he would have to kill an arbitrarily large amount of people, but the ceasefire between the Federation and vast expanse Dao Palace meant he had nowhere to kill. Afterwards, he left alongside his senior brother. Hence, although he could hold his own against those in the late stage of the soul conduit realm, his cultivation still remained at the perfected nascent soul realm. Slaughter. A malicious aura quickly spread from Wang Baol's body, causing the expressions of the Holy Crest sect disciples who followed him to change. They all retreated and looked at Wang Baol with fear. Wang Baol ignored the people behind him, and his malicious aura didn't die down. Instead, it became more intense as he strengthened his resolve. The malicious aura exploded forth after a few breaths and became an intense killing intent. Once this killing intent spread, there was a disturbance in the cosmos, and it started to warp. All the Holy Crest sect disciples behind him were shocked by this sight. In their eyes, It seemed as though Wang Baol was a sharp sword pulled from its sheath. Not waiting for them to react, Wang Baol charged forward with a flick of his body. He was like a comet soaring through the planet's thin atmosphere. He headed straight for a crater on the planet's surface, and the aura on his body exploded forth. With a gesture using his right hand, a part of the arch armor immediately appeared, becoming a divine armament. He slashed towards the crater as big as half a city that he was nearing. The earth shook, and the heavens transformed as the saber glint coming from Wang Baol, as well as his divine armament, became a tremendous force. Immediately, the flesh and blood in the crater below shook, and countless mutant centipedes of various sizes came out in droves. Some stayed within the crater, while others climbed to the edge of it, but they all looked up at the sky and let out shrill screeches. As the screeches sounded, the glint of Wang Baol's divine armament descended onto the planet, causing the land to shake. The combat strength of Wang Baol and the divine armament, combined with the addition of the planets and the arch armor, made Wang Baol's saber glint seem like the sun. It incinerated and obliterated everything in its path. Rumbles echoed throughout the planet, and the vibrations spread towards the surroundings through the land, obliterating the crater. Only Wang Baol stood in midair. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a demon as he raised his head to take a deep breath. Behind him, the demonic I transmogrified and had a sense of excitement that was previously unseen. It let out a bloodthirsty and sinister laugh in Wang Baol's mind. However, under Wang Baol's illusory essence art, none of this could be seen by outsiders. This feeling, Wang Baol floated in midair. As his hair fluttered, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The seemingly unlimited life force in the surroundings gathered within his body and formed waves of power, continuously pushing his cultivation towards a breakthrough. This isn't enough. Wang Baol took a deep breath, and an intense glimmer appeared in his eyes. He took a close look down at the crater below him and, with a flick of his body, turned into a long rainbow, heading straight for another crater. From his speed, it was obvious that Wang Baol had used all of his cultivation. Like a thunderclap, he appeared instantly above the second crater. The second crater was similar in size to the first, and the bottom of it was full of mush and blood. There was a strong stench of death, and the centipede-like mutants all sensed dangers, raising their heads to screech in unison. But as the screeches were let out, the mutants were obliterated by a slash from Wang Baol's divine armament. As the heavens shook and the earth rumbled, the entire crater was covered by a glaring light formed by Wang Baol's spells and divine armament. In the next moment, as Wang Baol headed towards another crater, without taking another look, everything in the crater was obliterated as the light faded. All of the mutants died, turning into the numerous demonic eyes behind Wang Baol. They accompanied him, seemingly covering the heavens and earth, as he charged towards the next crater. Thus, in just 2 hours, Wang Baol had reached an insane amount of kills as rumbles echoed around the surroundings. Wherever he flew, the craters collapsed, and all of the mutants were obliterated. Regardless of the mutants' cultivation, whether they were at the core formation realm or the nascent soul realm, none of them could escape Wang Baol's attacks. Wang Baol had no time to bother with the riches and resources the Holy Crest sect wanted. What he craved now wasn't resources, it was the improvement of his cultivation. This star system was the best place to practice the demonic eye art in Wang Baol's opinion. There were also no consequences to the murdering. Hence, his craving for the soul conduit realm intensified alongside the rise of his cultivation and the life force gushing into his body. I'm going to break through to the soul conduit realm right here and now. Wang Baol's breaths were filled with anticipation. He was just about to continue when he suddenly looked down at his storage bag and took out a voice transmission jade slip. Immediately, the angry and anxious voice of the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder sounded from the slip. Long Nanzi, stop killing this instant. After hearing that, a cold glint flashed through Wang Baol's bloodshot eyes. As he was about to speak, the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder seemed to notice that the way he spoke previously was slightly inappropriate. So he took a deep breath and spoke again. Elder Long Nanzi, This mutant civilization is very suitable for the future development of our Holy Crest sect. I know that this incident has made you and the others feel unhappy, but since we found this place this time, I will activate the mandate to return in the future. We will return together. Also, I might be selfish, but all of this is for the future of the sect. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Although he really wanted to break through to the Soul Conduit realm, the words of the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder brought him to his senses. He noticed that his thoughts were affected by his killing spree and that he had previously been too lax, giving the consciousness within the demonic eye art a chance to take over. What are you scared of? Just sacrifice this cursed guy and then sacrifice the rest. Finally, sacrifice this entire star system. You'll definitely break through to the Soul Conduit realm after that. As Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, the voice of the consciousness within the demonic eye art echoed in his head, seemingly wishing to continue influencing Wang Baol's emotions. Nonsense, Wang Baol thought. Although the consciousness within the demonic eye art did affect him, Wang Baol didn't care. Even if he killed mindlessly under the influence of the consciousness, it wouldn't present much of a problem if it were controlled to be within a certain area. But Wang Baol considered that he still had to remain in the Divine Eye civilization for a period of time in the future, and that he would eventually be found out if he switched identities too often. Therefore, Wang Baol decided to reduce the number of killing sprees he went on in the future and limit the cultivation he displayed to be within the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. With that, the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder heaved a sigh of relief. However, he had started to accumulate displeasure towards Wang Baol. Just like that, the meeting time everyone in the Holy Crest sect agreed on arrived. Everyone flew out of the planets they were in, bringing with them large amounts of resources as they burst towards the cosmos. Compared to other planets, fear could be seen in the eyes of the Fifth Elder when he saw Wang Baol. Wang Baol's killing intent, combined with the obvious strong fluctuations in cultivation coming from Wang Baol's body, made him realize that Long Nanzi might seem calm and peaceful, but he was actually hiding a deep-seated viciousness. I better stay away from him. As everyone gathered and the other elders were happily tabulating their loot, they noticed the change in cultivation of the expressionless Wang Baol. All of their expressions changed slightly as they felt the maliciousness coming from him. A glimmer flashed across the eyes of the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder. He suppressed his displeasure towards Wang Baol temporarily and spoke slowly. Our loot this time is enough for us to reclaim our sect when we return, and we even have a surplus. But just returning like this isn't enough. I suggest that we continue traveling. If this happened previously, everyone would have to agree regardless of their own opinions, due to the pressure from the Grand Supreme Elder. However, all of them had looted a fair amount of resources, so they all actively agreed with the Grand Supreme Elder's decision. Very quickly, the Holy Crest sect's battleship took flight once again, leaving this mutant star domain and traveling deeper into the cosmos. But not long after leaving, Wang Baol left an illusory body in his chambers. With a flick of his body, he disappeared instantly. Using his essence technique, he had left the Holy Crest sect's battleship without anyone noticing. It was hard for even the Holy Crest sect's Grand Supreme Elder to notice this. He didn't know that Wang Baol had already become a cloud of black mist and was traveling at high speeds in the cosmos. He returned to the mutant civilization. As he returned, the black mist Wang Baol transmogrified, gathering to form his body. A strange glow appeared in his eyes, and he waved his right hand down violently. Immediately, demonic eyes appeared behind him. Every eye was closed. Although the eyes weren't open, the sheer number of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the arch armor appeared onto Wang Baol's body, and the divine armament spread from his right hand as his cultivation exploded forth. Combined with the circulation of the stellar nascent soul, the aura around his body immediately exploded forth and spread, causing the surrounding cosmos to warp. Now, to break through to the Soul Conduit realm. Wang Baol grinned and burst forth, heading straight for the nearest planet. Looking at Wang Baol from afar, he was like a demon, with vicious flames consuming the sky. Very quickly, a rumble accompanied Wang Baol's entry into the first planet and echoed around the surroundings. Every mutant crater on the planet collapsed and was obliterated. An indescribably strong life force gushed rapidly into Wang Bao's body, increasing the number of demonic eyes behind him. In the end, they almost formed a giant whirlpool visible from the cosmos. As the demonic eyes covered the planet, they also alarmed all the mutants in the star system. Shrill screeches echoed, and as the Earth rumbled on the third planet, a rainbow centipede at least 1,000 feet wide burst out from the ground. An early-stage soul conduit realm aura spread throughout the surroundings. Viciousness could be seen in the eyes of the centipede, the body of which was covered in a gray mist. It looked towards the planet Wang Bao was on, and with a roar, it took to the sky, becoming a long rainbow that headed straight towards Wang Bao. There were also 3 other mutants who took to the sky from their own planets. Of these 3 mutants, one was at the early stage of the Soul Conduit realm, one was at the mid-stage of the Soul Conduit realm, and one was at the late stage of the Soul Conduit realm. At this moment, they took to the sky in unison, heading straight towards Wang Bao. As they took to the skies, Wang Bao was standing in midair above his planet. Below him, all of the planet's mutants were obliterated, and behind him, countless demonic eyes threatened to cover the entire sky. Finally, a few big ones came. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. As he saw the 4 mutants appear in the edges of the sky, he grinned. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and unleashed his strength immediately, bringing the countless demonic eyes behind him, as well as an intense killing intent. He charged towards the 4 mutants. Wang Bao's speed was faster than lightning, and he was like a burning arrow shooting through the sky, heading straight towards the 4 mutants. As for the 4 mutants, their killing intent exploded forth intensely. Although their spirit intelligence was limited, their instinctive viciousness had made them view Wang Bao as their prey. Almost instantly, the 2 sides collided in mid-air above the planet, and the 4 centipede-like mutants opened their mouths almost in unison, spewing out green flames. These flames weren't ordinary flames. Their heat was enough to burn the void, and they did extreme damage to the soul. Immediately, the green flames coming from the 4 mutants formed a sea of flame, engulfing Wang Bao. Looking from afar, they seemed to have formed a giant green fireball. This sphere had a diameter of at least 10,000 feet, and the heat it radiated was enough to make the planet dry up. Its suppressive force spread out, and it was enough to make the planet tremble, as though it was finding it hard to withstand the pressure. If the suppressive force continued for a sustained period of time, the planet might collapse. Truly, the combat strength unleashed by the 4 mutants was extraordinary, and the green sphere formed by the flames was extremely scary in any soul conduit realm cultivator's eyes. That wasn't even considering how the 4 mutants were influenced by their viciousness. They burrowed into the green fireball without hesitation, as though just burning Wang Bao wasn't enough to appease them. They wanted to go in, tear Wang Bao apart, and eat him. Instantly, the silhouettes of the 4 mutants disappeared from outside the fireball as they burrowed inside, heading straight for the seemingly trapped and burning Wang Bao. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like Wang Bao was doomed. After all, the 4 mutants were all at the soul conduit realm. So, when all this was seen by a certain someone hiding in the shadows of a distant planet, he thought that Wang Bao was certainly going to die. This Long Nanzi was hiding secrets after all. My real body didn't notice him leaving the battleship and returning here at all. Due to its extraordinary cultivation, that silhouette hiding on the planet could still see the fighting happening on another planet clearly despite only being an avatar. And its existence seemed to be formless, blending seamlessly into the shadows. This was obviously a divine power similar to a shadow clone formed by a special cultivation technique. It looks like this Long Nanzi might have found some secrets of this civilization. However, he won't be able to go any further. He's overestimating himself. While only being at the nascent soul realm, he still dares to be arrogant in this mutant civilization. The silhouette snickered, and its body appeared slowly out of the shadows. The face that appeared was that of the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder. It was obvious that the body here was his avatar. But this is good. With him distracting the soul conduit realm mutants, I have a chance to obtain the fruit of the eternal star. After he appeared, the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder let out a soft laugh. As he looked towards the dying eternal star of that civilization, a fire burned in his eyes. With a flick of his body, he got ready to charge towards the planet. But just as he was about to move, a loud rumble and 4 shrill screams of pain spread through the surroundings from the planet Wang Baol was on. This sudden, unexpected change stunned the avatar of the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder, making it subconsciously stop and instinctively turn its head to look. What it saw made its eyes narrow, and its expression changed drastically. This shocked the avatar terribly, and it exclaimed, "That's impossible!" In the eyes of the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder's avatar, Wang Baol was trapped on the planet. The green flame engulfing him could be seen changing instantly with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it changed from green to dark green, and this color change didn't end. In the next moment, seemingly due to the black color within the fireball being too intense, it engulfed the original green color, turning the fireball black. The black flame was the dark fire. The color of the flames changed, and the dark fire exploded forth after engulfing the green flame, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. The shock wave it created was accompanied by loud rumbles, and as the rumbles echoed in the cosmos, one could faintly see that within the sea of flame, there were 4 centipede-like mutants retreating rapidly. They seemed to have been shocked and terrified, and they were looking to leave the core of the sea of flames. But it was too late. In the core region of the Sea of Flame, Wang Baol's demon-like silhouette moved and instantly disappeared, reappearing beside a centipede-like mutant. No matter how much the mutant struggled and roared, it couldn't escape. Wang Baol was expressionless as he grabbed towards the mutant with his right hand. Rumbles echoed as the centipede-like mutant let out shrill cries of pain. One could visibly see its body collapse and get burned to a crisp until only its soul and the materials needed by the demonic eye art were left. They went towards Wang Baol, forming behind him a closed giant demonic eye. Compared to the other surrounding demonic eyes, this one was obviously much larger. But all this couldn't be seen by the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder. All he could see was that the mutant died after being grabbed by Wang Baol, and that its life force was being absorbed by Wang Baol. Despite only seeing this, the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder was still very shocked. But the killing hadn't ended. The 3 remaining centipede-like mutants were all instinctively trying to escape the perimeter of the Sea of Flames. Despite this, one mutant was still too late. 2 mutants escaped one after the other, and the 3rd mutant was halfway out of the Sea of Flames. It was then that a strong suction force descended upon the 3rd mutant. Its body trembled furiously and was sucked back into the Sea of Flames as the mutant roared in pain. It was grabbed by the head by Wang Baol, who strode out from the Sea of Flames. The centipede-like mutant's antennae struggled, even wrapping around Wang Baol's arms in an attempt to rip his hands off. But the strength of the arch armor and stellar nascent soul showed at this moment. Wang Baol squeezed tightly with his right hand, crushing the centipede-like mutant who had a cultivation level equivalent to the early stage of the soul conduit realm. Behind him, another giant demonic eye appeared, and all the blood and gore caused by the mutant's death disappeared in the dark fire, not staining Wang Baol's body at all. This caused the scalp of the watching Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder to go numb. But his shock wasn't over yet. In the next moment, as his eyes tracked Wang Baol, the black sea of fire outside his body became a huge mouth that threatened to engulf the heavens. The mouth brought with it an intense air of violence and an intent to obliterate, engulfing the 2 mutants who seemed to have escaped. Its speed gave the 2 mutants no chance to escape, and they were both engulfed in the next moment. As their shrill cries echoed in the surroundings, the aura surrounding Wang Baol exploded forth once again as he walked out of the sea of fire. Wang Baol's cultivation started rising uncontrollably as he tried to achieve a breakthrough. However, Wang Baol's foundation was too strong. While this force was enough for almost any cultivator to break through successfully, it wasn't enough for him to achieve a breakthrough. Although this affected him somewhat, in a sense it was also a good thing. This meant that once Wang Baol achieved a breakthrough, His combat strength would far exceed those at the same cultivation level as him. Hence, Wang Baol wasn't anxious, and he allowed the sea of fire outside his body to explode forth as he looked towards the other planets. Since this isn't enough, I'll kill until it's enough. Muttering, Wang Baol looked at where the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder was hiding with his peripheral vision, then ignored him. He headed straight for another planet, and his killing spree started once again. At the same time, for the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder, not only did his scalp go numb, but he was also extremely stunned. His body shuddered, and he instinctively wanted to escape from there, engulfing life, causing his own cultivation to rise to extreme levels. Could this be the legendary divine power of royalty, the god art? But it seems to differ from the descriptions. Regardless, it must be a similar top-tier divine power. His body shuddered, but the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder couldn't suppress his increasing desire and greed. If I could obtain this cultivation technique. Muttering, he didn't notice at all that, compared to how he was normally, he was acting extremely weird, for some unknown reason. His desires had been amplified, overpowering his logic. This greed appeared very suddenly. After all, the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder only had his avatar here, which paled in comparison to his true body. Despite it having some power that a cultivator at the Soul Conduit realm would have, it could only deal with ordinary nascent soul cultivators. It was impractical to even think about fighting Wang Baol. Besides, he could be said to have seen firsthand how Wang Baol attacked, as well as the weird and painful deaths of the 4 centipede-like mutants. All of this would make any ordinary person with a bit of common sense give up all thoughts that they shouldn't have. However, this avatar of the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder still developed uncontrollable greed. This greed was akin to flames, rapidly engulfing him and eating away at his reason. However, just as his reason was almost completely eaten away, when the rashness in his heart made him want to rush out uncaringly, making him disregard all methods of hiding or ambush and race towards Wang Baol as though he was on a suicide mission, a sound was heard from the dying eternal star. As the planet that Wang Baol was on rumbled and all mutants on it were obliterated, the sound containing a sense of ancientness and a prehistoric aura exploded forth. As it exploded forth, it caused fluctuation in the cosmos of the mutant civilization. Wang Baol immediately noticed this and raised his head to see it. As his eyes narrowed slightly, the countless closed demonic eyes surrounding him, which the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder couldn't see, all withdrew a little. Even though they were closed, they could obviously sense some danger. Seemingly due to the withdrawal of the demonic eyes, the greed of the avatar of the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder seemed to lose its roots, weakening tremendously. As the greed weakened, its reason recovered a little. The Grand Supreme Elder was an experienced Soul Conduit realm cultivator after all. As his reason recovered, he immediately realized how strangely he was acting previously. Almost immediately, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his expression changed tremendously. Secretly, he was shocked and didn't wish to stay there any longer. As he was deliberating on how to leave, a second rumble sounded from the dying eternal star. The sound of the rumbles caused more fluctuations in the cosmos, and in Wang Baol's eyes, an intense desire to fight appeared. He could feel that, on that dying eternal star, there lay a super mutant. I will definitely achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation after killing that mutant. Wang Baol had an intense gut feeling. As his eyes narrowed and he pushed himself off the ground, a huge rumble sounded. His body shot forth like a comet streaking through the night sky, and he didn't stop at all as he entered the cosmos. As he shot towards the sky, his stellar nascent soul, the arch armor, divine armament, and the countless demonic eyes around him all exerted an intense suppressive force. In the end, they combined together, and the aura they created was like a huge sword that could slice the moon and the stars. As this suppressive force was exerted, Wang Baol headed straight towards the eternal star. As Wang Baol shot towards the sky, 2 roars echoed from the dying eternal star. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface layer, and countless loose stones were detached from the planet, floating into the cosmos. One could also make out a giant mountain range forming rapidly on the eternal star. This mountain range was majestic and massive. On top of it were numerous minor branches and their connections spreading towards the surroundings under a certain boundary. Upon seeing this, the Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder's breathing quickened once again. This was because he noticed that the mountain range on that eternal star was moving. That wasn't a mountain range at all. Instead, it was an extremely large centipede-like mutant. The things he saw connecting the mountain range weren't branches at all. They were actually the mutant's numerous legs and antennae. The giant mutant shook itself fiercely, and half of its body stood up on the eternal star. With a twist of its body, it shot out, bringing with it a stench and horrifying suppressive force. Seemingly engulfing everything in its path, it shot towards Wang Baol and let out a roar that shook the surroundings. Even so, this was enough to shock the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder into desperation. At this moment, his body shuddered, and his mind went blank under the suppressive force. At the same time, the intention to battle in Wang Baol's eyes got more intense, and he let out a loud roar. This roar was louder than thunder. As it exploded towards the surroundings, the arch armor on his body unleashed its full strength, as did the stellar nascent soul. As the giant mutant neared, the countless demonic eyes behind him also suddenly opened. The countless demonic eyes opened simultaneously, unleashing a glimmer and entwining force unique to the demonic eyes. As there were so many of them, the power they unleashed by opening was unimaginable. In the next moment, the giant mutant's body shuddered, and its massive body actually stopped within the cosmos. Even though this only lasted for a split second, it was enough for Wang Baol. His body seemed to become an extremely sharp sword that could pierce the heavens. Using the divine armament as the tip and his body as the blade, he unleashed his full strength and charged forth. While the giant mutant was frozen by the power of the demonic eyes, he pierced through the void of space, traversing through everything and finally piercing the body of the giant mutant. Not stopping, allowing the loud sound created to echo through the cosmos, and ignoring the fact that his divine armament was shaking, Wang Baol broke through the skin of the giant mutant and entered its body. Once in the mutant's body, Wang Baol unleashed 3 cultivation techniques: Devouring Seed, Dark Fire, Demonic Eye Art. The 3 cultivation techniques were unleashed simultaneously, and the power of the demonic eye art was on full display. It formed a black hole wanting to absorb everything. The power of the devouring seed also seemed to augment it, causing the power of the demonic eye art to rise to the limit of what Wang Baol could handle. The black hole it formed went past the mutant's body and gathered in its surroundings. As for the dark fire, it spread towards the surroundings as it was unleashed, covering everything in a sea of fire. It covered all gazes, all consciousness, and to a certain extent, it seemed to illuminate the cosmos. But the light that illuminated the cosmos was black. This seemed ironic, but visually, it was not. Maybe due to differences in laws, the black flames could indeed illuminate the entire cosmos here. There were also the roars of pain from the giant mutant, as well as its struggling body. Coupled with the wilting visible to the naked eye, the shock that this created scared the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder out of his wits. He shivered violently, and as he retreated rapidly, he only thought of one thing: to leave this place. Obviously, to him, the danger levels of this cosmos had exceeded what he could handle due to the appearance of Wang Baol. He even secretly chided himself furiously for leaving his avatar here. If his avatar died, it would greatly affect his true body as well. I shouldn't have been rash, and this Long Nanzi, he must have been possessed by some guy from the royalty. Thinking about the killing intent he had towards this guy from the royalty previously, the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder was so remorseful that his intestines turned green. To him, the only ones who were a match against the royalty were the 3 greater sects. If he got embroiled into some sort of conflict with the royalty, he would surely be screwed. But just as the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder prepared to charge out of the planet he was hiding in and escape, the giant centipede-like mutant let out a final roar and died beside the dying eternal star that was behind him. In the next moment, its body turned to dust within the black flames, being replaced by a giant black eye. In the pupil of the giant eye, there was a tall, slender silhouette. It was Wang Baol. His long hair fluttered, and he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Wang Baol immediately unleashed the suppressive force of the soul conduit realm without holding back, allowing it to cover the surroundings. This aura made the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder shudder, and the black eye almost made his soul leave his body. The horrifying demonic aura spread by the demonic eye seemed to be able to freeze everything. Compared to how the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder remembered the Eye of 10,000 Demons, except for its size, it was almost identical. He was possessed by royalty after all. As the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder, he naturally knew some inside secrets. Besides, he was normally submissive towards the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. He knew that the royalty of the Divine Eye civilization seemed to be at peace with the three greater sects, but actually, the tension between them threatened to escalate into a full-blown conflict. After all, no royalty would like their authority to be in the hands of the warlords they ruled over, nor would they want to live their lives as though they were under house arrest. The Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder also understood very clearly that although the royalty was in decline, the depth and strength of their foundations made the three greater sects fear them nonetheless. And what they feared the most was the royalty's top-secret art, the one only those with the purest of bloodlines could learn, the Divine Eye art. At the same time, he guessed that maybe there were some key details about the conflict between the three greater sects and the royalty that he didn't know. Regardless, he absolutely didn't want to get embroiled in the conflict between the royalty and three greater sects. Therefore, as he felt the aura emanating from Wang Baol's body, his desire to leave grew even stronger. This was despite him not seeing the real Divine Eye art, confirming it based on his gut feeling and not double-checking. But it was too late. As he charged out, the silhouette of Wang Baol, who walked out of the pupil of the black demonic eye, disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder's avatar. Wang Baol's appearance immediately made the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder's avatar shudder. While fear appeared in its eyes, the nervousness in its heart was like waves crashing into his soul. It instinctively took a few steps back, forced a smile on its face, and spoke courteously. "Please don't be mistaken, Elder Long Nanzi. I previously felt that you were about to achieve a breakthrough, so I was worried and came to protect you. Haha. Congratulations to Elder Long Nanzi for reaching the Soul Conduit realm." As he spoke, the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder let out forced laughter. But as he laughed, he noticed that Wang Baol, who was standing in front of him, remained silent and was staring at him coldly. So this laughter slowly became awkward, and his forehead sweated uncontrollably. The Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder wiped away the sweat instinctively and wanted to say something to break the silence and awkwardness. Without a doubt, he felt a strong sense of danger right now. He had a feeling that if he didn't do something, he would definitely die. With Wang Baol's killing spree and murderous intent, he would probably unleash his fastest speed to catch up with the battleship and kill the Grand Supreme Elder's true body. Elder Long Nanzi, I'm still very useful. I didn't see anything previously. I absolutely despise the three greater sects, and my loyalty to the royalty can be confirmed by the heavens and earth. As Wang Baol listened, a glimmer flashed through his eyes. The Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder's intuition wasn't wrong. Actually, Wang Baol did indeed have a similar thought. However, if he didn't replace the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder after killing him, the death of a Soul Conduit Realm cultivator would definitely catch the attention of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect he belonged to. However, Wang Baol also felt that replacing the Grand Supreme Elder by transforming into him wasn't appropriate. The more he did such a thing, the easier it was for him to make a mistake. Wang Baol felt that it would be a pity to give up the identity of Long Nanzi, which he had fully grasped and was very familiar with. Even if there were other solutions, such as transforming into the Grand Supreme Elder and going on a journey or going into seclusion, they were all somewhat extra and unnecessary. But it was worse for him not to kill the Grand Supreme Elder. So, As Wang Baol weighed the costs and benefits in his heart, and as he heard the Grand Supreme Elder mention the royalty, he immediately raised his right hand and grabbed towards the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder. The Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder was always alert and prepared to retreat at the first moment. However, the difference in strength between them gave the Grand Supreme Elder no chance. No matter how he tried to dodge, it was of no use. His head was instantly held by Wang Baol. At the same time, in the cosmos not that far away from this civilization, the true body of the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder meditating within the Holy Crest Sect's battleship shuddered and opened its eyes. Resisting his unwillingness, he wanted to sever the connection between his avatar and his soul despite the consequences, such as heavy injury to his body. However, his expression completely changed in the next moment. "I can't sever the connection?" It was as though the soul connection between his true body and avatar was forcefully strengthened by a spell. This made him unable to actively sever the connection. As he was in shock, within the mutant civilization's star realm, the glow of the dark fire appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. "You dare to use soul spells in front of the dark sect?" Wang Baol spoke softly as the eerie glow in his eyes grew stronger. He directly unleashed the soul-searching spell on the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder's avatar. If the target of the soul-searching spell was the main body of the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder, Wang Baol would still need to prepare himself. However, for an avatar, with Wang Baol's current soul conduit realm cultivation and the assistance of the dark art, he directly destroyed all of the mental defenses of the Grand Supreme Elder with his consciousness. He then looked at the Grand Supreme Elder's memories using the avatar. The fruit of the eternal star? Is it the core that has a certain possibility of being formed after an eternal star dies? Wang Baol raised his head to look at the eternal star not far away from him, shook his head slightly, and continued looking through the Grand Supreme Elder's memories. Even though he couldn't see many memories due to it only being an avatar, this was enough for Wang Baol. He very quickly found what he needed and understood the cause of the misunderstanding this time. The royalty's top-secret art, the Divine Eye art? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. To the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder, the giant eye that appeared behind Wang Baol and the entire process of his cultivation rising was the Divine Eye art. To him, Wang Baol's identity was definitely that of some old guy from the royalty who was possessing Long Nanzi. But actually, Wang Baol was very clear that the spell he unleashed wasn't the Divine Eye art. It was the Demonic Eye art. If one were to view the former as the original appearance of this spell, then the latter would be the result of the dark sect using the strength of the dark art to forcefully change and modify it. As for which one was stronger and which one was weaker, it was hard to say. This kind of misunderstanding, it isn't bad. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and gave up on trying to kill the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder. Instead, he raised his right hand to make a hand sign, and immediately after, a dark fireball formed on his palm. Afterwards, he grabbed a mini demonic eye from within the giant demonic eye behind him and fused it with the dark fire, forming some kind of seal. He then slapped it onto the forehead of the Holy Crest Sect Grand Supreme Elder's avatar. The seal instantly fused into the forehead of the avatar, turning into the shape of an eye. It wasn't only imprinted on the skin and bones, but also the soul. Wang Baol also made hand seals rapidly with one hand. The dark fire outside his body spread, and the black glow of the demonic eye behind him exploded forth. They strengthened the seal, and by imprinting the avatar, Wang Baol could also imprint the true body of the Grand Supreme Elder. In the cosmos, within the Holy Crest Sect battleship, the true body of the Grand Supreme Elder shook violently and spat out a huge mouthful of blood as he resisted and struggled with all his might. However, the same seal still materialized between his eyebrows. This was a forbidden technique recorded in the Demonic Eye art, and it could be said to have been developed by the Dark Sect. It was similar to a death curse. Once one was imprinted, their life and death were controlled by Wang Baol. With a thought, he could make the person die immediately and turn into a demonic eye. The Grand Supreme Elder's avatar had complicated emotions. However, after doing that, Wang Baol simply raised his hand that was pressing on the avatar's hand and spoke calmly. Let's go back. As Wang Baol spoke, he strode forward. As for the details regarding the fruit of the eternal star in the Grand Supreme Elder's memories, Wang Baol saw them, but he also sensed that the fruit of the eternal star created as a result of this civilization's death had already wilted and dissipated a very long time ago. What the Grand Supreme Elder sensed was merely the lingering aura of that giant centipede-like mutant. At the same time, he believed that with the intelligence of the Grand Supreme Elder, he would definitely feel something from the seal. More connections and misunderstandings would be created, and that was exactly what Wang Baol needed. That was truly the case. The Grand Supreme Elder's avatar, which was standing behind Wang Baol with a complicated expression on its face, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was relieved that he didn't die, he was bitter about the fact that his life and death were no longer under his control. However, he understood that this was perhaps the best conclusion. Besides, with the seal on his soul, he double-confirmed his doubts. Oh well, since I can't escape it, I'll just have to deal with it. The good thing is, it's not like I can't accept that he is part of the royalty. The Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder comforted himself secretly and forced himself to perk up, then quickly tried to catch up to Wang Baol. While following Wang Baol, he was also thinking about how to get along with him in the future. It looks like I'll have to reactivate the mystic technique that I sealed away for years and never unleashed completely. This time, I'll have to go all out. The Grand Supreme Elder thought in his heart. A decisiveness appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Wang Baol's back. A fiery glow gathered in his eyes, and he muttered with a volume audible to Wang Baol. Never would I have thought that the life of Dekunsi, would change at this moment. I used to be lost in the pursuit of interests and was engaged in deception and petty tricks. I used to be jealous of others who came from a more prestigious background, but now, I finally understand how shallow the past me was. This is because, from now on, I am someone with a master. Before meeting Master, I was skeptical of the existence of a true saint, but now I finally believe it. Wang Baol furrowed his brows, turning his head to stare coldly at the Grand Supreme Elder behind him. He didn't expect the guy to accept reality so quickly and even start sucking up to him. Even aliens know how to suck up to people. Wang Baol humphed in his heart. As the Federation president in waiting, he had met many bootlickers in his life. He must not be the kind of person who liked listening to people suck up to him. Hence, he said coldly, you could have been killed by me not long ago. His words brought with them some of his lingering killing intent. As the Grand Supreme Elder heard them, his body shook, and he looked at Wang Baol with excitement and seemingly unlimited gratitude. If one looked closely, they would see the tears shimmering in his eyes. Master, this exemplifies your high morals. Under the bad influence of the three greater sects, today's divine civilization has become a dark place where everyone is selfish and desensitized to the violence of murder. Yet I can meet someone like you, Master. This is definitely the luckiest thing that's happened to me in my entire life. Enough. Dekunsi, don't say these kinds of things again. I don't like listening to people bootlicking. Know your place. Wang Baol had an annoyed expression and felt more annoyed the more he looked at Dekunsi. He even slightly regretted not killing him earlier. After that, he humphed coldly and walked forward. After hearing that, the Grand Supreme Elder's avatar became more serious and immediately spoke solemnly. Dekunsi obeys your order. Master's words are like a wave sweeping away the fog, causing me to see the sky. You've allowed me to see the future of the divine civilization. You've allowed me to see hope. Your tall and straight figure is like a pillar supporting the entire divine civilization, exuding valiance and causing me to. After hearing the first half of what Dekunsi said, the annoyance in Wang Baol's heart exploded forth. He suddenly turned his head and was about to scold Dekunsi strictly. He felt that, as an excellent and outstanding president, he couldn't have yes-men around him and definitely couldn't let Dekunsi continue. That would be too damaging to his reputation. But before he could scold Dekunsi, he heard the second half of what he had to say. That sentence praising his tall and straight figure made Wang Baol cough. and his expression was noticed by Dekunsi in an instant. As his eyes turned, Dekunsi quickly spoke. Master, actually, what I said previously is unimportant. The most important thing is that I'm able to follow such a handsome and valiant man. It's the greatest honor of my life to be at the side of the most handsome man in the entire divine civilization. Wang Baol gave Dekunsi a deep look. After a moment, his expression relaxed quite a bit and revealed a sense of wistfulness. He even sighed in his heart. I can't really blame him, it's all my fault. Most handsome in the Federation, most handsome in the divine civilization. So be it, I was mistaken. He wasn't bootlicking, he was telling the truth. Wang Baol sighed. He felt that even the Federation president couldn't be so cruel as to not allow people to praise him from the heart. It wouldn't be good to force people to say untrue statements. So, as he left this cosmos and returned to the Holy Crest Sex battleship, under Wang Baol's understanding, Dekunsi unleashed his mystic technique to the extreme. As they traveled, he continuously showered Wang Baol with praises regarding his appearance, not once repeating compliments. As Wang Baol listened, he became wistful once again and reluctantly smiled and nodded. This continued until they saw the battleship that the Holy Crest Sect sent to await Wang Baol's return in the cosmos. As the true body of Dekunsi walked out to welcome him, Wang Baol returned to the Holy Crest Sect's battleship. The Holy Crest Sect's Grand Supreme Elder didn't express any discomfort as he took over the task of sucking up from his avatar. Afterward, he interrupted the truths that Dekunsi was saying and made up an excuse to search the soul of his true body. As the death curse was still present, Dekunsi dared not resist. Hence, Wang Baol searched the soul of Dekunsi's main body very thoroughly and gained a deeper understanding of the divine civilization. That was especially so for the conflict between the royalty and the three greater sections. He gained a fuller picture of the conflict. But at the same time, there was one thing that gave Wang Baol a headache. That was how to get along with the royalty and get the continuation of the demonic art. This was a huge issue that stood in front of Wang Baol. After all, if he wanted to maintain the high speed that his cultivation was increasing, he had to get the associated techniques to the demonic art. He could continue cultivating regardless, but refining his soul conduit cultivation with nascent soul techniques was akin to pulling a giant horse cart with a pony. But the royalty of the divine civilization had been put on house arrest and sealed under the precautions of the three greater sections. They cut off almost all possibility of communicating with the outside world. Although a few methods remained, they were all under the supervision of the three greater sections. So, the difficulty of contacting the royalty and obtaining the continuation of the demonic art while not getting noticed by the three greater sects increased infinitely. Even if he transmogrified using his essence technique, the difficulty was the same. If he could kill a spirit immortal and replace them, then maybe he stood a chance. But spirit immortals weren't so easy to kill and replace. Even if Wang Baol could suppress cultivators at the perfected soul conduit realm currently, he wasn't confident enough to fight a spirit immortal. Even if they were only at the early stage of the spirit immortal realm, they were still incredibly strong. Not considering the latter, the only method was to become the leader of the top legion in the legion competition held every 30 years by the divine civilization. They would be received by the royalty and given mystic techniques as a reward. The entire divine civilization was being controlled by the three greater sects, which meant that the top legion must also come from the three greater sections. From here, one could see the compromise of the royalty. But similarly, Wang Baol also saw the intentions of the royalty that were unknown to others. Wang Baol didn't fully understand the battle of wits involved and could only see the faint traces of it. But this didn't affect his judgment and decision-making. He was very clear that if he could achieve this method, he had a very huge chance to obtain the cultivation techniques he needed. Even if he couldn't obtain them, he could make use of this opportunity and use other means to do so. However, it's still difficult to become the top legion. Wang Baol sighed. Through Dekunsi's memories and his understanding after coming to the divine civilization, Wang Baol was clear that the top-ranked military commanders of the three greater sects were all spirit immortals. For some special legions, even if they weren't that highly ranked, their commander still had to be a spirit immortal. In the three greater sects, Every sect has 6 to 7 spirit immortals. I need to find a way to increase my cultivation. While Wang Baol realized this, he also decided to assimilate into the Holy Crest sect thoroughly. He would make use of this minor sect to find an opportunity to enter the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Afterwards, he would join a big legion and await his opportunity. Increasing cultivation takes time, but there's a faster way to increase my combat strength. That is, the Divine Eye Civilization's Dermic battleship. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. After searching the soul of Dekunsi, Wang Baol learned that beyond the Divine Eye Civilization's battleships were an even stronger existence called Dermic battleships. Normally, only the big legions had these Dermic battleships, and they were usually controlled by spirit immortals. To a certain degree, they were like divine armaments and had differences in level. Wang Baol wasn't sure how exactly they were refined and segregated, but he understood that continuously refining his own battleship was surely a method of turning it into a Dermic battleship. So, Wang Baol's desire for refinement resources intensified as he became more determined in his thoughts. Therefore, in the next few days he displayed a mid-stage, nearing late-stage nascent soul realm cultivation. As such, he was appointed as the vice-commander of the Holy Crest Sect's Legion, with the commander being Dekunsi. Although others objected to this, they chose to remain silent under the majesty of Dekunsi. In addition, Wang Baol got Dekunsi to cooperate with him. As the Holy Crest sect pillaged the cosmos, they found a battleship among some ruins. It was found, but actually it was the battleship that Wang Baol built personally. He used a suitable method to display it to everyone. This caused the combat strength of the Holy Crest Sect Legion to increase quite a bit and reduced the number of objections from the other elders. Afterward, he collected resources again and again with the Holy Crest Sect Legion. Time passed slowly as he did so, and a year passed. In that year, the cultivation Wang Baol displayed slowly increased to the perfected nascent soul realm, and the resources he collected were largely used to refine his battleship. At the same time, his true cultivation had thoroughly stabilized. He could be said to have completely entered the soul conduit realm, and his actual combat strength increased. Meanwhile, he killed many times during battles, such that he became too lazy to hide his cultivation. In an encounter he deliberately created, and with the cooperation of Dekunsi, Wang Baol's cultivation achieved a breakthrough in front of everyone and entered the soul conduit realm. The moment he entered the soul conduit realm, under the envious looks of the Holy Crest sect disciples, Wang Baol gave orders with Dekunsi. The Holy Crest sect legion ended their travels that lasted for over a year and prepared to return to the Divine Eye Civilization. The expedition that had spanned more than a year had been extremely rewarding for the Holy Crest sect. They had amassed hordes of resources that would clear their debts completely and replenish the resources they had exhausted during the restoration of their battleship. Even after they had done all that, they would still be left with many times the wealth they had spent. This was all due to the decision they had made in allowing the Eye of 10,000 Demons to choose their final destination. The location they had been teleported to had been a foreign territory that hadn't yet fallen prey to other sects from the Divine Eye Civilization. Of course, some measure of danger had been expected in such a bold venture. Regardless, with the joint effort of Wang Baol and Dekunsi, they had managed to survive the dangerous endeavor mostly unscathed. The sheer size of their bounty was going to be a problem when they returned to the home planet and began sorting through their loot. There was also the issue of storage that plagued them presently. Wang Baol eventually had to make space in his own battleship for the loot. As a result, he could no longer store his battleship in his storage bag like he used to. Instead, his battleship became exposed in space. Wang Baol harbored concerns about such an open display of his wealth, but there was nothing much he could do about the situation. He could only disguise his battleship's appearance and make it look as worn down as possible. He also tried to keep the most prized of their valuables in his storage bags and the storage bags of others. Having dealt with all these matters, Dekunsi activated the aura of the Eye of 10,000 Demons, which all of them, as well as the battleships, had been basking in. A brilliant light that signified the beginnings of teleportation erupted. It basked the surrounding space in a blinding glow instantly as a deafening thunder rumbled in their ears. The cultivators of the Holy Crest sect and their battleships vanished within the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they found themselves before the eternal star of the divine civilization once again. The sight of familiar stars and the presence of their home planet sent everyone on board into a bout of excitement. At the thought of the bountiful loot they had returned with, their hearts filled with anticipation. Wang Baol felt the same way. His excitement, however, wasn't for their return. It came from his desire for the cultivation technique that belonged to the royal family of the divine civilization. He was unfazed by the consciousness that hid within his demonic art. No matter how much stronger it grew, it would still be kept under control by his dark art. What he desired most was to get his hands on the advanced cultivation techniques that came after the demonic art. They would speed up the progress of his cultivation, pave his way towards a breakthrough from the soul conduit realm into the spirit immortal realm, and allow him to advance to the planet realm. With the advanced cultivation technique, and with the speed of cultivation achievable with the demonic art, I could attain the planet realm within days. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He remained cautious, though. Based on what he knew, both the demonic art and the divine art should be able to speed up the progress of his cultivation. The divine civilization's royal family must possess exceptional battle capabilities. Its power might be contained by the three greater sects, and that might have obstructed its path to power through murder and massacre, but whatever power it had accumulated should still be substantial. While Wang Baol was deep in his thoughts, Grand Supreme Elder Dekunsi was plagued with his own troubles as well. He had been branded with a servant's seal. Relentless consolation and self-delusion had led him to a revelation of how great an honor it was to be branded as a servant of the royal family. As he numbed himself to the fact of his indentured enslavement with delusions of honor, Dekunsi's voice grew increasingly agitated. We've made a safe return. Next, we'll have to be careful as we make our way back to the main planet. There shouldn't be any trouble. As he spoke, the two Holy Crest sect battleships suddenly unleashed bursts of speed and thundered in the direction of the main Divine Eye planet. Cosmic territory in the Divine Eye civilization was currently split into three factions under the ruling presence of the three greater sections. The main Divine Eye planet was at the center of the civilization. From the main planet, space was split into three regions. A vast expanse of space surrounding the main planet housed the imprisoned royalty of the civilization. As a result, these areas were considered public spaces. The region that contained the Eternal Star was one of those spaces that didn't belong to any of the greater sects. It was part of the civilization's public space. That was why the Holy Crest sect planned most of their routes in those public spaces on their way back to the home planet. Because it was public space, there were many battleships that made use of it on a daily basis. That meant a degree of danger involved in traveling through those spaces. The tensions amongst the three greater sects were restrained and seldom spiraled out of control. Regardless, they did happen on occasion. Of course, such conflicts usually only happened when the armies under the greater sects were involved. For minor sects like the Holy Crest sect, they only needed to pay a token fee in exchange for safe passage. The greater sects seldom made life difficult for them. This was one of the hidden rules that governed the Divine Eye civilization. Such payments became a regular source of funding for the armies under the three greater sections. Wang Baol had heard of such dealings from Dekunsi. They had encountered three passing armies from different greater sects during their journey back. Each time, Dekunsi had paid up, doing so with the ease of the experienced, and their journey had remained relatively unhindered. They approached the main Divine Eye planet steadily. Their apparent luck seemed to have run dry when they were 2 days away from their home planet. They ran into a small army, which consisted of 7 to 8 unique-looking battleships. They looked like 8-limbed octopuses and appeared to be made of special materials. These battleships were clearly the fusion between biological life forms and non-biological building blocks. Such battleships were considered rare even in the armies of the three greater sects, with only the top 10 most powerful armies in each greater sect owning such battleships. They were more powerful than ordinary battleships. While they might not be equal to a dermic battleship, which could only be steered by a spirit immortal realm cultivator, they came close enough. The last 3 encounters that the Holy Crest sect had were also with army fleets that belonged to the greater sections. Their military strength couldn't compare with the current fleet, though. Even Dekunsi gasped when he saw the current fleet. The biological battleships might look slightly worn down, as if they had just survived an intense battle, but the murderous aura that they exuded still managed to strike fear into the hearts of everyone on board the Holy Crest sect battleships. The source of their fear was the 8 Soul Conduit Realm auras on board the battleships clearly returning from an expedition, which flooded the region like a raging thunderstorm. When these auras gathered, their combined power surged through the area like a tsunami. Fury permeated the auras. It was like facing a starving wolf that had returned from battle. It had lost in battle and, furious at its loss, had carried its anger back with it. Every creature that it came across could potentially become the unfortunate soul that bore the brunt of its anger. The Ink Dragon Legion under the Violet Gold New Dao sect. Dekunsi was clearly more knowledgeable when it came to famed armies under the 3 greater sections. An uneasy feeling rose within him when he saw the fleet of octopus-shaped battleships appear before them. He said quietly, "The Ink Dragon Legion is ranked the 7th most powerful army in the Violet Gold New Dao sect. It's notorious for its cruelty and massacring ways, and it's generally just unreasonable. In addition, the commander of the Legion is at the Spirit Immortal realm. It seems like they met with some trouble. We should be careful." Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He could sense the Soul Conduit Realm spirit energy within the biological battleships. There were 8 of them, of which 5 were at the early-stage Soul Conduit Realm and the remaining 3 at the mid-stage Soul Conduit Realm. He wasn't particularly bothered by them. The fleet's commander, though, and the fleet's ultimate master, the Violet Gold New Dao sect, weren't entities that he was capable of fighting against openly at this moment. "We'll let them pass first." Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and said immediately. Dekunsi was of the same view. He hastily steered their battleship aside, dipping the front of the battleship slightly, as if bowing deferentially to the passing fleet. The Ink Dragon Legion sped past them like the mighty and powerful. Dekunsi watched as the fleet ignored their presence and went on its way. He was about to release a sigh of relief when Wang Baol, who had had his eyes locked on the fleet all this while, frowned. One of the Ink Dragon Legion battleships stopped in its tracks. Suddenly, a divine sense broadcast itself from the battleship, ripping apart the defenses of the 2 Holy Crest sect battleships brutally and without mercy and flooding the minds of everyone within. "We'll be confiscating all of your resources. You're to scram after that." The voice was like a sudden explosion inside everyone's minds. An alarm flashed across everyone's faces. Dekunsi's face became flushed red, as if he was barely reining in his anger. As for Wang Baol, the icy glint in his eyes sharpened. "Master, the Holy Crest sect is only a minor sect that's affiliated with the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. The other party is the 7th most powerful army that's reporting directly to the Violet Gold New Dao sect. We're no match for them. Besides, we're in public space now. There might be a slim chance of us winning if we open fire, but the enemy's commander is at the Spirit Immortal realm." Dekunsi took a deep breath and shoved aside his pent-up anger when he saw the cold glint in Wang Baol's eyes. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Baol in an attempt to appease the latter. Wang Baol was feeling extremely unhappy. He had always been the one robbing others, and this was the first time someone had tried to rob him. What Dekunsi said made sense, though. They weren't reporting directly to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Should they engage in a battle with their enemy over resources now, the support that they would receive from the greater sect was going to be limited. Wang Baol ached for the loss of their resources. Regardless, after weighing the pros and cons of the situation, he finally took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, another divine sense broadcast itself from a 2nd Ink Dragon Legion battleship. It thundered more loudly than the first and sounded like a greater bully. Its voice rumbled like the beginnings of a thunderstorm. "This battleship's kinda interesting. It's mine now." Wang Baol lifted his head slowly. He had never been the kind of person to stand down and suffer the provocation of others. An icy glint flashed across his eyes when he heard the taunting words, and he laughed suddenly. You want to steal my battleship? So what if you have a spirit immortal realm cultivator on your side? You think I'm afraid of you? Tecumseh secretly lamented when he sensed Wang Baol's murderous intent. He might have been imprinted with a servant's brand and would have to answer to Wang Baol's every beck and call, but he was reluctant to offend any of the three greater sects until it was their last resort. The Violet Gold New Dao sect, especially, had only recently gained its power. Because of its newly gained dominance, it was dearly protective of its own. What people heard about the sect drove terror into their hearts. They were notorious for eliminating and massacring whole sects. Their infamy was widespread. Tecumseh's guts told him to calm Wang Baol down and dissuade him from any extreme actions. Before he could speak, though, the Ink Dragon Legion struck. The cosmos thundered as 8 purple beams of light blasted from the Ink Dragon Legion and landed on the Holy Crest sect battleships. The beams of light transformed into 8 layers of purple nets, which entrapped the Holy Crest sect battleships within and, with a single fierce yank, began dragging them along. It appeared that the Ink Dragon Legion intended to take them away by force. An overpowering force emanated from the nets, attacking the minds of the Holy Crest sect disciples on the battleships and sending blood spilling from their lips. Their bodies could hardly take the stress. Even those at the nascent soul realm didn't escape unscathed. Tecumseh himself was trembling slightly, and his heart was in turmoil with a mix of anxiety and fear as he stared at Wang Baol and sent the latter a voice transmission hastily. Master, why not just let this pass? Offending the Ink Dragon Legion is equivalent to challenging the Violet Gold New Dao sect. Unless we stay within the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's territory indefinitely, we'll definitely run into trouble in the future if we cause trouble now. The look in Wang Baol's eyes grew frostier when he heard Tecumseh's voice transmission. Originally, he hadn't intended to cause any unnecessary trouble and was going to let the other party confiscate their resources. His heart might ache for the loss, but this was a decision he had accepted was better in the long run. But the battleship that he had crafted by hand meant a lot to him. He had spent too much effort and too many resources on it. There was no way he was going to agree to let it go. It was at that point that someone aboard the Ink Dragon Legion's biological battleship snorted. You have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. A slit appeared in the layers of purple net instantly, and a sudden force erupted from within, shoving the Holy Crest sect cultivators into the open, tossing them into space and scattering them amongst the stars. Only Wang Baol remained on the battleship, standing, not leaving. Upon discovery of Wang Baol's inaction, the same person on board the Ink Dragon Legion's battleship snorted again. 8 cultivators appeared suddenly, surrounding Wang Baol's battleship. They unleashed their soul conduit realm cultivation without any hesitation, and their power surged outward and filled the entire cosmic region. A mere soul conduit realm cultivator. Since you want to stay, I'll make sure you can't leave. The same voice, infused with a menacing tone, thundered again. Its owner appeared elderly, and he had a head full of white hair and a cold, arrogant look on his face. The look in his eyes could freeze water. The look on Tecumseh's face was thunderous. He had been expelled from his battleship and now faced 8 soul conduit realm cultivators. He hovered a distance away from his battleship, his heart in turmoil. He felt awe and fear in the presence of a greater sect, but there was also shame and fury at being robbed. His fingers tightened into a fist and loosened themselves again as conflicting emotions fought inside him. Wang Baol appeared calmer in comparison, despite being surrounded by 8 soul conduit realm cultivators. He stood atop his battleship and swept his gaze across the 8 cultivators. His eyes then landed on the old man who had spoken earlier. He recognized the voice, as it belonged to the old man who had demanded that he hand over his battleship. Can we talk this over and not have my battleship confiscated? This is the list of resources I've invested in crafting this battleship. Took me 3 years to build it. If you still want the battleship, why not compensate me for my efforts? Wang Baol said slowly after a moment of silence. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and made a sweeping gesture, and a jade slip shot out and headed for the elderly cultivator. You want compensation? The old man laughed. acting as if he had just heard the funniest joke. The soul conduit realm cultivators around him broke out into laughter as well. The middle-aged, early-stage soul conduit realm cultivator standing to his right, especially. The look on his face was filled with condescension and mockery. He looked as if he was about to say something when the jade slip approached amidst their laughter and was seized by the elderly cultivator. He clenched his fist and destroyed the jade slip, and black flames instantly surged out from the disintegrated jade slip and flooded the area. Everything happened within the blink of an eye. The black flames rose like waves and transformed into a sea of black fire in the cosmos. It appeared to have sealed the region, surrounding the Ink Dragon Legion and trapping them within, disallowing any form of spirit energy to leak out from the area. They were effectively isolated. As soon as the seal materialized, Wang Baol shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing instantly and reappearing next to the Ink Dragon Legion the next instant. Just as the enemy was about to react to his sudden proximity, his right hand shot out and clamped itself over the forehead of the elderly cultivator, the old man who had laughed at Wang Baol earlier. The arch armor materialized, then transformed into a set of gruesome-looking claws. Thunder rumbled in the cosmos. The elderly cultivator widened his eyes, and before he could retaliate, Wang Baol's right hand tightened with sudden violence. The old man's skull exploded like a watermelon that had been smashed with a hammer. It didn't matter that he had been at the mid-stage soul conduit realm. Nothing could have saved him then. Before Wang Baol, there was no chance for him to reveal any of his fighting prowess. Wang Baol's incredible fighting abilities were part of the reason for the elderly cultivator's quick death. But the fact that he had underestimated Wang Baol, and the fact that Wang Baol had made use of the Dark Fire's sudden explosion to execute an ambush, also contributed to his unexpected and abrupt elimination. Blood splattered everywhere, and a rush of vitality escaped from the elderly cultivator's corpse and was sucked into Wang Baol's the arch armor. The headless corpse shriveled up within seconds and was left adrift in space when Wang Baol released his hold on it. A sudden deathly silence descended upon everyone. The remaining 7 soul conduit realm cultivators, as well as the hordes of cultivators aboard the Ink Dragon Legion fleet, all stared at the scene, their eyes wide with incredulity. Everything had happened too quickly. These might have been battle-hardened warriors, but even they couldn't accept what had just happened so readily. This wasn't the same as the heightened state of vigilance they instinctively went into during expeditions. After all, they were in their home territory and facing off against an insignificant minor sect. The losses they had suffered in their most recent expedition had soured their moods as well, so naturally, they hadn't been in the right state of mind. But this was the 7th most powerful fleet under the Violet Gold New Dao sect. The Ink Dragon Legion naturally had strengths that others couldn't compare with. The unexpected outcome of the engagement immediately sent the battleships into action. Without orders from any soul conduit realm cultivators, the battleships had activated their offensive capabilities and locked down Wang Baol as their target. They unleashed their incredible offensive capabilities and retaliated instantly. The surviving 7 soul conduit realm cultivators immediately coordinated their attacks. Charged Wang Baol while 3 retreated in an attempt to establish contact with the outside world. When they failed to establish contact, they realized the key to their freedom was Wang Baol. They roared and unleashed their full cultivation, intent on blasting clear the black flames that were trapping them in place so that they could signal that they were under attack. Everything happened swiftly, within moments, from Wang Baol's initial attack to the Ink Dragon Legion's retaliation. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes when he witnessed the Ink Dragon Legion's swift response to his attack. As beams of light erupted from the enemy battleships, he said coldly, "I had no intention of showing my hand here, but it seems I have no choice. So be it. I'll just have to kill every single one of you." The bespelled beams of light pierced through Wang Baol's body as soon as he said that, and the 4 approaching soul conduit realm cultivators had reached him then as well. The thunderous sounds of battle rumbled in the cosmos. It didn't matter if it were spells released by the enemy battleships or divine powers unleashed by the soul conduit realm cultivators. They all went right through Wang Baol's body when they landed on him. Wang Baol's form blurred in that instant, transforming into a semi-transparent state. It spread out like mist, passing through everything ahead of him and racing straight for the three soul conduit realm cultivators who were currently trying to blast open the black flames sealing them in this space. The suddenness and speed of the attack sent the Ink Dragon Legion into another bout of shock. The three soul conduit realm cultivators who had been busy trying to blast open the seal formed from dark fire were stunned as well. An alarm flashed across their faces as they scattered hastily. They had intended to continue attacking the seal while Wang Baol was distracted by the others. While this tactic might have worked on someone else, it was useless against Wang Baol. His body had transformed into mist, and within the mist, hidden from the eyes of his enemies, was the dark demonic eye. His form shadowed everything in the sealed space. It didn't matter how many avatars the three soul conduit realm cultivators summoned. They were all within his reach. It took mere moments for Wang Baol to encase them in his mist-like form. Screams of pain and terror pierced the cosmos. When the mist rolled back and shrunk to reveal Wang Baol again, one could see three corpses floating around him, each one shriveled and bereft of all life and vitality. Wang Baol knew that time wasn't on his side. The sooner he ended this battle, the better it would be for him. He didn't hesitate as he transformed into mist again and headed straight for the remaining four soul conduit realm cultivators in the center of the sealed space. Of the four soul conduit realm cultivators, two were old, one was middle-aged, and the last was a young man. They were all filled with shock and fear at the moment, having just watched as their fellow cultivators got butchered like chickens in a slaughterhouse. They were even beginning to doubt the abilities of their fellow soul conduit realm cultivators. As danger marched steadily towards them and the threat of death loomed over them, they howled and began to retreat, unleashing their most powerful techniques. These techniques were useless as long as Wang Baol remained in his mist-like state. So the cultivators were surrounded by Wang Baol in an instant. The two elderly cultivators were the first to scream out in pain as their bodies shriveled up. Next was the middle-aged cultivator, who managed to survive for an extra 3 counts before also quivering and shriveling up. The last was the youth. As Wang Baol approached him, the youth howled in despair and smashed his palm into his forehead. It was then, a surge of spirit energy that alarmed Wang Baol erupted from the young man's body, as red mist poured out from the young man's orifices and materialized into a red palm before him. Immediately after, an overwhelming power that shook the heavens and earth and appeared capable of overpowering everything in sight rushed at Wang Baol. He's under the protection of a spirit immortal realm cultivator? Wang Baol's eyes narrowed. Wang Baol had experienced similar waves of spirit energy in the past and had full confidence in his judgment. The terrifying waves of spirit energy emanating from the palm and the rising sense of alarm he was feeling made him doubly sure of himself. The aura emanating from the palm exuded a power that was at least at the false immortal realm. It might not be the true spirit immortal realm, but it still exceeded the perfected soul conduit realm. It was likely that the youth wasn't an ordinary young man. Giving someone one's spirit immortal realm protection was like leaving his or her avatar with the person. How powerful the avatar was varied according to the strength of the divine sense that had been imprinted on the person. It could be as powerful as an early-stage soul conduit realm cultivator to one at the perfected soul conduit realm. The palm that had materialized from within the youth's body was clearly more powerful than a cultivator at the perfected soul conduit realm. It was as if one was receiving a blow from a true spirit immortal realm cultivator. Even spirit immortal realm cultivators wouldn't be able to summon more than a few such protective avatars. Wang Baol was hardly in the position to wonder about the identity of the cultivator whom the palm belonged to. It didn't matter whether he or she was truly at the spirit immortal realm or the false immortal realm. His pupils contracted as a sudden sense of danger erupted in his mind. Wang Baol retreated immediately. With a wave of his hand, numerous dermic armaments appeared before him. He flung them all before him, barely batting an eyelid as they blew up and helped him counter the attack. The cosmos thundered with a series of explosions, the force of which transformed into shock waves that rushed at the red palm. But the power imbued in the palm was immense. The resultant force of self-destructing his dermic armaments might have been strong, but it was negligible in the face of the immense power of the red palm. It appeared non-existent as the palm relentlessly charged through it and at Wang Baol. Wang Baol might have been at the early-stage soul conduit realm and as powerful as a perfected soul conduit realm cultivator, but he was still no match for such an attack. If he were fighting with his true form, perhaps he might have fared better. After all, his true form's physical resilience could have helped him in this battle. But he was currently in the body of his avatar. Even if the avatar had been created through the essence technique, it was still not as sturdy as his true form. Wang Baol watched as the palm approached. He was unable to avoid it, so he gritted his teeth and turned into mist again. There was a crash of thunder as his mist-like form collided with the red palm. A muted smack echoed in the air and rippled outwards in the form of whipping wild winds, and a good half of Wang Baol's mist-like form disintegrated. Torn into shreds, he could no longer maintain this state. The remaining wisps of mist gathered together and materialized into a violently shaking Wang Baol. He could feel the damage inflicted on his essence technique, and he was barely able to keep his avatar together. The danger hadn't yet passed, though. While the red palm appeared to be weakened slightly, the source of its power, the young man's body, continued to emit huge clouds of red mist, which gathered and transformed into a second palm. Is this guy the spirit immortal realm cultivator's son or something? Wang Baol's pupils contracted. Then, in the next moment, he began to sense waves of spirit energy coming from the distance. It was emanating fury and charging madly in their direction. Wang Baol's face paled. Don't tell me the true form is headed this way too. Wang Baol's breathing grew uneven. Without the true form's interference, he would still have time to slowly weaken the attacks coming from the two palms. However, with the arrival of the palm's true master, things had changed. He no longer had the luxury of time. Damn it! Frustration boiled inside Wang Baol. He watched as the palms unleashed their attacks, one after the other, swift and overpowering, distorting space itself as they passed through the cosmos. Madness colored his eyes. There's only one way left. Wang Baol clenched his jaw as he formed a series of hand seals. His finger pointed into the distance, where his battleship hovered, exposed in open space because there was no room left in his storage bag for it. The only way to mount a retaliatory attack in a short period of time was to blow up an extremely powerful artifact. Compared to the times when he had blown up the arch armor or other precious artifacts, he found himself less willing to do the same to his battleship. Regardless, it was the best choice in this situation. It might seem as if he was blowing up the battleship in an attempt to counter the attack from the spirit immortal realm palm, but in reality, his target was the soul conduit realm youth. Wang Baol was gambling on the chance of the spirit immortal realm protective power rushing to the youth's aid. Explode! Ignoring the pain of losing it, Wang Baol howled and blew up the battleship he had so painstakingly crafted over such a long period of time. A destructive, blinding light engulfed Wang Baol's battleship instantly, and the ship and the materials on board exploded in the same instant. The resultant shock wave rushed at the approaching twin palms and crashed into them. A deafening thunder reverberated across the cosmos. The Holy Crest sect battleship didn't escape from the resultant shock waves of the collision, caving in instantly. Trapped within the sea of dark fire, the Ink Dragon Legion fleet were sitting ducks that had nowhere to run. They didn't escape unscathed either. The self-destruction of a battleship might have been powerful, but the damage it caused would be limited. However, when the self-destruction of a battleship occurred concurrently with the collision of spirit immortal realm palms, the resultant shock waves not only annihilated the entire fleet, they also instantaneously blew apart the surrounding dark fire, entrapping the fleet within. Wang Baol made the right bet. The two spirit immortal realm palms did their best to protect the soul conduit realm youth in the aftermath of the collision, gaining Wang Baol some time. With a pale face and without hesitation, he began to retreat. With a swift whirl, he turned around and raced into the distance. Xianxia and the rest of the Holy Crest sect had long vanished. Wang Baol's attack must have thrown him into a panic and sent him running. This Ink Dragon Legion. Wang Baol unleashed his full speed, his guts churning with anger as he raced across the cosmos. The whole thing had been a result of the Ink Dragon Legion's unreasonable, bullying behavior. They had demanded the entirety of the Holy Crest sect's resources and then forced him to hand over his battleship. He couldn't take those terms lying down. However, refusing them would amount to asking for trouble. Should worst comes to worst, I'll just leave this wretched place. Violence flickered in Wang Bao's eyes as he sped through space. Then, a sudden loud thunder erupted from the battlefield behind him and reverberated across the cosmos. Wang Bao knew without having to turn his head around that the spirit Immortal Realm Cultivator had arrived. That was indeed the case. The fabric of space had been ripped apart in the spot where Wang Bao had engaged in battle with the Ink Dragon Legion, and a middle-aged, female cultivator dressed in Taoist robes stepped out from the tear with a dark look on her face. She appeared before the young cultivator whose life had been saved by her two palms. With a wave of her right hand, the young man's eyes fluttered open as he stirred out of unconsciousness. As he woke, the injuries on his body healed instantly. "Master!" The youth became visibly agitated when he saw the middle-aged female cultivator standing before him. This wasn't simply his master. She was also the commander of the Ink Dragon Legion. He immediately told her what had happened. The female cultivator lifted her head and stared in the direction that Wang Bao had left, a murderous glint in her eyes. "Your master knows now. I'll make sure we flay his skin and strip the meat from his bones. After we're done torturing him, we'll trap his soul in the body of one of your female servants and let you do whatever you want with him." The words that came out of the female cultivator's mouth were soaked in malice, and they flowed effortlessly from her lips. It was clear that she was accustomed to committing such acts of viciousness. The youth wasn't surprised by what she had said. Instead, his eyes began to shine brightly. "Follow your master, we'll get him," the female cultivator said. Then, with a sweeping gesture, she pulled her disciple along and sped into the cosmos, appearing to cross vast expanses of space within a single step as she chased after Wang Bao after finding traces of his escape. Theoretically speaking, pursuing a soul conduit realm cultivator when one was a spirit immortal realm cultivator was an easy feat. This was especially so when one had their target locked down. In this case, though, the spirit immortal realm cultivator wasn't truly at the spirit immortal realm, and her target was no ordinary soul conduit realm cultivator. One was a step away from the true spirit immortal realm, while the other was an exceptionally powerful soul conduit realm cultivator. It was impossible for the female cultivator to catch up with Wang Bao so quickly. She might be fast and could teleport, but Wang Bao could move swiftly across vast expanses of space as well. After transforming into mist, his speed gained an additional boost. The open chase across public space in the Divine Eye civilization soon caught the attention of various sects passing through the area. The military contingents under the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and the Earth Hexagram Unity sect were some of the first to be informed. They observed the pursuit with great interest. "I heard there's a newly minted soul conduit realm cultivator in the Holy Crest sect who's an extremely powerful warrior. He decimated an entire team from the Ink Dragon Legion." "That sounds interesting. This soul conduit realm cultivator must be quite a character. To be able to achieve such a feat, no wonder he had the guts to provoke the Ink Dragon Legion from the Violet Gold New Dao sect." The pursuit continued as news of it spread like wildfire. 3 times, the middle-aged female cultivator had almost caught up with Wang Bao. However, he had used the tricks he had up his sleeves and unleashed his full speed then. Even then, he had only barely widened the distance between them again. His escapes intensified the female cultivator's intent to kill. Near the end of the pursuit, she was brimming with rage, as the attention that the prolonged pursuit had drawn was humiliating. Trying to escape into Divine Sovereign Justice sect territory. "I see." The female commander of the Ink Dragon Legion appeared to have guessed Wang Bao's intentions. She watched as Wang Bao teleported into the distance again, a vicious glint flashing in her eyes. The Ink Dragon Legion's commander made the right guess. Wang Bao was indeed headed for Divine Sovereign Justice sect territory. He knew that the relationship between the Violet Gold New Dao sect and the Divine Sovereign Justice sect ensured that the former wouldn't dare to venture into the latter's territory so easily. They were rivals, after all. Their rivalry might not have reached the point of outright hostility, but trespassing into the other's territory would be construed as an open provocation, regardless of the reason. As soon as the female cultivator realized what Wang Baol was up to, a vicious glint flickered in her eyes. She snorted, then lifted her right hand and formed a hand seal. Then, she suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The burst of fresh, crimson blood rippled and morphed into a blood-colored dragonfly. Both the dragonfly's body and wings were blood red, and the creature exuded a murderous aura. It appeared to be the physical manifestation of someone's will. It dashed out as soon as it materialized, shooting through space like a piercing arrow. Its speed exceeded that of a false immortal realm cultivator one step away from the true spirit immortal realm, and it swiftly matched that of a true spirit immortal realm cultivator. Everything happened within the blink of an eye. The blood-colored dragonfly traveled at a shocking speed, thundering as it shot through space and headed straight for Wang Baol. Wang Baol, who had teleported a distance away, suddenly turned pale with alarm. When he reappeared in the next moment, alarm bells were ringing in his head. He had no time to think at all, and he turned into mist immediately and scattered outward. It was too late. Just as he turned into his mist-like state, the blood-colored dragonfly appeared behind him and stabbed him without hesitation. Upon entry into his mist-like form, the dragonfly melted away into a pool of blood-colored liquid, infecting Wang Baol's mist-like form and turning the mist a similar blood-red color. A deafening thunder erupted in space, and Wang Baol's mist-like form began to churn and boil rapidly. It gathered and formed into a humanoid shape in the distance, trembled, then spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was the essence of his vitality. Wang Baol's face was pale, and on his chest was a wound in the shape of a dragonfly, one which wasn't healing at all. Countless thin, blood-colored veins were spreading out from the dragonfly-shaped wound and across his body. They drained him of his vitality as they wriggled all over his skin, like a toxic tumor that was killing him in order to keep itself alive. A curse? Wang Baol's face darkened, and he immediately summoned his dark fire to seal the curse as best as he could. That was the best he could do at the moment. After all, he didn't currently have the luxury to remove the curse completely. He knew that the wound served as both a curse and a device that could lock down his coordinates. Without wasting any time, he raised his right hand in a wave and pulled out numerous dermic artifacts from his storage bracelet. These dermic armaments weren't from the Federation but components that he had crafted during his time in the Divine Eye civilization. They had been pieces that he had practiced refining while researching how to build his own battleship. Each one of them had their own specific use. Wang Baol had two particular habits he kept when he refined artifacts. The first was to create a contingency plan for each artifact, while the second was to equip each artifact with a unique self-destruct mechanism. The force of such self-destructive explosions might not be that powerful if one only blew up a couple of artifacts at the same time, but if he were to activate the self-destruct inscription on thousands of artifacts and blow them up in one go, the resultant explosion would be overpowering. Just as he was about to activate the self-destruct mechanisms, the skies behind him rippled as a tear in the cosmos appeared. The Ink Dragon Legion commander was ready to step out of the tear when the look on her face shifted to that of alarm. She had sensed the waves of self-destructive energy emanating from Wang Baol's dermic artifacts. With a swift movement of her right hand and a flurry of hand seals, she attempted to counter the impending attack as she made a hasty retreat. Thunderous explosions erupted and reverberated in the cosmos at the same instant. The force of thousands of dermic artifacts exploding at the same time swept across the entire cosmic region, creating an ultra-strong tornado in its wake. Wang Baol didn't escape from the growing tornado unscathed. He spat out another mouthful of blood that was the essence of his vitality, before clenching his jaw tight. He didn't slow down and instead continued his escape, vanishing yet again with another teleportation. 3 seconds after his disappearance, the Ink Dragon Legion commander pulled her disciple out from the center of the tornado. They had dodged the brunt of the earlier explosion, but the look on her face was thunderous. She gritted her teeth as a dark look flashed in her eyes. Wang Baol's retaliatory attack had shocked her on 2 levels. Firstly, he had appeared relatively unaffected by her curse. The blood-colored dragonfly had carried blood within it that had been extracted from the tip of her tongue, and the curse that the dragonfly had embodied was especially effective on the living and the living's flesh and blood. It was a mystic technique that she had acquired from a planet realm patriarch in the Violet Gold New Dao sect. Unless one had reached the spirit immortal realm or beyond, death was imminent if they were to be inflicted with the curse. Then came the second shock. She wasn't that bothered with the curse's apparent lack of effect on her target. However, she couldn't believe how quickly he had reacted. She had locked down his coordinates and teleported herself over almost immediately after the blood-colored dragonfly had imprinted the curse on the other party. Regardless, she had still been ambushed, and he had successfully thwarted her pursuit momentarily. "We can't leave this kid alive." Murder flashed in the Ink Dragon Legion commander's eyes. She formed a series of hand seals with her right hand, prepared to make another teleportation to her target's exact location based on her connection with the blood-colored dragonfly. Next to her was her disciple, the young man who had almost died at Wang Baol's hand. He was shaking with nervous energy. He had followed his master closely the entire time and had seen the thunderous look on her face growing darker throughout their pursuit, causing the fear he felt towards Wang Baol to intensify. Then he saw the look on his master's face turn a darker shade. It appeared that she had lost sight of Wang Baol. His pupils contracted instantly. "Has been sealed?" The commander gritted her teeth. She began to give chase again. She might have failed to track down the exact location of the target, but that didn't mean that she couldn't sense the general direction that Wang Baol was moving. Their chase had brought them near the border between public cosmic territory and divine sovereign justice sect territory. Wang Baol was currently racing at full speed, rushing through space like a shooting star. His face was deathly pale. He might have sealed the wound inflicted by the dragonfly inside his body with his dark fire, but as long as the dragonfly remained and wasn't removed, it would continue to inflict extreme agony on his body. Wang Baol shook violently from the pain. It was a pain that went deep into one's soul and went so far as to affect his true form. Luckily, despite the obstacles along the way, Wang Baol still managed to keep his speed up. The pace that he was setting brought him closer and closer to divine sovereign justice sect territory. In fact, he could see a glowing line of light ahead of him. The white light divided the cosmos into two regions, and on the inner side of the white light were dozens of enormous battleships. Behind the fleet floated numerous air bubbles. There were hundreds of them clustered together, crowding the cosmos. Within each of the air bubbles was a small world, where cultivators could be seen flickering in and out of sight. Finally, behind the clusters of air bubbles was a rainbow-colored air bubble. Seemingly sealed within it was a black-colored armored beetle. The beetle's eyes were shut, but it still managed to exude a terrifying aura that surged outward and flooded the region. Lying on the head of the black armored beetle was an old man. He was resting his cheek on his palm and staring in Wang Baol's direction with mockery in his eyes. The fifth most powerful army in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, the Black Armor Legion. Wang Baol's eyes flashed as he studied the air bubbles hovering beyond the glowing line of light. He had learned quite a lot about the Divine Sovereign Justice sect through Dekunsi, so he knew that the Black Armor Legion was the current fleet guarding the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's borders. He also knew that he had approached the Black Armor Legion's temporary base camp. The glowing line of light was the border, and only members of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect or members of affiliated sects could pass through the borders unharmed. Outsiders were strictly forbidden entry. Wang Baol didn't show any signs of relief as he approached the border. Instead, he gritted his teeth and activated his cultivation, pushing himself to go faster. A dozen or so counts later, he heard a thunderous rumbling behind him. The commander of the Ink Dragon Legion finally caught up with Wang Baol. It was at that moment that Wang Baol made a huge leap and landed on the other side of the glowing line, in Divine Sovereign Justice sect territory. As soon as he crossed over to the other side of the border, Long Nanzi's identity token, which had been resting inside his storage bracelet all this while, flashed with a brilliant light. It appeared that his identity had just been verified, permitting safe entry. The Black Armor Legion didn't react to Wang Baol's entry at all. The cultivators in the fleet turned their eyes towards him momentarily, but none stopped him. It was as if they were simply watching a performance unfold before them. As the audience, they would neither stop nor help him. The commander of the Ink Dragon Legion, a fleet under the Violet Gold Nu Dao sect, had to stop right outside the glowing line of light. Her face darkened, then paled, then darkened again repeatedly as a myriad of emotions flitted across her face. She lifted her head and looked beyond the Black Armor Legion, straight at the elder lying atop the armored beetle in the rainbow-colored air bubble. Her voice traveled loud and clear across the cosmos. "Fellow Taoist Sufizi, how about an ink dragonfish in exchange for his life?" The thought wasn't directed at a single person but transmitted into the vast open space. Everyone heard it. Darkness flashed across Wang Bao's face then, and he narrowed his eyes. Someone else in his place would have been jittery with anxiety, but not him. His eyes swept past the commander of the Ink Dragon Legion. He had some inkling of what was going on. This fox probably has something up her sleeve. She might be interested in an exchange, but there's a higher chance of this being a way for her to save herself from embarrassment. That's the only way to explain why she made sure everyone could hear her, when the more advisable approach was to send a personal voice transmission. Wang Bao thought. This was only guesswork on his part, though. There was no way that a commander of an army fleet who had risen to the spirit immortal realm was going to be a simple idiot. No matter what, the high official's autobiographies had taught Wang Bao a lesson that he always followed. Never bet your own personal safety on others never committing a mistake. Wang Bao's eyes flashed at that thought. His gut feeling was telling him that this might be a chance for him to establish contact with one of the most powerful Divine Sovereign Justice sect fleets in the Divine Eye civilization. I've lost too much today, and I have no outlet for all the pent-up frustrations that I'm feeling now. That's why I have to test the waters and make a good impression on the right party. Various thoughts flashed across Wang Bao's mind. Before the commander of the Black Armor Legion could reply, he pulled out a jade slip and imprinted his divine sense into it. Then, he raised it up into the air and shouted, "Senior Sufizi, your junior Long Nanzi thanks you for saving his life. To express my gratitude, I will donate 100 ink dragon fish to the Black Armor Legion. I swear to fulfill my promise within 3 years." He directed his promise at the entire fleet instead of the individual and cleverly called it a donation. This sweetened the nature of the deal and softened its seeming brashness. Compared with the way the Ink Dragon Legion had offered their deal, his deal was clearly the better one. It made the cultivators of the Black Armor Legion give Wang Bao a few more studied looks. Even the elder lying inside the rainbow-colored bubble on the black armored beetle gave him a side glance, a hint of a smile appearing on the elder's face. He turned towards the Ink Dragon Legion commander next with a look of unconcealed condescension. He dug his ear and then spoke casually. To think that a cultivator at the false immortal realm who is also the commander of the Ink Dragon Legion couldn't even compare with a random cultivator affiliated to our sect when it comes to propriety and tact. If you truly want this kid's life, why not offer 100 ink dragon fish for it as well? The female commander's face turned thunderous instantly. She glared at Wang Bao. The ink dragonfish was an extremely unique life form. When reared to maturity, it would effectively become a biological battleship. Prior to that, its adolescent form could be used as material for building other types of biological battleships. They were extremely useful for boosting battleship capabilities. The means of acquiring ink dragonfish had been monopolized by the Violet Gold Nu Dao sect, and it was extremely difficult for those who didn't belong to the sect to obtain one. That was why each one of those ink dragonfish was seen as priceless. The fish were resources that were to be used strategically. The sect might turn a blind eye towards 1 or 2 ink dragonfish being given away, but not 100. First of all, she wouldn't be able to get her hands on so many. Even if she managed to get a loan, such a gift would be a serious violation of their sect rules. Wang Bao was right. She might want his life, but once he had escaped into Divine Sovereign Justice sect territory, she had been prepared to let this matter pass. It simply wasn't worth it to trespass into their competitor's territory and violate unspoken rules just for a moment's satisfaction. But allowing Long Nanzi to live was going to leave a stain on her pride too. Others might not submit to her authority after this incident. That had been why she had initiated a negotiation. She had thought the idea through. It would be best if the Black Armor Legion agreed to her deal. If not, she would have had a way to stand down from this matter as well. It wasn't the issue of her not being able to kill Long Nanzi, it was the issue of the Black Armor Legion protecting the latter. Besides, there was no way this Long Nanzi was going to remain indefinitely in Divine Sovereign Justice Sect territory. He had to leave eventually. All of her careful planning was thrown into chaos when Wang Baol said that he would make a donation of 100 ink dragonfish within 3 years. His promise essentially elevated his worth. That meant that she would have to have him killed secretly. Otherwise, any attempts on his life openly would give the Black Armor Legion an excuse to demand compensation from the Ink Dragon Legion. Curse him. This was the first time the commander of the Ink Dragon Legion experienced the influence of mere words and how it could shift the balance of power. The look on her face was thunderous. Yet, she could only grit her teeth and turn away from the enemy. She would find a chance to exact vengeance. Her disciple stood beside her. He was the youth that had almost been killed by Wang Baol earlier. He clearly hadn't realized the situation like his master had. In terms of intellect, he couldn't compare with Wang Baol either. As a result, he hadn't yet seen the dilemma his master was currently in. But he knew that the chances of him getting his vengeance today were slim. As he left, his eyes shone with hostility as he glared at Wang Baol, who was standing at the glowing edge of the border separating the two territories. Vicious words spewed out from his mouth. "Fatherless rascal, I don't believe you can hide in the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's territory forever. I'll catch you one day, then I'll skin you alive and strip you of your bones, using your fat to light my lanterns. After that, I'll yank your soul out and imprison it inside the body of a female servant and use her as a cauldron. You'll wish that you were dead." Having said that, he snorted and turned away, ready to leave with his master. His words were laced with malice. Many of the cultivators in the Black Armor Legion turned their gazes towards Wang Baol after hearing those words, some appearing to be visualizing the details of what the young cultivator had promised to inflict on Wang Baol. Wang Baol froze. He had been cursed and scolded by many people countless times throughout his cultivation. They had sworn to strip him of skin and bones and had called him despicable and shameless. He had grown used to those by now. However, this was the first time he heard that one could yank a man's soul out of his body and trap it inside a female body. The thought of that sent Wang Baol shivering, his body quivering with disgust and fury. What a bastard! What kind of brain does he have to come up with such bizarre ideas? He wants to rape me? There's no way I can leave him alive. Thoughts of murder rose inside Wang Baol. He had been the victim in the entire fiasco. They had wanted to rob him of his resources and his battleship, so he had attacked in self-defense. Then, before he could win against the younger one, the older one had come to the rescue. Now, the younger one had so brazenly spewed such malice at him. That's just too much. The more Wang Baol thought about it, the more furious he got. He had been boiling with rage, the anger within him pent up with no proper outlet, and had been extremely reluctant to just let things go. The rage was a red blur that clouded his judgment. Now, having been incited further, he could no longer control his rage. Just as the commander of the Ink Dragon Legion prepared to leave, with her disciple following behind her, and as the Black Armor Legion, including the elder inside the rainbow-colored bubble, believed that the matter had come to an end, Wang Baol struck. His fury erupted and filled his body instantly, and he charged across the border, displaying a speed that he had never displayed before. Everyone watched in disbelief, hardly expecting his sudden attack and finding it unbelievable that he would choose to strike at this moment. Wang Baol dashed forward, crossed the border, and rushed straight at the Ink Dragon Legion commander's disciple. He was like a bolt of lightning whose approach was imminent. The first to react to Wang Baol's attack wasn't the youth but his master. She whirled around, alarm coloring her face as she raised her right hand in a sweeping gesture. A large seal charged at Wang Baol with the intention of driving him away. Wang Bao's eyes flashed with madness as he watched the Ink Dragon Legion commander's attack rush at him. He raised his right hand and unleashed his full power as he struck the seal. The collision sent Wang Bao quaking violently, blood spilling from his lips. At the same time, his right hand broke into pieces, then exploded as he himself was flung back from the shock waves emanating from the seal. He wasn't done yet, though. One broken finger from the fractured arm burst into black flames instantly, which pierced through the barrier of the seal and darted with lightning speed towards the youth. Just as the young man, white with shock and soaked in relief, thought that he had survived a fatal blow, the burning finger appeared before him and pierced clean through his forehead. The youth shuddered, and a hole appeared between his brows as the force of the blow sent him staggering a few steps backward. There was a lost look in his eyes, and he wanted to turn around and look for his master. But before he could do that, his head exploded, and both his spirit and flesh were decimated. Everything happened too quickly within the span of a moment. Any normal person would have viewed Wang Bao's actions as those of a madman. No one could have predicted that he would do that, which was one of the reasons he had succeeded. Kuener, the female commander of the Ink Dragon Legion, watched with incredulity as the series of events unfolded before her eyes. She let loose an enraged howl and turned her furious glare onto Wang Bao, who was attempting to make use of the residual shock waves from his collision with the seal to retreat back to the other side of the border. His chest had caved in and he had lost his right hand. On top of that, his face was pale and his breathing uneven. Even so, there was a certain satisfaction and wildness in his eyes that left a deep and startling impression in the minds of all of the cultivators who had just witnessed the scene. They gasped in shock. He's got guts. This Long Nanzi isn't a simple character. To think that he dared to strike despite the circumstances he was in. Come to think of it, the 100 ink dragon fish that he promised earlier, was he already preparing an escape plan then? This kid. He's quite a smart one. For those who had reached a certain cultivation level, there were definitely those who processed information more slowly, but it was practically impossible for fools to exist. For example, most of the cultivators in the Black Armor Legion had realized that Wang Bao's initial promise was two-pronged. On the one hand, he wanted to protect himself, and on the other hand, he wanted to get into the good books of the Black Armor Legion. The fastest, most convenient, and most effective method, other than hatred, was the interests of each other. So something like owing someone money was often one of the methods to quickly build up interpersonal relations. Once this relationship was formed, it was often very stable up until the debt was paid. Wang Bao had understood this since he was young, and he made use of it many times. So, without much hesitation, he immediately used it. At the same time, deep in his heart, this was one of the true reasons he dared to take a risk and kill the Ink Dragon Legion commander's disciple. He was definitely angry, but not to the point of intolerance. On the one hand, his taking action and killing the disciple was a test, and on the other hand, it was a position Wang Bao deliberately created. He thought about it very clearly. Since he had met with the incident of the Ink Dragon Legion, it was now somewhat impractical to follow his previous plan step by step. At the same time, a new opportunity presented itself. But to climb up the ranks in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, he definitely had to show himself. All of these factors culminated in the scene of him killing the disciple in a fit of rage and defiance. And the shock of the surrounding crowd proved Wang Bao's judgment correct. But compared to the ordinary Black Armor Legion cultivators, Wang Bao was more interested in the attitude of the Black Armor Legion's commander. This attitude appeared quickly. As Wang Bao retreated, the Ink Dragon Legion's commander, who had lost her beloved disciple, roared and prepared to give chase with incredible killing intent in her eyes. The elder lying on the black beetle within the rainbow bubble had a weird glow in his eyes for the first time. He took a deep look at Wang Bao and laughed. Interesting. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and seemed to randomly poke the shell of the black beetle. Immediately, the giant black beetle raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a roar. This roar passed through the rainbow bubble and exploded out. The impact it created spread directly outside the light ray and formed a storm in front of Wang Bao, to where the Ink Dragon Legion's commander chased him. Rumbles immediately echoed, and Wang Bao's body trembled. But he clenched his teeth and retreated back within the boundary light rays. Although the Ink Dragon Legion's commander was strong, she was still just a false immortal and not a true spirit immortal. Her expression changed as the storm affected her speed, and she could only watch as Wang Bao entered the internal part of the light rays. The indignance and frenzy in her heart caused her to let out an angry roar. But this Ink Dragon Legion's commander was a vicious person. Although her anger had reached a boiling point, she violently stepped on the cosmos below her. She didn't take a second look at Wang Bao, and instead turned around and left with a flick of her body. Her leaving like that made Wang Bao more frustrated than if she gave a vicious reply. That was because he understood that these kinds of people were the truly vicious ones. This issue needs to be settled as quickly as possible. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He retracted his gaze from the direction of the Ink Dragon Legion's commander and turned to greet the Black Armor Legion with cupped fists, doing the same towards the rainbow bubble. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." The elder within the bubble seemed not to have heard Wang Bao's greeting. He lay down and closed his eyes. Wang Bao's expression remained the same. After greeting the elder once again, he maintained his respectful posture and retreated while facing him. This continued until he retreated 10,000 feet away. It was then that he turned around and prepared to leave. Right at that moment, seemingly pleased with Wang Bao's actions from start to finish, Su Fizi's dignified voice finally sounded in Wang Bao's ears. "Long Nanzi, you have promised to donate 300 ink dragonfish within 3 years. I will remember that." After hearing that, Wang Bao was silent for a few breaths. He then cupped his fists and greeted Su Fizi once more. In his respectfulness, he spoke without hiding his pain. "Junior understands." As he spoke, he seemed listless. He clutched his chest, seemingly heavily injured, and slowly left. He only narrowed his eyes and looked back in the direction of the Black Armor Legion after he walked out of the area covered by the Spirit Immortal Divine Sense. Asking for triple the amount, this Black Armor Legion commander is kind of vicious. Is he trying to make me shoot myself in the foot? Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He originally didn't plan on repudiating his debt. If the situation allowed it, he would still have considered donating the Ink Dragonfish and strengthening his ties with the Black Armor Legion as a result. But Su Fizi's previous words made him kill that thought. He realized the intentions of the Black Army Legion's commander. He was trying to forcefully increase Wang Bao's value. That way, Wang Bao's death would be more valuable. It doesn't have to take 3 years. At most, after 1 year's time, if I can't manage to produce the Ink Dragonfish, this commander of the Black Armor Legion will create a situation where I'm killed by the Ink Dragon Legion, and then he'll ask for compensation from the Ink Dragon Legion. As he muttered, Wang Bao's speed didn't decrease. His target wasn't the Divine Eye Civilization's main star. Instead, he wanted to find a place to cultivate within the cosmos controlled by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. This kind of place wasn't difficult to find. Small planets or some meteorites were all very suitable. But comparatively, the latter was much easier to find. After half a month, Wang Bao finally found a suitable meteorite. He meditated cross-legged on it, adjusting his cultivation. He withstood the pain that ripped across his body and finally dispelled the blood-colored dragonfly's curse on his chest. As he did so, he adjusted his thoughts and plans. Whether it be the killing intent spread by the Ink Dragon Legion or the threats given by the Black Armor Legion, all of it can be attributed to the fact that my identity and cultivation are both weaker than theirs. Wang Bao sat cross-legged on the meteorite, raising his head to look towards the cosmos ahead. He grabbed at the ground surrounding him with his right hand and dug out a piece of meteorite, turning it around in his hand. Changing my identity isn't difficult, but it poses a threat in the future. The increase in my cultivation can't be done in a short amount of time. But there's one thing that I can use to change this situation. Fame. Wang Bao exerted some pressure on the meteorite in his hand, and a crack was heard as he crushed it. A glimmer appeared in his eyes. If I were a reputable and famous person known to everyone in the Divine Eye Civilization, then even if I can't change the situation completely, I can resolve everything once I get the attention of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. The difficulty is in how I get the attention to reach the level I need. The only way for me to achieve this is to do something sufficiently shocking. As Wang Baol deliberated until this point, his thoughts became clear. No event would be bigger and more shocking than one person taking down an entire army. A cold glint flashed through Wang Baol's eyes. Thinking about how he had to destroy the battleship he spent so much effort to build, the pursuit of the Ink Dragon Legion's commander, and the suffering he had to endure in this period before eliminating the pain brought to him by the blood-colored dragonfly's curse, a decisiveness appeared in his eyes. With my cultivation, I will need enough battleships to do so. These battleships don't need to be at a high level, they just have to be able to self-destruct. At the same time, I have to adjust their inscriptions and make it so that the self-destruction can be chained. Enough manpower is also needed to control these battleships. Wang Baol closed his eyes, thought for a while, then slowly reopened them. Time to use my puppets. After making his decision, Wang Baol wasted no time. First, he strengthened the array formation he set up in the surroundings to be used during his recuperation. Next, he opened his storage bracelet and took out dozens of storage bags from within. Inside those bags was the loot from accompanying the Holy Crest sect on their travels. This still isn't enough. Wang Baol checked his items once, planned it out in his head, and immediately activated his voice transmission jade slip. He sent a voice transmission to Dekunsi, planning to make him gather all of the materials he needed and have him send them over in batches. At the same time, he gave Dekunsi a list and ordered him to purchase the items elsewhere. Dekunsi had already escaped back to the main star of the Divine Eye civilization. He was originally cautious, and that was compounded by the rumors he had heard. After hearing rumors of Long Nanzi's conflict with the commander of the Ink Dragon Legion and the involvement of the Black Armor Legion, he didn't relax, becoming more nervous instead. Truthfully, to him, both the Ink Dragon and Black Armor Legions were two massive armies he dared not step on the shoes of. So, after receiving Wang Baol's voice transmission, he deliberated in his heart. In the end, he sighed, clenched his teeth, and carried out Wang Baol's orders. Just like that, 3 months passed in a flash. The meteorite Wang Baol was on looked normal on the surface, but its interior had completely changed. The internal area of the meteorite had become hollow, and a sea of fire spread within it. Besides Wang Baol at the center, whose hair was unkempt seemingly due to his crazed refinement of armaments, there were thousands of puppets of various sizes within the internal area of the meteorite. As for the puppets, they were busy going in and out of the meteorite, where simple battleships, whose only strength lay in the explosive power of their self-destruction, were being continuously mass-produced. This still isn't enough. Commander of the Ink Dragon Legion, just you wait. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Baol produced 3 more puppets. After sending them to participate in the surrounding construction work, he started refining battleships once again. With the assistance of a large number of puppets, and after giving up on durability, speed, and even greatly reducing the offensive strength, the battleships were built, though they weren't really battleships anymore. Perhaps describing them as large-scale dermic artifacts was somewhat appropriate, so the production time was reduced to the extreme. Because of this, the number of battleships produced rose sharply. In the short span of a few months, Wang Baol produced nearly 1,000 of these battleships. To reduce costs, Wang Baol didn't even include the cores necessary for the battleships to be controlled via consciousness. Therefore, the battleships produced were no different than trash in a certain sense. However, this was their state before self-destructing. Once they self-destructed, their combined power could unleash a storm capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Because Wang Baol spent almost all of his energy on pairing the battleship's materials to achieve maximum explosive power when they self-destructed, instead of saying they were battleships, one could say that they were all bombs that could explode at any moment. Wang Baol was even worried that the power unleashed after their self-destruction wouldn't be enough, so he added in the Federation's artifact refinement techniques. In the end, he still wasn't satisfied. However, after deliberation, Wang Baol decided against including the dark demonic eyes. Although doing so could increase the explosive power of the battleships, it also ran the risk of exposing Wang Baol. So be it, I can only reach this standard now. Sitting cross-legged in the internal area of the meteorite, Wang Baol looked at the close to 1,000 battleships around him and sighed with a tinge of regret. Afterward, he lowered his head to look through his storage bracelet. Seeing the remaining materials he had, his eyes slowly narrowed. Although I didn't include the cores needed to connect to my divine sense and can't spread out my divine sense to control the battleships precisely, I don't need to control them, I only need to control my puppets. A strange glow appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. This was his plan all along. He would control a large number of puppets, and the puppets would control the battleships. That way, when the battleships self-destructed, the puppets would self-destruct too. Even if the explosive power couldn't be compared to the former, they would still have an effect. Ink Dragon Legion, you dare to rob me? This time, I'll blow you to smithereens. Wang Baol humphed, then stopped thinking about the battleships. Instead, he started thinking about how to deal with the Ink Dragon Legion commander, whose cultivation was at the false immortal realm. Wang Baol was very clear that if he had no way to deal with this person, all his planning would go to waste. In fact, if he attacked, it would be akin to committing suicide. The difference between our cultivation levels is too big. Unless the true body came to fight me, I would be no match for her, but it's not impossible for me to just trap her and not fight. Wang Baol rubbed his chin, and a glimmer flashed between his eyes after he deliberated. As for trapping, I'm pretty proficient in that aspect. As Wang Baol thought, a whole bunch of dermic armaments like the golden bell shield, the rope, array formations, and so on appeared in his mind. But he gave up on all of them in the end. I have limited resources right now. Even if I could produce them, it would be hard for me to gain a numerical advantage, and it's highly likely that an accident would occur. Wang Baol muttered and suddenly raised his head to look at the puppets working busily around him. In this period of time, to produce battleships more quickly, Wang Baol had created thousands of puppets. Each battleship only requires 3 puppets to control it. In that case, I will be left with around 7,000 puppets. Wang Baol's eyes slowly shone brighter as he rapidly calculated the possibility of this event in his head. Incorporating the dermic armament system of the divine eye civilization and strengthening them infinitely, I can combine them together in units of 1,000 to form a spherical seal. My goal isn't to trap the false immortal for a long period of time. It would be enough for me to just trap her for 10 breaths every time. This way, I can trap the false immortal 7 times, and for 10 breaths each time. Thinking to this point, Wang Baol made a decision. This was the method he could think of that wasted the least resources and materials. So, he wasted no time and went into seclusion once again in the very next moment, starting to continuously upgrade and augment his puppets so that he could seal the false immortal. Just like that, time passed once again, and another 3 months went by. As the 7,000 puppets were all augmented and the 1,000 battleships were assembled, Wang Baol's storage bag was emptied by almost 90%. Coupled with the full cooperation of Dekunzi, Wang Baol's plan of becoming a one-man army was accomplished. It's still not enough. I'm missing a life-saving technique. After storing his puppets and battleships, Wang Baol stood on top of the meteorite and stared at the cosmos ahead. He muttered and stepped directly into the cosmos with a flick of his body, leaving behind the meteorite he had resided in for half a year as he headed straight towards a coordinate. Halfway through his journey, Wang Baol's appearance changed rapidly. When he left the area controlled by the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and entered the public area, his appearance had changed to become that of Xianxia. On the one hand, he did this in order to not expose his trail. On the other hand, during this period of time, Dekunzi had told him that the Ink Dragon Legion had made him a wanted man throughout the entire Divine Eye civilization. My life-saving technique is making use of the teleportation of the Eye of 10,000 Demons, enabling myself to use its aura anywhere to teleport instantly within a large area and appear beside the Eternal Star. Therefore, I must purchase the right to use the Divine Eye civilization's Eye of 10,000 Demons once. Wang Baol muttered in his heart and sped up. The coordinate he was heading towards was exactly where the Divine Eye civilization's Eternal Star was located. This wasn't a thought he came up with on the fly. He had already thought of this previously when planning his shocking action on the meteorite. So in this period of time, he indirectly asked Dekunzi about the methods involved in activating the Eye of 10,000 Demons. Wang Baol asked his questions in an ingenious way, such that Dekunsi didn't dare not answer him despite being suspicious. Hence, Wang Baol had a very clear understanding of this aspect today. Unless an individual has a special mandate, they are unable to offer a sacrifice to the Eye of 10,000 Demons and activate it. Only armies have this right. Wang Baol's speed was extremely fast, using only 3 days' time to reach the boundary of the Divine Eye Civilization's eternal star. When he saw the giant eternal star from afar, he stopped and briefly felt its horrifying suppressive force. He clenched his teeth and sped up further, getting closer and closer to the eternal star. As he neared the eternal star, extreme heat emanated from it. The destructive power coming from the eternal star made even Wang Baol's soul tremble. When he neared the limits of what he could withstand, he immediately retrieved an identity token from his storage bracelet. This token was the emblem used to represent the Holy Crest Sect Legion. As Wang Baol retrieved it, he followed the method told to him by Dekunsi, making the designated hand seal with one hand to activate the Legion's token. He then spoke loudly towards the eternal star. Holy Crest Sect Legion Vice Commander Long Nanzi requests permission to activate the Eye of 10,000 Demons. As Wang Baol activated the emblem and his voice spread, not much change happened to the eternal star, but it seemed to cause a disturbance to the high heat within it. Wang Baol wasn't impatient and waited silently for about 15 minutes. It was then that Wang Baol noticed that a black spot was slowly appearing on the eternal star. As it appeared, the black spot started expanding rapidly. Following that, an inexplicably massive will slowly awakened, as though it had woken up from its slumber within the eternal star. Finally, when the black spot expanded to a certain degree, a huge eye replaced the eternal star and appeared in the cosmos. That was the Eye of the eternal star. That was the Eye of 10,000 Demons. At this moment, Wang Baol's body shook, and the demonic eye art within his body activated on its own. The desire that had appeared previously exploded forth more intensely once again. Next, I must use my own divine sense and incorporate it within the Eye of 10,000 Demons to make a pact with it. Wang Baol was extremely excited. But even though he double confirmed with Dekunsi that he didn't withhold any information from him and told him all that he knew, he still paused due to the desire expressed by the demonic eye art in his body. But this pause didn't last for long. Very quickly, a decisiveness appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He stopped hesitating and dispersed his divine sense, allowing it to near the horrifying awakened consciousness within the eye of the eternal star ahead. He didn't fully incorporate his consciousness and only established a weak connection with the Eye of 10,000 Demons consciousness. Yet Wang Baol's head rang and seemed to have made a pact. A wisp of black gas spread from the eye of the eternal star and surrounded Wang Baol's body, giving him the right to transmit once. According to the process Dekunsi described, at this point, everything could be said to have ended, and Wang Baol could retract his divine sense. At this moment, the consciousness from within the Eye of 10,000 Demons also slowly dissipated, and the eye transmogrified from the eternal star started to blur, seemingly about to fall asleep once again. Seeing that everything was about to end, Wang Baol suddenly struggled. If he just left like that, he felt that he was missing out on something. That was especially due to the desire spread by the demonic eye art in his body. This caused him to mutter for a few breaths and violently clench his teeth as the eye of the eternal star was about to close, when the consciousness within it had already largely dissipated. What's there to be scared of? At most, I'll just make a new avatar. Thinking to this point, Wang Baol no longer suppressed the desire of the demonic eye art within his body, unleashing it completely. As he unleashed the demonic eye art in his body, the eye of the eternal star, which was about to close, suddenly opened once again. At this moment, the will that was about to dissipate also exploded forth.